Oh, I guess I needed a harmonica.
It's too late.
Okay, good.
It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite, the guy who didn't bring the harmonica on Sunday. Oh my God, Adam Friendhead.
What's up?
Hey, look at that, Adam. We're 1 minute early. Do you see that?
I do. Yeah, look, always early. Always starting the show early, just showing people what punctuality is all about.
Of course, of course. So today we're going to be watching 3 videos. Okay, 3 very interesting videos. First, we have VAUSH here. VAUSH attacking our dear friend. Okay, the queen of our channel, Anna Kasparian. How dare he do such a thing? How
I
dare
know.
he do
What
this
is he
travesty?
thinking?
Yes. Though obviously, of course, these are not like like good faith criticism or anything. This is the most bad faith, dishonest, straw man, insane, attacks that you'll ever possibly see. And it's also very timely because it touches on an issue that we were just talking to Anna about the other day. So it kind of
Yes.
hits you like hits me very, very negatively when I heard this video. So
Yeah, Anna jumped into our stream last Sunday. So if you guys missed it, go back and check it out. So, but not now, obviously.
right. Was it Sunday? I thought it was like a
Yeah, it was
oh,
Sunday
okay.
stream. Yeah.
And then I don't know. All the streams we
just like
streamed during the
old
week,
times.
all the streams just kind of merged together in my brain. But so then after that, we're gonna watch Kamala Harris did her second ever interview, Adam.
Yeah, I saw it.
Well, once she announced that she's running for president, she did her second ever interview. I guess this is technically the first interview she's ever done as presidential candidate alone
By herself, I know.
by herself.
With her big boy pants on.
I don't know. Did you watch it? Have you seen this?
Well, it's only like 5 minutes, so
It's like 10 minutes.
yeah. So, I mean, I didn't really have a lot of time to spare, so I watched
Uh-huh.
half of it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm at about the 2-minute 30-second mark.
It's very interesting in terms of how she's acting, how I would say probably not good the interview is. And it's weird because, okay, this is Kamala Harris's second ever interview, first alone when she's presidential candidate. You'd expect this to be like a massive deal. There'd be like all these promotions everywhere, like presidential candidate Kamala Harris sits down for the first time alone to hash out the presidential campaign. You think there'd be fireworks and flames everywhere, right? But
Yes.
there was nothing. It just kind of eked out mysteriously on a local ABC affiliate. And it looks like it's in like the break room somewhere.
I know. It's so
Like they just put like a
weird.
blue curtain in the break. It's like the lighting is like awful. It looks like it's public access television in terms of like the visual quality. So it's very interesting to me because I look at this and it's very clear this was a test interview that her campaign is like, listen, Kamala, we're not sure if you're ready, for the big boys yet. So we're going to like kind of eke out this, practice interview on this small platform. And if you do badly, like hopefully no one will notice, right? That's what it seems like to me.
Hey, Sitch, did you hear that Kamala Harris was born a middle-class kid?
I did hear that. Yes, I've heard that. I've heard that
That's
by
her
Kamala
go-to thing now.
at the debate. I heard that in the interview. I heard it at the DNC. I think I've heard it on multiple stump speeches.
Hey, did you know she's a middle-class kid?
No, I didn't know that. Well, actually, wait, let me research that. I gotta fact check this. I never heard of this before. Now that you say it,
Let's fact check that. That would be good.
So we're gonna watch that afterwards, and then after that, we're gonna watch our good friend Hutch, who we've talked to,
who's still very, very, very angry.
Hutch,
for no reason, but whatever.
Yeah. Well, he was mad that you were mean to him, I think, on Twitter, or you blocked him on Twitter or something, so he got very upset by this.
Yeah.
But so Hutch, who we've talked to, I think like 2 or 3 times, none of the conversations I thought were particularly contentious. I know he's friends with like Pisco.
Oh, he's an orbiter all the way.
I know he's like in the Destiny orbiter space. So maybe that's, something's going on here. But anyway, he did a response video to our second response video, our second post-debate analysis on the debate the other day. And it's very fascinating. It's very interesting. There are multiple times in the video where I say something that he says, and then he gets mad and like angry that I said something that he says and agrees with, and then tries to frame it like I'm a bad person, I guess,
He,
for
he
doing
gives
it.
some
So
he gives some commentary, and then I give the same commentary right
yeah,
after him.
right.
It's like, oh my God. They just don't know what to make of us at
It's
all.
very interesting.
Look,
It's
and I
very
think
interesting.
I think he covered that because someone clipped a little bit of our debate analysis out where
Hmm.
I was saying there was a poll saying a lot of people are interested in Kamala Harris's policies, and she didn't
Hmm.
really deliver on policy in the debate. So I said, I think it's over. I think like she's not really going to have any policy decisions. And that was clipped out
Hmm.
of context as us saying Trump destroyed her in this debate, which I mean, most of that live stream, we were saying Trump did terrible.
Wait, Pete, someone clipped us out of context saying that we said Trump won the debate.
Won the debate. Yes.
Okay.
Won the debate. Yes.
Interesting.
Which was just, look,
Interesting.
now they're
Okay.
going to clip, me just saying that
Yeah.
out of context and continue this narrative.
Right. Right.
Yeah, look, we started that live stream saying, oh man, she was just yanking Trump around by the tail. Look, she totally triggered him. Trump couldn't help himself. Like
Hmm.
everything we were saying was the same thing. I'm sure Destiny and all the orbiters were saying, right?
Hmm.
But no, that got spun around into, no, they think Trump destroyed Kamala. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So that's fun. That's funny. Maybe we'll watch the clip later.
Okay. Um. Oh, there's a lot of people in chat talking about this, saying that like there was another shooting attempt on Trump.
Okay.
Now I'm confused because
Really? Just like
like
now?
yeah, because I saw someone talking about this like 30 minutes ago. I haven't seen if there's a new update, but 30 minutes ago, I thought I saw even Tim Pool talking about this on Twitter, that there was like someone thought there were like shots fired outside of a golf course around where Trump was, but that it didn't necessarily have anything to do with him. Has that changed? Does it actually have anything to do with him, or is this just people speculating?
The Charlottesville thing, the bloodbath thing,
Hmm.
like they're just encouraging this stuff. Look,
Hmm.
Trump literally said if Kamala is elected, it's going to be an economic bloodbath and you're all going to lose your jobs. He didn't say Trump supporters are going to go out in the street and start killing people. But that's the way the media spun it, right?
Hmm.
Just it's so insane.
Right.
We're at insane levels of dishonesty by the media. And I'm so sick of people spinning that as you're a Trump supporter if you can't stand the media lying to you.
Hmm.
Sitch, what is the problem with these people?
Actual Justice War in the chat. Hey, what's up? Sean says Secret Service are now saying Trump was a likely target. Wow. Okay. Very interesting. So that just happened like 20, 30 minutes ago.
Okay.
Crazy. So
Well,
so they do think it
we'll
was targeted.
we'll
Very
see if
interesting.
we'll look up some articles on it later in the stream. So
Yeah, I'm
hopefully,
sure more information will come out as we stream. So
yeah, that
crazy.
sucks. Obviously,
Well,
that's
okay.
horrendous.
Obviously, yeah. So Trump, I don't believe anyone. Doesn't seem like anyone was harmed though. At least no one's reporting that anyone was harmed. So that's good. Okay. Anyway, so let's jump into this. This is VAUSH. This is titled The Young Turks Project 2025 Situation. Now, if you haven't seen this video, you will probably not be able to guess where this is going. Okay.
Are we gonna watch the whole Young
No, we're gonna
Turks
only
video? Okay.
oh, the whole Young Turks video?
Yeah, because
We could. It's a pretty
like
good video.
yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's amazing and it's completely. I mean, it's basically Anna Kasparian standing up to the media gaslighting on everything,
Right.
just getting
Right.
totally disgusted. So,
Mm-hmm.
but we'll watch this first, and then we'll watch the real context. I mean, if it's on the schedule, I don't know.
Yeah, we can. I mean, because we only need to watch like half of this video because the other half is like just completely unrelated nonsense.
Mhm.
So, but
Anna Kasparian is now acting as a press secretary for Project 2025. I mean, she got retweeted by Tim Pool, known foreign agent, so what is this?
So I bet you could never guess that Anna Kasparian would be accused of being in favor of Project 20 or running defense for Project 2025. Did anyone have that on their 2024 bingo card for the election cycle? 'Cause I didn't.
It's funny he's responding to like a literal Twitter video. How much?
Yes.
So it's a minute and 27 seconds of like a 12-minute video.
Yeah, this is what's annoying too. You have people who stream like us for hours and hours and hours. I think VAUSH streams like almost every day. And you know, if I saw this on Twitter, I'd be like, okay, let me see if I can find like the full context of this to try to make sure I'm not taking anything out of context, right? But most people, they don't care. They don't spend even 2 seconds to try to do that. They just see a tweet, they see the framing of the tweet, they immediately buy into the framing of the tweet, and they just start regurgitating, you know, lies essentially.
Yeah, that's what Twitter is designed to do. It's designed to basically lie about people.
It's sad.
To even bring this up because people are hell-bent on being scared about Project 2025. But let me just be clear.
What the hell? Hey, speaking of so-called independent media that definitely got corrupted by investment from another group, you know?
About something. There are all sorts of
What does that mean? What is the implication there? Yeah, it's very interesting. Okay.
What everybody's always saying, Young Turks took a large payment, but there's giant articles written about it, so it doesn't seem like it was secret or anything, right?
A payment from who?
From Jeffrey Katzenberg, I think, was the original investor in the Young Turks. But I mean, this had to be 10 years ago.
That's not what VAUSH is talking about. He's saying that he thinks Young Turks got paid or bought out by some like right winger or conservative or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he says it more specifically later. Yeah, it's like it's saying.
What?
Allegations about the Heritage Foundation's document, which again, they release every election cycle.
Twitter can't even be bothered to synchronize Anna with the vocal. What's going on with this?
I know.
Low rent Twitter.
This is the first time we have the Democratic Party specifically tying it to Donald Trump because some of the people associated with the Heritage Foundation used to be in Trump's administration.
I mean, a few hundred of them. And also, this is the first time the Heritage Foundation plan has specifically called for the dismantling of American democracy in the administrative state by replacing tens of thousands of federal workers with loyalists, abusing a presidential power that's essentially never been used before that allows them to fire people for no reason and, like, appoint your own replacements. I mean, I don't know. It seems a little bit significant. It's also the first time a person who wrote the forward for the plan ended up on the ticket. That's true.
Okay, does that mean that...
So... This is like I imagine this would be like eternally frustrating for Anna or really anyone who cares about what is true. Because first of all, you know, I can basically promise you that Anna Kasparian does not like Project 2025 or most of the contents within it. But that doesn't mean that people should just make up stuff about either what's in it or who supports it, right? Like,
yeah.
And she even makes this point in the video itself is that, you know, Trump, you know, Project 2025, they've done enough things. There's enough things there that are in there that you can criticize for that you don't have to make up. And there's a big problem with misinformation, which is when you start making up, even if you're like on the left and you're, you know, making up stuff or attacking Project 2025 or Trump, if you're using things that are just not true, not only is it A, immoral, but B, when people are just, you know, are able to discover it's not true or people on the right are able to debunk it, it's going to completely call into question anything you say after the fact. And it's going to make any actual criticism that you make against Trump or Project 2025 seem, you know, immediately dismissed. Because like, oh, you were lying about this. So then obviously you're lying about everything else.
You're saying that it destroys your credibility?
Yes.
Where is it on the scale? Like lying about your partisanship and like accidentally sharing your cartoon pedophilia file. Where is that? If that was a scale, like where would your credibility be more harmed?
Well, I would say that, you know, that's the cartoon pedo stuff is probably higher on destroying one's credibility.
But not much higher.
Right. Even though technically it's not related, but just the way that humans tend to think. Yeah, I would agree. Sure.
Okay.
Sure. That's definitely the case. Yeah.
Just curious. I wanted to get your feedback on that.
No, but and this is, I do think that, so like the way that I conceptualize all this is you have, you know, the Heritage Foundation comes out. They have this Project 2025 thing. Now they've come out like, and I was actually looking in the past, they've come out with these pretty frequently, you know, in 2020, in 2016, or 2017, they always come out with these stupid little like, this is what the president should do, you know, for the term. Like, always come out with these little books of things. And it's kind of interesting. I don't know why this specific one got so focused on. I couldn't actually, the 2021 you had to like pay for, so I wasn't actually going to pay for it to read it. So I don't know if there really was some, maybe that's why, because you had to pay for it, so no one actually read it.
Was that the
But
900-page one?
there was a
pay to play.
No, the 900-page one for 2025 is free. The 2021, I don't know how many pages it is. You have to pay for it. The 2017 one is like 300 pages and it is free. And I was kind of like skimming through it, but it was super boring. But so you have this Project 2025 thing comes out, and there are a lot of people that were either in the Trump administration to some capacity in various levels who worked on the thing. And I think it's totally fine, totally acceptable at first for journalists and the public to say, okay, you know, Trump, do you support this document, right? Do you support any of this stuff? And also because Project 2025 in 2016 or in 2017, they actually bragged, I don't know if it's true, but they bragged that Trump adopted, you know, like 2/3 of the policies they put forward in 2017, right? So I think it's totally justifiable for the media to say, hey, do you support these policies, right? And then Trump has actually been surprisingly straightforward with this, which is very surprising because usually Trump's kind of like vague in the way that he talks. Surprisingly straightforward, saying no, he doesn't support it. No, he doesn't support it. No, he doesn't support it. He says it, and he said it like a million, billion times. So you get in this kind of loop where the media or a lot of people on the left just say, well, Trump is lying. And they just keep repeating the lie, even though, or they keep repeating the line, even though he's specifically said a million times he doesn't support it. And what the media should do, and what these people should do if they were going to be, I think, useful and truthful, is to say, okay, you say you don't support it. We will take you at your word that you don't support it. And then just say, well, do you support like specific policies, right? That would be the next move, right? That would be the next move, is to say, well, here are the policies in Project 2025 that I think are scary. You know, this thing about like, do you believe that you're going to fire, you know, all these heads of administrations of these organizations in the executive branch or the federal government that are supposed to be nonpartisan and replace them with partisan actors? Like, do you support this action? And then see what the answer is, right? Wouldn't that be the next step? And it's very fascinating and interesting to me that it doesn't seem like people are doing that. They just keep saying Project 2025. They don't actually ask for the specifics against Trump to see what he would say.
I already know why they can't do that. Because they're serving up on a platter for him things in Project 2025 to deny. They basically are saying, you know, if this is in Project 2025, I don't know that it is, that he's going to assign loyalists to different positions in the administrative state. Like, if they ask him, do you support that? He's obviously going to say, I don't support that at all. And they're going to be like butthurt that they have a clip out there of him denying that specific part of Project 2025 when they just want to like pin it all on him wholesale. So that's why they don't do it, because the media is basically dishonest.
Yeah. And then you have people like VAUSH, people who will just say, well, Trump is just going to obviously lie, so it's pointless, right? So it's like, okay, yeah, well, look, you're just going to assume he's going to lie. It's like, okay, I'm just going to assume VAUSH is going to lie too. I'm going to assume, you know, anyone his fear is going to lie. So we're all just assuming everyone is lying, and we're just kind of, you know, stuck in the sort of leftist power game realm of interpreting events. So,
yeah, well, I mean, your plan is good, because if he denies it and then he tries to do it when he actually gets in office, and you're like, hey, we have this clip of you saying you weren't going to do this, and here you are doing it, right?
Right.
Instead of it just being this nebulous thing, oh, it was in Project 2025, he denied it, and now he's doing it. You have those specific points.
Yeah, and there is a consistency bias, and people don't want to necessarily just be hit with the blatant lie. So if there's specific things in it that people don't like the leadership thing, like the, you know, trying to get the FDA to get rid of the 2 morning after abortion drugs that are on Project 2025, or other things, just ask those specific questions of Trump.
Yeah, that'd be great.
It's funny. It's interesting because I found this Politico article. Okay, so obviously Political, not a right-wing, you know, bias publication even remotely. It's called Inside the Next Republican Revolution. It talks all about Project 2025. And they even say in it, there's a section I want to read. They say some conservative scholars and government experts say Project 2025's grand plans to transform the federal bureaucracy are often comically naive. Not only are they unworkable, critics contend, but if they're implemented, they will likely only render the federal government even more incompetent than conservatives now say it is, and certainly more chaotic and amateurish than in Trump's first term.
Wow.
Now, to be fair, there are some on the right that might be in favor of that because they want to make the federal government like as incompetent as possible and then criticize the federal government for being incompetent. So
yeah, it supports their argument that government
right.
doesn't work.
But I don't think the people of Project 2025 are like doing it from that perspective. They honestly think their wacky ideas will work.
This is called the practitioner's veto, when they
right.
want to implement something and people working in those jobs that would actually implement the policy are like, I don't really like this policy. I'm not going to do it. Right. So they think if they can replace those people, then they will get those policies implemented. Yeah.
It also says in the article, in many ways, the notion that one can replace decades of on-the-ground experience, say in running a healthcare bureaucracy or policing the border through a video training program, apparently this was one of the things suggested, is very Trumpian. Who better to hire legions of uncutus, but untried newbies, after all, than the man who declared I alone can fix it, and who routinely used to say whether the subject was COVID-19 or nuclear weapons, that he knew more than the scientists and the generals. So obviously not. You can see where this article is heading.
All of these institutions have some kind of inertia, though.
Right.
You know, obviously, if you bring a bunch of new people into a company and they don't necessarily know how things work, how are they going to be better at implementing their plans than the people who actually work there and understand the ins and outs?
Well, right. Well, that is sort of, and this is what makes it complicated, is the argument that the MAGA camp says is that they believe that all these institutions within the federal government have been taken over politically already by the left.
Yeah, they do.
Or through woke ideology. Now, I don't agree with this, but that's their position. I think it's probably left-leaning more so than right-leaning, but I don't think they're like indoctrinated to the way that the MAGA camp does. But that's what their view is. And so the argument would then be, well, we're just getting rid of the left's political bias and we're going to put in our own political bias, right? When in reality, what we should be striving for is there should be all these federal agencies that have no political bias whatsoever. Like, you'd hope the Department of Justice shouldn't be politically biased one way or the other, right? The FBI shouldn't be politically biased one way or the other. And all these federal agencies should, in theory at least, not be politically biased.
Yeah, of course.
Trump is you think Trump respects anyone who's in his administration? But okay, let's talk about the specific allegations that we've heard about what's in Project 2025, which is a 900-page document.
I love that line because it's so true. Like Trump, who in Trump's previous administration does Trump like? Is it Pence? Is that the guy that he's?
No,
it's not Pence. Is it William Barr? Who?
There's got to be somebody. I'm sure there's somebody.
I know. Who is it? Who is it? It seems like he throws everyone under the bus.
Oh, it's interesting. I've only listened to like 2 hours of it, but I listened to about 2 hours of the McMasterson book.
Oh, okay. So you're listening to it too. Yeah, I'm reading all of these books, and it's pretty common for people to say, Trump threw out some crazy policy that there's no way in hell would work. And so we just kind of humored him in the meeting and then went about our daily lives. Right.
Right. And no, it's very interesting. He seems like a super based guy. Now, obviously it's his book, so he's going to try to make himself sound as good as possible, but he sounds pretty cool. I'm curious to read Bolton's book because at least from, McMasterson seems kind of more politically neutral or ideologically neutral. And then Bolton obviously hates Trump's guts. So I'm kind of curious to listen to McMaster's book and then listen to Bolton's book and then kind of compare and contrast how they describe, the administration differently.
Yeah, it's super interesting the way he just wants to execute the elected president's goals. but yet there's all these other people who have their own agendas kind of pulling at Trump in all these different directions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
And he just seems like this guy was elected by the American people and we need to implement what he wants to do. Right.
Well, yeah. And he was obviously, he's in the military when he's serving Trump. He disagreed with a lot of Obama's foreign policy, and that Obama's foreign policy made America weak and kind of feckless. And it's interesting to see him, because he's kind of viewing himself and his actions as kind of not political. As you were saying, he's like, trying to say like, Trump, you need to like have, what is your agenda and how do we execute it? And he's sort of saying everyone else has their own political agenda. They're trying to like push Trump to go for.
Yeah, even to the point where there's generals that are trying to keep him out of meetings because they're like, wait, we want to implement our agenda, not Trump's agenda. Jeez, he's just the president.
Right. It is really gross listening to the book to see how like so much of it.
Steve Bannon is the worst. He's like, no, I want to implement my agenda. Fire everyone in the government.
It's funny how it's so much like high school, it's like everyone wants to sit at the cool kids table and meet with the cool kids. And it's all like this. There's so much posturing and like political backstabbing and conniving going on behind the scenes. And it's hilarious because I feel like, everyone has this idea of how the government works and, the deep state and all this other stuff. And then whenever you get like kind of like a peek behind the curtain, it's just a bunch of people arguing with each other who can't agree on anything.
Totally. Yeah. No, it's fascinating.
The media knows that most Americans, they don't have the bandwidth.
You guys do all realize that they've also been paid off, right? Like the gas leak narrative is fun, but you do know that like TYT complained about not having enough money. Cenk Uygur ran a presidential campaign that was essentially just a way of driving attention to the business. It didn't work. And then like almost overnight, all of their talking points ended up rapidly shifting further to the right. Like, come on.
Why didn't Cenk run as a Republican then? I mean, that would have been a smarter move, don't you think?
But this is, I love this just like insane, completely unhinged from reality take. Obviously, VAUSH hasn't seen a Young Turks video in a year, in months or whatever. For him to make this accusation, to think that the Young Turks is doing some kind of like, they're secretly being paid off by conservatives and like are grifting to the right or something. Like, he could have just literally spent 2 seconds to open up the Young Turks channel and just look at the videos that they're producing to see that it's completely not true.
Yeah, off of 1/2 of a 1-minute Twitter video.
Right. Yeah, he just comes to this insane thing. I just brought up, okay, just now, I just brought up Young Turks, okay? We have Taylor Swift endorsement triggers right-wingers. They cannot cope.
Ooh, that's a bad move. Yeah.
Right. Watch Republicans refuse to promise to accept election results. Trump can't stop rambling about pets eating migrants. Let's see. Republicans ring alarm over Laura Loomer, close ties to Donald Trump. Trump defends his ties with conspiracy nut Laura Loomer. Dave Rubin proves how disgusting he is. Trump advisor Laura Loomer threatens
let's watch
exposés.
that one.
Yeah, that sounds good.
The drama, come on.
On Taylor Greene, on Marjorie Taylor Greene. Right-wingers tried to rewrite history after Trump's atrocious debate performance. Haitian residents afraid of being attacked because of pet eating rumors. Let's see. The colossal denial of right-wingers on Trump's awful debate performance. Netanyahu proves out of control he is. Trump demands government shutdown for his bruised ego. Vance forced to answer for spreading of cool rumors about migrants. Trump completely falls apart after disastrous debate performance. Trump meltdown triggered by genius level Kamala attack. Like, where is this secret? Listen,
genius level Kamala tactics.
Right. Like, listen, if I'm the secret right winger who's paying off the Young Turks, I'm really mad because I'm like, where's all my content I'm paying for? Okay. What's going on here?
Look, it doesn't take a genius to know making fun of Trump's crowd size is the way to trigger him. Okay.
Right,
you don't even need a mid-level intelligence to know that.
Yeah, exactly. But it's so disgusting to me. And I get it because VAUSH is like socialist. He doesn't care about truth. All he believes is power and all this other nonsense. Then you have someone like Anna who, this is what's important to remember. Like, we live in a society. Okay, where there's a lot of people that have a lot of political disagreements. We have this left-right kind of spectrum that we generally look at. And not everyone's going to agree with you, and that's fine. But what we would like is like, okay, even if you disagree with me, even if you are a massive Trump fan or you are a massive Kamala Harris fan, and you disagree with each other, you would like, okay, we accept that we disagree on this, but can we at least like be honest in our critiques of the other side? Can we at least be honest in our praise of our side? Can we at least be honest about the issues?
No.
And that's really what's important when you have these sort of like conversations. It's not, does the Young Turks agree with me or not in terms of my political takes, or does anyone agree with my political takes? It's, can we agree or disagree and still like say things that are true and then actually disagree about like the philosophy and the concepts, right? And that's why what Anna is doing to me is such a good thing. It's like, okay, because obviously she doesn't like Trump. Obviously Anna's, on the left still, or I should say her political philosophy is definitely on the left. And, she would like, I'm assuming she would like Harris or even someone more left wing to win the presidency. She does not, not a Trump fan. But she's trying to say, okay, we can still talk about who we want to win politically, but I want to be honest in how we report the information, right? I want the critiques on Trump to be honest. I want the critiques on Harris to be honest. I just want to be honest in the information, and that we should all applaud that. That's what we should all be striving for, saying, okay, we might not agree, but let's at least be honest. And then when you are honest like that, you have assholes like VAUSH and these other people come in and they start saying, oh my God, you're criticizing your quote team. You're criticizing the left. Well, you must be a secret right winger. You must be getting paid off secretly by the evil right wingers to attack the left. It's like, no, maybe some people just want to say things that are fucking true.
You're such an idealist, Sitch. So naive.
I guess so.
Look, nowadays it's all about party-approved strawmen. You have to parrot the party-approved strawman of the other side and increase the negative stereotypes of the other side. That's your goal in politics. Truth? What are you talking? Truth? Are you kidding? It's life and death out there, okay? We need to lie. That's what they're thinking. That's what they want to do.
I guess you're right. They say, oh, it's life and death. It's fascism's on the ballot, the end of democracy. So lie, whatever it takes, right? That's fine.
Well, this is why they like to raise the stakes like this, because it does incentivize people to lie, cheat, and steal, which it's sad. But I mean, I totally agree with you. Like the first thing that goes out the window when everyone is in this do or die situation is the truth. The truth is the first casualty when the totalitarian state comes in.
Yeah. And this is also just like double gross too, because, when we were talking to Anna last week, she was, talking about like how she was conflicted because, she doesn't want the Young Turks to lose money. Right.
Oh, I know.
And doesn't want to like, fuck up the channel or fuck up their business plan or anything like that. And these are things that bother her and that she thinks about. And it really shows that like how, honest she is in her thinking and really how concerned she is for her friends and her co-hosts, people that she's been working with. And then you have like fucking VAUSH, fucking stumbling on here like, well, they're all taking the money. They're all getting paid off. They're all taking the money from them. And he just literally makes up these accusations from fucking nowhere. And his dumbass audience just sucks it up because they saw a 1 minute and 30-second clip on Twitter.
If all the arguments about the other side are lies, though, what downside is there just to making up more lies? I mean, that's basically VAUSH's whole outlook.
Right.
I do think. Look, I do think I was watching the Young Turks last week, and I do think I was a bit hard on Cenk in that live stream because I mean, I don't know if you remember, but I was comparing him to Brianna Greyjoy and like. He did like I do think Anna is having an influence on Cenk.
Right.
He does slip back into his straw man of the right mode. But Anna usually checks him on that stuff, and a lot of stuff he's just right there with her. Like why do we have to lie about Trump? There's lots of stuff Trump does that's wrong. Like it's just you really can't compete with the lies because the lies are, obviously there's no limit. You can make them as salacious as you want, right? So if you go out there with just the regular Trump lies, it's like everyone's like, I mean, that's not as good as these other lies that David Pakman has, right? Or VAUSH has. Their lies are insane. So yeah, no, it's a crazy type situation being in this competitive market. But look, I think Jank is actually trying to do the whole arbiter of truth thing as well. So I think both of them are together on that.
Mm-hmm.
Where I look, and I don't necessarily think Brianna Greyjoy is not being honest. I think it's Brianna Joy Grey. I always get it mixed up because of
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones. Yeah, exactly. But she believes what she's saying, but I mean, she's just super out there. So, and I think Jank has kind of, seen the light a bit, which is not necessarily, as soon as you start seeing the light, it doesn't, like, you don't have that righteous indignation anymore. You're kind of like, oh, well, they're not, the other side is not really as scary as I anticipated they were, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, then you really have to turn to making your show funnier, right? More entertaining in other ways, because you're not going to build an audience that is just there for rage bait. Yeah. So, and look, I think that's a problem with, like, a lot of these channels, they just live off of rage bait, and that's the only way that these people are entertaining or attention grabbing. So
yeah, I mean, it's funny because I was, I never really watched, Luke Beasley's content.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
I think I started watching because I believe it was him. I think that was on Piers Morgan, right after Trump got shot the first time, and I was kind of contrasting how he was handling the situation significantly better than Destiny was in terms of like denouncing the shooting until then going into his critique. I think it was him. It might have been someone else, but I'm pretty sure it was him. And so I think I like subbed to his channel because I was just curious what his content was. And like, it's funny because it's also the David Pakman model of just like the titles, Trump has total meltdown and is crazy and foaming at mouth and is become
Beasley?
unhinged. Right. Yeah. And
really?
I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, so and every time I click the video and I'm like, okay, what is, like, I'm expecting something insane. And I'm like, okay, it's just like a Trump at a rally saying some Trump thing that you disagree with, which is fine. Trump doing some stupid, political rhetoric thing. But then it's like, there's like this weird casting it of like that his brain is melting. Like, what's literally everything he's been saying for 8 years. So that's very interesting the way it's framed, I guess, but I want to say, there's a press conference that's going to be held at some point in the near future about
the shooting.
About the shooting. I haven't, like, it hasn't started yet. So when it starts, we'll bring it up.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, look, do you think David Pakman is going to make anyone laugh? Like, that guy, he has no content without rage bait. Like, that's all he does.
Right.
I think, I think Destiny could drift away from the rage bait because I think Destiny is genuinely funny and he can be entertaining without the rage stuff. But look, it's it's so easy to dip into the rage bait stuff. It's so lucrative that, I understand why people do it. It's harder to build an audience and try to be entertaining without lying.
Right? I'm very curious because, like, Dave Pakman before, years ago, he was kind of trying to be a more like flat, like, just like, here's more of like objective news, I felt. And then I don't know where, somewhere somewhere in like the Trump era, like, it strayed off into, because obviously he's, he gets way more views doing these videos that are like, Trump's brain stops working in the middle of the debate and even audience recognizes it. And then you click the clip and that's not what you're saying. I'm very curious, if Trump loses, the election, like, what are all these channels going to do for content going forward?
This is a terrible problem. I think they call it a wicked problem because the more you try to figure out how to solve it, the more complicated you realize it is. And that's just like, we have a free market style of media, but in order for our political system to work, we really have to have an informed populace. Like, how do you get an informed populace when people basically just want...
Let me interrupt you for a second. I think the thing is starting.
Okay, bring it up.
It's only in one ear though, so I don't. They're all like
questions because we're not going to take a lot.
So it's got to be on their end.
Okay, it's the wrong ear for me.
What ifs, and because of this,
I can't hear anything.
Did the what ifs, and because of this.
Can you hear it?
So keep that in mind.
It's like super quiet. You're not. Can you make it louder?
Keep that in mind, and we'll be good.
Let me work on that.
All right.
I can't hear it at all in my, because I only have one ear. So.
Because was called in by the Secret Service. Because we're in time. We were
Read some
notified of
super
that.
chats or something while I
Time.
work.
Okay,
I guess
I'll-
you can't really do that.
Yeah, I'll
Here,
pause it
pause it. Okay,
when you
let
bring
me
it
see.
up. Yeah.
Let me see if I can fix it.
Okay. Yeah. Because I don't know. It's like so insanely quiet. But
Let me see
Fast
what I
and
can
Bulbous
do.
for $5 says, "Do you think Trump, Vance, or his new axe wound hole Lauren Loomer?" Oh my god. Bear any responsibility for amplifying unverified claims in Springfield? Yeah, of course. Of course. I mean, if you have politicians who are coming out and they're saying things, the unverified claims like they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, saying stuff like that, then obviously if things get amped up in that community, they're completely bear responsibility for it. People shouldn't be promoting bullshit. So, and Vance kind of like recently, he's been kind of completely fucking up the response to it too, because he recently had an interview with Dana Bash where he was all like, "Oh, I forget the exact wording he said, but it was not good wording. He essentially said something like, "It's okay for us, or we're going to keep making up stories because that's one way to get the news to focus on like the immigration problem in the area." Just whatever the way he framed it, it was really like, ooh, that's not a good framing. Everyone's gonna like clip that and forever and say that he's, admitting to just making up stories. So
Yeah, he did. Oh, the wording just. He did okay in the very beginning, but as soon as he used the word create, we created a
right.
story. I'm
Yeah,
like, oh
that's
my
not
God.
good.
That's his fine people moment right there. The media got him. They finally got him. Now they're going to run with it over and over again. Even though he
Right.
does clarify, they'll completely erase the clarification. He's
Well,
like,
it's
we're creating the focus on the story,
right,
which
right.
is
I guess it would,
completely different than creating the story, right?
right, but it is pretty. I don't think it's not. I mean, you can try. You're gonna have to try to defend it, obviously, as a politician, but obviously, from a moral perspective, I think it's immoral to just be like throwing out, wacky claims about a community that are just not verified at all, right? And they know. Well, anyway, so let's see. Did you get the sound working?
No, I didn't. I'm just screwing
Oh,
around. Keep going.
I think people said they could hear the sound. I don't know if you can. You said you can hear the sound.
I
But
can't hear it because it's on the channel that I'm not. I
do
only
you?
have one channel on my thing.
Why? You have the watch together in one ear and like me in the other ear? Is that what you do?
No, I have
Oh.
just one. I just have one monitor on one channel.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Micro Omega for 29 months. Thank you so much. Says, "Behold my awesome milestone." Behold. Thank you. Artemis Val Friday says, "You hear another Trump assassination attempt just happened." Yes, and hopefully we can get this this press conference working correctly. I don't know why the people here, they're talking about some important thing and no one can get the sound fucking working properly, which is kind of hilarious and sad and stupid. So,
Mhm.
but so I
Well,
will
look, I
see.
don't need to listen. Fuck it. You can just explain it to me. Here we go. I
Okay.
can see it's on the other channel, so it's only on
Okay.
one channel, which is horrible. But I'll try to fix it as it's going, and you can just give us a translation.
Okay, hold on. I think I found one that was louder though. Even it's still on one channel, but it's louder. So let me plug that
Okay.
in real quick.
Bring it up. Man, hopefully it's the other channel.
No, it's
State
still
and
left
local
here.
law enforcement.
Okay.
It was headed into Martin County. We are going to give you, when I say we have a representative from the FBI, from the Secret Service, from the State Attorney's Office. We are going to give you everything we have. Everything. All right? So when we get done, think about your questions, because we're not going to take a lot. And keep them to the information that you heard. Don't get into what ifs, and because of this, we're not going to go there. All right? So keep that in mind, and we'll be good. So here we go. All right, 1:30 this afternoon. Call came out, shots fired. That was called in by the Secret Service. Because we're in constant contact with them all the time, we were notified of that, and we had units here that immediately sealed off the area. Fortunately, we were able to locate a witness that came to us and said, "Hey, I saw the guy running out of the bushes. He jumped into a black Nissan, and I took a picture of the vehicle and the tank," which was great. So we had that information. Our real-time crime center put it out to the license plate readers. and we were able to get a hit on that vehicle on I-95 as it was headed into Martin County. We got a hold of.
What happened?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Let me pause for 1 second. If anyone's listening and the one ear thing is annoying, and maybe this will work for you too, Adam. If you go into your Windows search settings and you type in mono, it should bring up an option for mono audio, and it says combine left and right audio channels in the one. If you hit it on, it should make it so you can hear it, and it'll force it to play through both channels.
Okay, that's not going to help it go out through
Adam
both
leave?
channels in OBS. So
Okay.
Martin County Sheriff's Office alerted them, and they spotted the vehicle and
is this riveting stuff? What is happening?
pulled it over and detained the guy. After that, we took the victim, the witness that witnessed the incident, flew him up there, and he identified as the person that he saw running out of the bushes and jumped into the car. Now, in the bushes where this guy was is a AK-47 style rifle with a scope.
Wow.
2 backpacks which were hung on the fence that had ceramic tile in them, and a GoPro, which he was going to take pictures of. So those are being processed right now. The Secret Service agent that was on the course did a fantastic job. What they do is they have an agent that jumps 1 hole ahead of time to where the president was at. And he was able to spot this rifle barrel sticking out of the fence and immediately engage that individual, at which time the individual took off. So that's what we know about the investigation. We have somebody in custody right now that is a potential suspect. We got a little bit more work to do on it, but as we usually do, as soon as we decide that we're going to book him into the county jail and the charges that he's going to be booked into, we'll get those to you, and we'll get a picture of him, and we'll get you his background. So now I'm going to turn it over to the representative of the Secret Service, and he's going to make a brief statement.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I first want to thank all of our law enforcement partners, to include the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office and the Martin County Sheriff's Office, for their involvement today. Former President Donald Trump is safe and unharmed.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Veltri. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI's Miami field office. The FBI has assumed the role as the lead federal law enforcement agency in the investigation of the incident that occurred earlier today at Trump International Golf Course here in West Palm Beach, Florida. We've deployed a number of resources, including investigative teams, crisis response team members, bomb technicians, and evidence response team members as well. What we need right now is for the public to avoid the area around the golf course. We will continue to support this investigation with the full resources of the FBI, alongside our partners with the United States Secret Service and the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office, as well as Martin County Sheriff's Office and state and local law enforcement. I would ask that if anyone has any information that may assist with this investigation, to contact our tip line at 1-800-CALL-FBI or at tips, that's TIPS, .fbi.gov. Thank you.
David?
Hi, I'm Dave Ehrenberg, State Attorney for Palm Beach County. I want to thank Sheriff Bradshaw and our partners at the local, state, and federal levels. I'm here because our prosecutors are currently working up warrants and a motion for pretrial detention for the suspect. In that way, he will be kept in custody. But our filing of these warrants and charges at the state level does not preclude federal charges that could be coming. But in the meantime, it looks like the warrants and the pretrial detention motion will happen first. And again, I want to thank the cooperation we've had with our federal partners and at the local level. And thank you all for being here today.
Okay, we're going to make these pictures available to you. It'll show you a picture of the backpack and the rifle. And there's also a GoPro on the fence there where he was intent on filming what was going on. Even though we're going to have to secure a couple of areas around the golf course here, The public doesn't need to panic. We know that we got a post office, a library, and a school down the street. So we'll make it convenient for you to get to all the places you need to go, get your kids to school, get them over here to the post office or wherever else you need to go. It's safe. There's no more danger here, and we'll make it very convenient for you. So having said that, we're going to take a very limited amount of questions, and you can direct them to who you want to answer the question.
Sure. Did this individual make any statements as he was being detained?
No statement right now as far as his involvement in the incident, and there's further investigation to be completed.
What was his demeanor?
I'm not sure if maybe the Secret Service gentleman can answer. I misunderstood, or I couldn't quite understand. So there was a rifle, so one of your agents saw on the golf course, saw a rifle pointing to a fence. Was it a chain link? Okay, so he saw that, the agent?
That is correct, yes.
And the president or the former president was on the course behind him. How close?
It was 1 or 2 holes behind.
Understood.
That, because the bubble moves through the golf course, so our agents will get there first, clear it. He noticed that the rifle was pointed out. Our agents engaged. We are not sure right now if the individual was able to take a shot at our agents, but for sure our agents were able to engage with the subject. I don't know that.
Doesn't appear so.
Is there a motive?
Yep. Al.
How far away was the president? How far away was Donald Trump when this gentleman was caught and stopped?
Probably between 300 and 500 yards, but with a rifle and a scope like that, that's not a long distance.
For the Secret Service, how far was your agent from the would-be assailant?
That I'm not sure right now. We're still looking into that.
Reports are that 4 rounds of ammunition were fired. Were all 4 of those from your agent?
That is correct. 4 to 6. We're not sure yet.
Was there a long distance explaining why?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
WPF 25, I was wondering what how this was able to happen, and for future reference, is there any up security in the golf course?
I didn't hear all of that. Say that one more time and talk up a little bit.
So how was this able to happen, and for future reference, is there any up security in the golf course?
Well, you got to understand the golf course is surrounded by shrubbery. So when somebody gets into the shrubbery, they're pretty much out of sight. All right. And at this level that he is at right now, he's not the sitting president. If he was, we would have had this entire golf course around it. Well, because he's not, the security is limited to the areas that the Secret Service deems possible. So I would imagine that the next time he comes to the golf course, there'll probably be a little more people around the perimeter. But the Secret Service did exactly what they should have done. They provided exactly what the protection should have been, and their agent did a fantastic job.
Which direction was the shrubbery where he was? North, south? I guess east, west, or south of the road?
It's hard, the layout of the golf course, you've got 3 holes, 5, 6, and 7. All right? One of them runs parallel to Summit Boulevard. One of them runs parallel to Congress. And he was in an area in the shrubbery where he could see both holes. So the president was another hole back, which means he's about between 400 and 500 yards away.
So he was on the golf course?
Oh, he's on the golf course, yeah, but he's back a ways.
For the Secret Service, have you guys changed at all the way that you guys are protecting former President Donald Trump? It's now a potential second attempt on him. Can you just elaborate on how things have changed and what you make of all this?
Yes, the threat level is high. We have increased the amount of assets that we've supported, so we live in danger times. So yes.
Okay. We're done with questions right now. There's really nothing more for us to add. I just want to tell you, the Secret Service and the FBI and the State Attorney's Office have been fantastic to work with. And I can tell you right now, our agency with this real-time crime center was fabulous. That's how we got the guy. We started out with, we don't know anything, to where we had a tag, we had a vehicle description, and we got an area where we saw the person. So be proud of your law enforcement. All right, thanks folks, we'll get back to you.
Where on 95 was it that...
Sheriff wants you to show. What now? Yeah, she'll get the photos to you.
That's it. I guess that's it. Wow. Crazy. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay,
Super interesting.
So apparently we have a situation where it sounded like what they were saying was they had the Secret Service ahead of where Trump was golfing, like a hole ahead, and they saw one of the Secret Service protecting Trump saw the guy in the bushes or saw the rifle in the bushes, like preparing to line up the shot when Trump got to that hole. So that's
Cool.
crazy. Totally crazy.
And they took out the shooter or they arrested him?
Oh, hold on. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I fucked up my sound now. Oh no.
You can't hear me?
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Hey, look,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you great.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I did. I turned off the mono and then it ruined everything. But I just had to unplug and unplug my headphones and it fixed it. So
Great.
okay. There you go. Is your thing still fucked up or what?
I couldn't. I think we'll be okay. Look, I think we can just
Okay.
hit the back button and.
Got it. Good. Okay. So very interesting, crazy.
Anna Kasparian is now acting as a press secretary.
Oh, hold on. I gotta hit back too. Or
Two
actually,
backs and we're good.
Let me just put in the video. Oh, you hit two backs?
Yeah. Secretary for Project 2025. I mean, she got
Okay. So before we get back to the video here. So obviously this is going to have I don't know. I think this is going to be another profound impact on the campaign going forward. You know, with the first guy with Crooks, you know, you could say, well, you know, we still know, was he just a crazy person? Was it political, blah, blah, blah. The chances that you'd have two crazy people, right? That doesn't seem likely. Like this seems like it's far more likely. Obviously, we're speculating, but it seems far more likely that this would be politically motivated, doesn't it?
That the Democrats put him up to it? That he was actually paid by the Democratic Party?
No, I don't mean that. I just mean that the shooter, was going after Trump specifically for political reasons, not that he was put up by the Democrats or something.
That he got the call from Hillary Clinton?
No, okay.
He got the call from Biden?
Biden's like, no, I want you to take out Kamala because I still want to be president.
Biden says, when I put the hat on, you know who the target is.
That was the signal, right? That was the signal.
Yeah, he activated the sleeper cell.
There's a there's a picture. I can send it to you. I don't know if you saw it. Supposedly the guy.
No.
There, I sent. I don't know if you want to bring it up or not. But,
okay, I'll bring it up.
Right. This is supposedly the shooter. The attempted shooter. It seemed like they weren't clear whether the guy actually got any shots off or whether it was only the Secret Service shooting him. Obviously, they didn't hit him because he ran away. And it was also interesting too because they said that he had a GoPro on, which meant that this person was not only trying to shoot
live
Trump,
streaming. Yeah.
Yeah, he was trying to film it, either live streaming or just wanted to film, you know, his assassination attempt.
So is this guy alive still?
Yes, he's alive and in custody. I don't believe he was hit at all.
Okay.
So, apparently, the shooting suspect.
Shoot anything at no shots were fired at the former president.
No shots were fired at Trump. Apparently, the suspect is actually Cornholio. So there you go.
Look at that. He's got TP for his bunghole.
Exactly. We have Cornholio has attempted to shoot Donald Trump.
Oh.
Listen. Obviously, we do live in a simulation because you know what's funny? I just watched a Mike Judd movie last night too.
Nice.
So obviously, we live in a simulation. I just watched a Mike Judd movie, and the next day, Cornholio tries to shoot Donald Trump. So this obviously means something important about reality.
Evil.
Interesting. Okay. I bet you the left now are going to be Kamala Harris is going to be really mad now. Is going to be very mad now. Because this, I mean, I'm assuming this will help Trump in the polls. Would it not? A second attempt on his life?
They drifted away from the fine people stuff momentarily, remember? And then in the debate, what happened? What happened? Right back
What?
at him. The Charlottesville stuff, they drifted.
Oh, right,
when he
right, right,
the
right,
first the first assassination attempt, they were like, okay, we got to cool our jets here. We can't be calling him a Nazi 24/7. We can't say he praised neo-Nazis. We got to chill, right?
Right.
That lasted a little bit. You know, Trump was humble for a little while.
Then
he got, you know, it kind of wore off, and he went back to being the old Trump, and they went back to using the fine people hoax over and over again and calling him a neo-Nazi.
Well, it's going to make the discourse is going to be so fucked right now, because you have the situation where, you know, right after the debate, Trump says they're eating the pets line, right? Everyone memes on it, but then, you know, there's all like the remixes and songs, but then there were like bomb threats called in to, I think like these hospitals or schools or something, you know, in Ohio, in Springfield, Ohio. And so then there was, you know, oh my God, Donald Trump's rhetoric is causing violence. Like there's, you know, bomb threats being called in. And then now, you know, the next day or a few days later, you have someone literally trying to shoot Trump for the second time. So it's just like the violent rhetoric and the violence, you know, attempts. Well, obviously the bomb threat, you know, could have just been like fake. But, you know, this is, you know, again, the second time someone's literally tried to shoot Donald Trump. It's pretty fucking wild. So I don't know how. Will the left be able to, will they calm down on the rhetoric? Because I mean, I don't know if Trump's going to calm down on the rhetoric. I don't know if like one side can calm down on the rhetoric, right? Don't they both have to kind of agree?
Is there no video of the attempted shooting or anything?
No.
Okay, well, then it's going to be a nothing burger.
You think? If there's no video?
Yeah, there's no story. Unless there's video. I mean, the reason why it was a big story was because Trump stood up again. The shot was so close. Oh my God, a brush with death. This is like, yeah, this is not as going to be as.
Well, you're right, because obviously the first time was so cinematic. You know, Trump gets shot in the ear, he stands up, like all that shit. This didn't happen. And I mean, it's possible that we'll get footage from the guy, right? From his GoPro.
Right.
Like if I'm assuming he was filming. So it's possible we'll get that footage. That's not going to really show anything except him crawling through the bushes and then getting shot at by the Secret Service and then running away. I guess, I mean, you're probably right. This won't get like, this is not going to get the super amount of coverage that obviously the first one got, but it still is fucking crazy. So
yeah, Trump keeps going around saying this is dangerous business. I know.
Right. Anyway, so I guess we'll find out more about this going forward. Well, that was interesting. That's fun. Okay. Anyway, we were at like what, like a minute 30, I think.
Sure.
Okay.
The media knows that most Americans, they don't have the bandwidth.
You guys do all realize that they've also been paid off, right? Like the gas leak narrative is fun, but you do know that like TYT complained about not having enough money. Cenk Uygur ran a presidential campaign that was essentially just a way of driving attention to the business. It didn't work. And then like almost overnight, all of their talking points ended up rapidly shifting further to the right. Like, come on.
To sit down and read a 900-page document. So they get to say whatever they want about it.
Do you think it's a coincidence that there are like 47 grifters who used to work with TYT? Think of the culture there, okay? Yeah, Anna Kasparian had a meltdown on a live show about Hassan making more money than her. Yeah, it's
that was like 2 years ago, man. That clip is like so far out of context.
I know.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Page document. So they get to say whatever they want about it. They get to claim that it includes all sorts of things. It doesn't even.
Isn't it? It's ironic that Anna is complaining about, you know, people on the left spreading misinformation, and VAUSH's response is to literally just make up a bunch of unhinged conspiracy bullshit misinformation to spread about Anna and the Young Turks in response.
Yeah. This is the space we live in.
Mm-hmm.
Actually say. So, for instance, Vice President Harris said on July 23rd that Project 2025 called for cutting Social Security. It was not a one-time mistake. She also said at a July 11th, 2024 campaign event, Project 2025 includes a plan to cut Social Security. Well, NewsGuard, which does a pretty good job in fact-checking these types of claims on both sides, took a...
Doesn't it call for cutting entitlements? Like, specifically? One area that Project 2025...
He's literally asking his chat, tell me about Project 2025. Doesn't it cut Social Security, chat? I need a fact check over here.
Right. I mean, you should, look at, well, I was going to say you should obviously look into this accusation before he makes, before he throws this out there. But, considering he's just making up complete lies about TYT accepting, secret right-wing funding to become secret right-wing grifters, obviously he's not going to do that.
Well, and I mean, Trump has said over and over again, he's going to protect Social Security, right? Regardless of what the 2025 document says, which I don't even know if the 2025 document says they need to cut Social Security.
It does not say that. No.
Right.
VAUSH is going to bring up something in it, but he's going to misread it. But
okay.
Before we get to that, there's an interesting thing, and it is kind of annoying because this is like the attack levied against Anna. This is attack levied against us. And, when we get accused of being, secret right-wing grifters or whatever, because we're just trying to be sort of like objective, it makes it, there's a level of insidiousness to these attacks that I don't think people appreciate, which is like when you make this argument, when you say like, okay, you, Sitch and Adam, you, Anna, you're like a secret right-wing grifter because you're trying to be objective and to call out people that are lying on both the left and the right. The reason this is so insidious is because the normal recourse to that is to say, well, that's not true. Here's like a montage of me. Here's a montage of Anna or the Young Turks or whatever, criticizing Donald Trump, criticizing the right, blah, 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 right? Like that would be like the recourse to the accusation.
Right.
But the problem with that is if you're trying to be objective so you can appeal to both the left and the right, if you're just constantly being attacked by left-wing liars who are accusing you of grifting, so you have to constantly keep showing again and again and again the montage of you attacking Trump, the montage of you attacking the right, all you're doing is you're just annoying your right-wing audience because you have to constantly keep showing you attacking their belief system again and again and again to the left-wing grifters.
Yeah.
And so that's like part of why it's so insidious to even engage with this critique, because there isn't really a way to engage with it in an honest fashion. There's no way for you to really engage with it in an honest fashion because the people on the left who are attacking you, they're kind of like putting you in this no-win situation, essentially.
Yeah, they don't care. Like that's their ultimate goal.
Right.
They want you to disparage. They basically want to nudge you into disparaging the right-wing audience.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And this is why I think so many channels just fall so cleanly into the
left,
kind
right,
of brain rot, tribalism, one-sided version of things. It's because it's easier to just have your audience all be on board with one thing. And then, you have your team. And then when the people on the other side, the other team attack you, you just say, well, fuck you, you're on the other team, right?
Yeah. Very sad.
5 doesn't touch on his Social Security benefits and any potential cuts to the program, even as proposals outline changes to numerous other government, quote, entitlements. Considering the fact that the Republican Party has signaled they want to cut Social Security spending anyway, I feel like a broad, non-specific attack, entitlements, can be read pretty clearly as an attack on Social Security. Yeah, in a March 2024...
So VAUSH is like really good at doing this, like the bullshit spin on the spot, right? So it's like the accusation is, does Project 2025 talk about cutting Social Security? And it's like, he's already hedging, right? He's already hedging and saying, well, without looking into it, I mean, if they say they're going to cut entitlements, doesn't that count, right? So he's already like creating the total bullshit position to kind of run to and to defend in the argument without even looking up and saying, well, maybe it's true. Maybe they're not advocating to cut Social Security at all.
Yeah.
And it's funny, he even brought up this article. This is from PBS. Obviously, PBS is, definitely left-leaning. And you can see the giant, he doesn't read it, but you can see the giant subtitle for the article.
Does it?
The section is, Yeah, it says Project 2025 doesn't call for cutting Social Security, but proposes some changes to Medicare. It says that in bold print. VAUSH is not going to read that because he's not honest, but it says that in giant bold print. Okay.
Yeah. That's the subheading for the whole chapter he's reading.
Yes. From the evil right-wing bias PBS.
For a CNBC interview, Trump said of entitlement programs such as Social Security, quote, "There's a lot you can do in terms of entitlements, in terms of cutting." However, he quickly walked that statement back. Yeah, of course he did. Because the Republicans have wanted to cut Social Security for a while. But if you can't run on that, their whole base is boomers. Obviously, they can't run on that. If they say it, they have to walk it back.
It's funny. So you have like VAUSH like Googled like this Project 2025, Social Security. This article comes up. It's from PBS. It says no. He's reading the article, but then finds a couple sentences from the article he thinks he can spin towards his point, and then he quickly like moves the article down so his audience can't see the giant text that says no, it's not going to cut Social Security, or doesn't propose to cut Social Security. Right.
He totally caught that and was like, let's get that off screen.
Now, again, if VAUSH wanted to be honest, he could just say very clearly, he doesn't care about being honest, but what he could just say is, okay, so it does not say that it does not propose that they're going to cut Social Security, whatsoever. But I think personally that they're lying and they're going to do it anyway, right? Like you could just, that could be your opinion, but you just have to lay it all out there.
The problem is like, if you're
and it's actually kind of funny too, because as VAUSH is accusing the Young Turks of taking, secret right-wing dollars, they actually say something very similar that, let me bring up this for a second. This is in the same stream that VAUSH is criticizing. Okay. So if you don't, and you can see Anna's wearing the same thing. If you don't know this, the Young Turks, they kind of like, they do like a stream that's like over an hour and they chop it up into little segments. Okay. So this is the same stream. It's not the same video, but it's the same stream that VAUSH is critiquing. And he's accusing them of being evil right-wing grifters because, Anna is calling out something as being fake. And here, listen, they make literally a very similar point here.
From tough conversations about entitlements.
Tough conversations.
So like these are the kinds of Republicans we're talking about here. Okay, these are Republicans who are like, we want to cut Social Security and Medicare so bad, and this MFer is not committed enough to what we want to do. Okay.
He has talked about it during this campaign.
He has proposed it in budget proposals when he was in office. So, on one hand, he talks about how, no, we can't cut Social Security, but then behind the scenes, of course, he has his proposals to cut Social Security or raise the retirement age.
So I thought they got a big right-wing check. I mean, what happened?
I don't know. I guess.
Did it bounce or something?
I guess it bounced, right. And this, so it really shows you like how insanely dishonest VAUSH is to throw out these wild accusations. Now, his response to any of this would be like, oh, well, it's not better. They're just doing it for free. Lol, LOL, right? Because he'll never take responsibility for just being, a liar and peddler of, misinformation. So,
of course not.
Okay,
that would hurt his whole channel.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna hit back. So.
All right, let's do that.
Oh, I don't remember what time we're at here. Hold on.
Kasparian is now.
Let me rewind the stream a second. Oh, the quality is so trash. I can't even
means the page number of the PDF.
No, wait, hold on. Before this, I'll do
a brand
promise. Does not even mention any proposed changes to Social Security.
I mean, it mentions entitlements. Like, again, it's like, how much credit are you willing to give?
You were before this.
There we go.
And that person is a liar. What do you say it that he did? Because the Republicans have wanted to cut Social Security for a while. But if you can't run on that, their whole base is boomers. Obviously, they can't run on that. If they say it, they have to walk it back. The problem is like, if you're...
Anna said it better, but whatever.
Yeah.
Fact-checking somebody for making claims, and that person is a liar. What do you do when the liar says they don't believe a thing it seems like they believe? Like, if Donald Trump says, oh no, I'm not going to cut Social Security, I just don't believe him. Sorry.
A look, and they found out that
well, to be clear, the article, this segment that he's attacking anarchists, it's not about whether Trump says he'll attack, cut Social Security. It's about whether Project 2025 says in it to cut Social Security or not. It has nothing to do with whether Trump says he's going to do it or not. It's a completely different argument. But
Trump
it all
explicitly says he's not going to. Obviously,
right,
yeah.
Right. Trump does explicitly say that, but then if he's explicitly said that, but then done otherwise in his first term, you can definitely bring that up to say, okay, well, that would be evidence of whether he's being honest or not with the claim, right?
Yeah, evidence though. I mean, who has time for that?
I know, who cares?
The Project 2025 policy playbook titled Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise, does not even mention any proposed changes to Social Security.
I mean, it mentions entitlements. Like, again, it's like, how much credit are you willing to give the group of militant fascists who are looking to dismantle our federal government when they...
The group of militant fascists.
Why is he saying it like that?
Because he's looking for the buzzwords. He's basically just doing a show on the fly. So
yeah, Project 2025 is like pretty, it's pretty ideologically right wing for pretty far. It's not like not like super far, but I don't it's not like ethno nationalist or something. But it's pretty far right wing in its policy prescriptions. It doesn't seem to hold any punches. I don't if they wanted to advocate for cutting Social Security or doing something, I don't think they'd like hide it. Like, I don't see why they would hide it. It would all be there.
Right. Yeah.
Signal it's something, but don't explicitly say it. I mean, what do you want? The crazy thing here is that, like, didn't the Young Turks, like, they're literally building a brand off of being a dissident that challenges power, and yet they are just accepting the Heritage Foundation at their word, like the most obvious liars in the world, the most straightforwardly dishonest, we are writing a plan to destroy democracy guys in the universe. And it's like, well, no, their plan doesn't...
The irony of this is all, he's saying, you're trusting these people. They're the most dishonest people ever. When number one, VAUSH, I don't like the Heritage Foundation in terms of I don't like their politics. I don't know enough about them to know whether they've been dishonest or not in terms of, whatever they've been proposing or not. If they make fact claims in the thing that are untrue, or there's just a bunch of like policy prescriptions, which are opinions I, just don't agree with, number one. And number two, the irony here, VAUSH is just come off an entire thing of lying his fucking ass off about the TYT accepting secret funding. And now he's like, well, why would you believe these Heritage Foundation people liars? And it's like, what? You're just making up shit left and right.
Yeah, you're lying like crazy. I mean, what would be the point of coming up with a 900-page policy proposal where your actual intentions are hidden? Like, how does that work?
Right. So yeah, now the Trump administration and whoever is supposed to use this like giant tome of a document, it doesn't even say specifically what they believe. They have to like infer by reading in between the lines, secret code, like in this gigantic tome. It's like, okay.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a really good way to go about achieving your political goals.
No, I mean, and this is, because when we talked about Project 2025 the other day, I brought up like in the introduction to Project 2025, the president of the Heritage Foundation talks about like wanting to ban pornography. Okay. Which is a pretty extreme position. So, I don't think they're playing hide the ball here.
Right.
Specifically say they want to change Social Security. It's just something that their leaders keep mentioning and then walking back. And also they're talking vaguely about entitlements, but not specifying what exactly they mean. You know how it is. On page 605, they recommend shifting Social Security from the federal government to state governments. I don't even remember that part of the plan. 605 in the...
I don't even remember that part of the plan I didn't read.
Yeah,
I wonder why you don't remember it.
The 900 pages of, stuff. So
in the doc or 605 on page. Anyone else get really annoyed by that, where you don't know if a person means the page number of the PDF or the page number of the actual document? And I know people usually...
Look, he gets as distracted as you, Sitch. Jeez, now we're talking about PDF page numbers.
I mean, to be fair, this is a completely fair critique. It is very annoying that the PDF numbers are not the same when you're like doing the search thing. So.
Oh, yeah.
Socialism? Is this the greatest Heritage Foundation governing plan of all time? Remember when Anna Kasparian was praising the Teamsters guy for speaking at the RNC in a speech that was so hated and disastrous that it was condemned by the entire left, including the left-leaning workers of the Teamsters Union? The next conservative minister...
Okay, so this is a very strong accusation. They're saying that TYT is the big evil because they were praising the Teamster guy, right? Who, if you remember, he was speaking at the RNC. So I want to bring this up. We're at 5 minutes and 42 seconds. So let me put that in my note when we come back here for a second. 5:42. Okay, I want to show you. I want to show you the clip he's referring to here. He's dishonestly casting TYT as, see what they actually said about this Teamster guy speaking.
An American worker being taken.
The RNC here. Okay. So we're just gonna play a little segment of it. Because this guy is interesting. The guy, if you remember, if you listen to his speech, it was like a super pro labor union speech. Okay, it wasn't something you really expect to hear at an RNC convention.
So the downsides are it makes the Trump and the Republican Party look like they're pro-union when they are not. They're the ones who kill every legislation that's pro-union.
Oh my God. Where's my right-wing grift money going?
Ow.
Oh no. TYT is just doing nothing but grifting for Trump now. What's happening?
They're the ones that introduced the legislation that is anti-union. The workers, they claim, right to work state. That's total misnomer. But what that does is it's an anti-union legislation pushed by Republicans all across the country. It makes it seem like, well, I guess unions and average American workers, Republicans, Democrats, let's call it even, right? And that's really misleading. That is not the case at all. So that is wrong. And it makes it seem like Donald Trump is standing up for the average man. That's greatly misleading. So I get the downsides of the speech, but there was a controversy as to whether he should have spoken here. Now that I've seen the speech, he definitely should have. He was right to accept the speech. He was right to give the speech, and he gave a great speech. So I just told you the downsides. Let's talk about the upsides. First of all, a Republican crowd has never heard a speech this progressive, has never heard a speech that attacked corporate elites in the way that Sean O'Brien, the head of Teamsters, just did. So he talked about a political caste system where the donors are at the top. He talked about corporate vultures, economic terrorism that corporations do to the average American. They would never allow that in a Democratic convention because they say, oh, no, we're gonna seem too radical. We're gonna seem too left-wing. We're gonna seem too progressive. No, our donors will be upset. And I'll tell you right now, there's a lot of Republican donors tonight who are livid that guy was allowed to give that speech.
He said it. There were people within this party, he insinuated at the very least, people within this party who did not want him to speak at this convention. And you understand why, because he gave a message that was decidedly against the corporate wealth of this party, decidedly against Donald Trump, who fought unions as a casino owner, who fought unions as a real estate developer, who spent most of his life as a professional before he became a politician and entertainer, trying to work around unions and the demands of unions. So it's a shocking thing to see the Teamsters here at this convention. I was saying, to neutralize this, the Democrats could invite him. And how would he look if he said, no, he's not coming to that convention? I think the message he gave today was not a message to this convention. It was a message to the country, and that it was nonpartisan, and people have to start looking out for workers. And, maybe that's going to come to fruition. He cited some Republican lawmakers. He name-checked people like Malliotakis and Lawler from New York. He mentioned Mark Wayne Mullen, with whom he had a somewhat famous spat. But I think that this was an extraordinarily effective speech, and that it got people to pay attention to something they didn't think they had to. And I'm so interested to poll this and to see what people thought of the speech tonight.
Yeah, and so I'm going to give you some of his killer lines too in a second, and then I'm going to get to my theory or conspiracy theory. It's just for fun. It's not that important. But I want it on the record, and you'll see that in a second.
It's not that important until it becomes important, then we'll hear about it over and over again.
There you go. Now somebody's got that. No, seriously. What's important is what happened tonight and its ramifications both for politics and for the economy. What happens later in politics is not that important. That's why I say that. So now he said that the biggest recipient of welfare in this country is corporations. That's a great line. That's a terrific line. That's totally true. And the fact that it was said at a Republican convention is great, because it then people that don't normally hear that hear it for the first time. And they're like, oh yeah, wait, I hate welfare. Yeah, it's true, isn't it? That corporations get these giant multi-billion-dollar subsidies. Why do we give the richest people in the world subsidies? Why do we give them welfare? That doesn't make sense. And it's one thing if he says it at a Democratic convention, but when he says it at a Republican one, more people are going to hear it. Different people are going to hear it. It's going to resonate more. And it's a little bit more man bites dog instead of dog bites man. So it stands out as a shocking speech at an RNC, and hence will get more attention, which is good because I want America to hear this message. Can you believe I'm saying that there's a speech at the RNC that I want the whole country to hear?
Yeah.
That is, again, totally shocking. Let me give you more stuff he said. And again, one more thing that's shocking.
That's the part that really triggered VAUSH right there. That part.
Why?
That there's something good at the Republican National
right, yeah.
Convention.
Well,
like that's the only thing that triggered VAUSH.
I don't even know what the fuck he's even talking about, because it's like, that's why I played the clip where I played it. Is like you had Cenk in the beginning even talking about how, even though he agrees with what the content of the speech was, he was laying out why he didn't agree necessarily with it, or the problems with it at the, from his position, from his opinion, being talked about the RNC. But now he's talking about, the benefit of it.
Well, he's saying progressive populism at the RNC is like a good thing, right?
Well,
but
this
VAUSH
is what's interesting is
VAUSH's argument was that everybody hated the Teamsters guy.
Right.
Which is weird because he has such a populist message, right? Pro-union message.
Right. Well, it's weird because, like, okay, if you actually believe in the cause of helping, quote, the labor, right? The people that would be in unions versus the, management class, the employer class, the owner class, which you'd assume VAUSH should be in favor of as a socialist, right? Wouldn't you should be theoretically
applaud
be happy
yes.
that even the Republican Party is at least seeming to maybe move in that direction, or having people speak on an issue that you agree with, even though you could still say, listen, I disagree with the Republican Party. I think they're all evil fascists, blah, 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 blah. You can say all that, but say, well, but at least they're sort of moving in one direction, or at least they're, even if they're not moving that direction, at least this means something in terms of what the country wants, or what the Republican Party wants, or what Trump wants, or what something, like it means something to have this guy speak at the RNC.
Of course,
there's some shift, some movement occurring there, which again, you can criticize Republicans all you want, but you should still, if you actually believe in the cause, which is a big if, then you should still be happy that this is happening at the Republican National Convention.
Yeah, both parties want to cater to the middle and working class. That's the good thing. But VAUSH would totally spin this as the Republicans are just doing this to basically sneak this claim in that they're not actually going to live up to. It's like a bait and switch. That's the way he would define it. Yeah.
Right. That would be the argument. But even that, it still is signaling a shift is occurring, because like you couldn't imagine.
Okay, you can't bait and switch forever.
Right. Well, number one, you can't bait and switch forever, number one. But number two, you and I can't imagine that this Teamster guy would be talking at the RNC like when George W. Bush was the president, or when McCain or Mitt Romney was, the nominee. You can't imagine this guy speaking.
No.
So
yeah. I mean, VAUSH would have to admit that Trump is somewhat of a populist, which he probably... Populism has been framed as racism by many people on the left, so I don't necessarily know, even though they are populist.
Right.
About this, he mentioned Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, who I call Senator Wayne Girl. But anyway, they almost got into a fist fight.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's a Republican senator from Oklahoma. So this guy's not been shy about fighting Republicans. And he mentioned a bunch of Republicans that he gave credit to, but those guys did deserve that credit. They did do the things that he's talking about. He didn't lie. He didn't say that Trump helped unions, because Trump hasn't helped unions. And so, and what was missing from the speech was how great Trump is.
Well, that's
all he said was Trump is open-minded, which, by the way, is a big thing. But he never said that Trump did anything good for unions, because he hasn't.
No. Okay, so that's just why it's totally hilarious that he's going off on the Young Turks daring to praise this guy. Okay, I hit the back button. Okay, we were at 542.
The next conservative administration should encourage.
Okay, so he's reading something in Project 2025 that he believes is talking about transferring like the funding and management of Social Security to states from the federal government. Okay, that's what he thinks he was reading.
UI innovation by capitalizing on a key feature of the system principle of conservative policymaking, federalism. State governments already administer unemployment benefits and have broad discretion over their program. Existing statutory language in the Social Security Act does not prohibit non-public organizations from administering the program, nor does it specifically authorize states to do so. Hey guys, do you think that privatizing Social Security or leaving it to the states is going to increase or decrease Social Security benefits for old people? Just really quick, just think back to history for a second, what it means when programs are delegated from the federal government to private corporations and or individual states. And I just want you to think, all the boomers who live in Louisiana, how's your Social Security going to fare from your bankrupt ass state? At least we're not Mississippi.
Okay, I sent you a picture, Adam. So
okay.
Bring it up. Okay, so VAUSH completely misread this section. He's making this argument that he thinks Project 2025 is advocating that Social Security be privatized, or not privatized. I'm sorry, I don't even know why he said that. Have the state government manage Social Security. That's not what it says. Okay, at all.
Yeah, that seems crazy.
Right.
How would that even work?
I don't know. So what they're talking about, which I don't know enough about any of this specific thing they're talking about to know if this is a good idea or not. They're talking about unemployment insurance. Okay, they're not talking about Social Security. So the full section, which starts a little bit before VAUSH started reading, which is why he's confused, because he read one thing that said Social Security Act and didn't really understand what it was referencing. Okay, because again, he doesn't really care about getting anything right. He watches a 1-minute clip of Anna on Twitter and comes up with all sorts of wacky theories. He reads one sentence from Project 2025. So this is what it actually says. It says, workers depend on unemployment benefits to navigate inevitable market frictions and seek new employment opportunities. But existing unemployment insurance, UI, is bureaucratic, ineffective, and unaccountable. The outdated system's myriad of failures during the COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the need for innovations that respond to recipients' needs. The most promising avenue for innovation is to involve workers and private sector organizations more directly, freed from unnecessary bureaucratic strictures. Americans take for granted that unemployment benefits must be administered by government agencies, but other Western market democracies feature effective and popular benefits administered by non-public worker organizations. The next conservative administration should encourage unemployment insurance, UI, innovation by capitalizing on key features of the system and principles of conservative policymaking, federalism. State governments already administer unemployment benefits and have broad discretion over their programs. Existing statutory language in the Social Security Act does not prohibit non-public organizations from administering the program, nor does it specifically authorize states to do so. Further, the administration can replicate state-level experiments in welfare programs and empower state officials to adapt unemployment insurance to local conditions and needs. Okay, so I know it's a lot of obnoxious technical language, but what they're saying is that they want, if a conservative or Trump wins, they essentially want a conservative to experiment with having unemployment insurance either be run by state governments or private entities on a state level, as opposed to the federal government. And the only reason they bring up the Social Security Act is because it says existing statutory language in the Social Security Act does not prohibit non-public organizations from administering the program being social security, being unemployment insurance.
Right.
Okay. And I actually looked it up. And the reason it's in the Social Security Act is because unemployment insurance, when it was first created in law, was created in the Social Security Act of 1935. So that's why they're referencing it. They're basically just saying that the Social Security Act grants, or their claim is, I don't know if it's true or not, but they're saying the Social Security Act grants this legal authority for this, program to potentially be run by the states or some private entity.
Right. Sure. Unemployment insurance.
Right. So he completely, he read something very quickly, completely misrepresented it to his audience, but who cares?
Yeah, but you're not as far off as you'd like to be.
Okay, great. Left-leaning news outlet, thegrio.com, advanced the myth that Project 2025 proposes banning Muslims. The mandate for leadership includes no mention of a Muslim ban or any religion or ethnicity-specific entry ban.
You know, Trump's Muslim ban also didn't specify Muslim ban. It banned a set of countries identified as security risks by the Obama administration. Like, this is literally the same talking point Republicans did back in, 2017? Where they were like, it's not a Muslim ban, it's just a targeted immigration ban from these countries that all happen to be, like, very majority Muslim, you know? Wait, is she literally using statements by some right-winger idiots for her argument? She's reading out a quote? Oh my god. I mean, I don't know. It's just like, as a general rule, whenever you see...
She's reading from NewsGuard, okay? So, if you want to claim NewsGuard is some sort of evil right-wing organization, I guess be my guest here. But you see, like, it's so interesting, or it's just so funny, like how easily, like, the lie and the manipulation flows from VAUSH's mouth. There's not even an attempt to say, well, let's look into what Project 2025 says about immigration. Do they talk about limiting immigration from any specific country, right? Because he brings up, he immediately does this pivot, and he's very good at this. He immediately does this pivot and say, well, Trump's Muslim ban, his quote, Muslim ban didn't actually say that it was banning Muslims. It banned immigration from specific countries, which you could say, well, does that mean it was dishonest for people to call it a Muslim ban if it was only
it does
specific countries,
yes,
right?
Of course, that was a dishonest thing to do.
Right. Or was there something more to it? I don't know, right? But that'd be something to look into for
He
VAUSH
completely adopted the right-wing framing on the whole Muslim ban. Because that's what they said. They basically said, look, we're not banning Muslim countries. We're just banning countries that have a security threat.
Well, they banned, I don't remember why. Like, I think there was some like attack, some sort of like shooting or something that sparked all this. I don't remember exactly what it was, but the quote Muslim ban was a 120-day ban on any sort of immigration from Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Syria and Yemen.
Yep.
And they actually wanted to, and if you remember, this actually comes up in the McMaster's book. They originally wanted to include Iraq, but then McMaster's and other people fought back against that because they were essentially wanting to allow people who were helping the American government through the Iraq war to
be able to get out. Yeah, exactly.
Iraq, right.
To be safe.
Right. So now I don't know about you, but you have 5 countries, but I'm pretty sure that there's more than those 5 countries or 6 countries in the entire world that are Muslim. So I don't know if it's right to call it a Muslim ban based on that. The better argument would be, and maybe this is where the argument was coming from, which was that I believe when Trump was running, when he was running as a candidate, he made a claim that he wanted a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what is going on, is the quote in reference to some kind of incident or something. So, and then when this happens, they say, oh, okay, well, he said on the campaign trail, so therefore it's a Muslim ban, even though obviously there are a bunch of Muslim countries that were not included in that ban specifically. So,
right.
See people say stuff that doesn't make sense. It's probably because they're being paid to say it. I'm really sorry, but that is how it is most of the time. Okay?
I guess you like that. It's like, well, if it doesn't make sense to me. If someone says something that doesn't immediately make sense to me, it must be because they're getting paid, right? So if VAUSH says something that's just incredibly dishonest, a lie, doesn't make sense to me, we should just assume he's getting paid by Russia or China or something stupid like that.
No, he's getting paid by a bunch of dumb left-wingers who want to hear Republicans suck 24/7.
Right. Yeah. Well, they want to hear, too, anyone who, because again, he's a socialist. I think that the socialists and VAUSH and these people, they don't like anyone who gives any credibility to saying, okay, well, someone said a lie about said a lie about right wingers. They hate that because they really, like the socialists on the far left, they thrive on an environment where you have to constantly portray the right as like the evil, vicious, racist, fascist who are going to destroy your country. And therefore it's valid for you to you know, try to shoot Trump, try to do anything to essentially stop that from occurring. Right.
Right. But
And
there
then,
is a
you know,
difference between like an affirmative philosophy and just a tearing down the other side mentality. Like
Right,
he
exactly.
spends way more time trying to tear down the right than he does singing the praises of socialism. Like he doesn't do that.
Yeah, because he actually gets he probably gets a larger audience that way.
Yeah.
Because
someone's paying him to say that.
Right, because there's a lot more people who are on the left who aren't maybe super down with the socialism stuff, but are super down with just attack right wingers, attack Trump, or attack right wingers. And so if you have someone who is on the left or in the center who's on TYT and they're saying, well, you know, I don't like Donald Trump, but this critique against Donald Trump is not honest, or this critique against Project 2025 is not honest, you know, if he completely like has a meltdown. It's like he's like, no, stop! You're taking our weapons away. You know, they're demons, they're demons, they're demons.
Yeah, if they're forced to be honest, then they've got no game plan.
Right, exactly. And it's just it's disturbing because, you know, you are seeing like, you know, you have the far leftists sort of engage in this behavior, and now, well, it's just not just now, but you know, for a while you've had the sort of the far right engage in the reverse of that behavior, where everyone who's like not even a millimeter, you know, to the right, to the left of them is evil. Like, I don't know if you've been seeing, you know, James Lindsay has been doing a very good job. Well, he's been doing half a good job, criticizing Tucker Carlson and the Martyr Made guy for essentially running sort of interference for the demoralization campaign of, you know, Western democratic capitalism by promoting this concept of like, oh, you know, England was really the bad guys in World War II. Churchill was the bad guys in World War II, and the sort of like apologia for fascism that's been kind of happening on the far right, the actual, you know, far right spaces.
Yeah, totally.
So.
Basically putting forward Nazi propaganda in the modern
Right.
era. Who would think?
Right. So it's just, and it's so disturbing too, because like all that shit, all this like actual sort of Nazi propaganda stuff is completely reactionary to all this disgusting socialist shit. And so we have like these two sort of extreme forces like trying to push on society. And then you have like Anna and other people like us who are like, okay, let's just call like the bullshit out, you know, on both sides here. And then they go, no, you're getting paid by the other side. You're a grifter.
Yeah, sucks.
Most of the time, okay? When you see people who are saying things that are like incompatible with reality or with previous views that you know they've held, if they've demonstrated...
Look, if they've changed their minds. If they've come across new facts and came to a different conclusion, they're grifters.
That they're capable of proper reasoning and analysis, and then they randomly just start saying things they should know better about, they're probably getting paid to say it, guys.
What he means by proper analysis is that you've come to hit the conclusion that he sanctions. That's all he means by that.
Right. The socialists. Well, didn't, you know, it's funny because like one of the things that started Anna sort of on the journey is the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. And remember, VAUSH's take on Kyle Rittenhouse was that,
oh my God,
you know, he should have just like, you know, thrown the gun down and got, you know, ripped apart by like angry mob of people.
Yes,
that was like the thing he should.
Great advice.
Yeah.
Guys, you like Anna Kasparian, put the fries in the bag, girl. You know, you think she wants to, you think she wants to go back to a, you know, doing a 9 to 5? Like we all know, everyone who works on YouTube knows how lucky they are to not be putting the fries in the bag. They are, I mean, myself included. Thankfully, you know, I run a lean ship. I managed to make.
This is so telling here.
Isn't
this
it?
Is such a self-report right here.
I know. Yeah.
It's like VAUSH is basically telling you that he will lie, cheat, and steal. Say whatever you want him to say just so he can avoid having to put the fries in the bag. Just so he can avoid honest, hard work.
Right.
Yeah. Look at this. Yeah.
My quotas off of YouTube AdSense and you guys donating. I don't need to defend Project 2025. Do you think the majority report guys are grifters? I mean, there's a lot.
Look, the question is whether or not you feel any obligation to be honest to your audience, which you don't, obviously. Yeah. Some Some people actually do. That's why, look, I hate this stuff because it does start to fall into this. Well, if the honest perspective actually defends the accusation or defends Donald Trump against the accusations that Project 2025 is his deal, then you should just shut up and be dishonest about that.
Right.
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't have to be obligated to be dishonest.
Right. And that is the framing, is that essentially it's like, okay, the thought process and the intuition for all these people, or for, I say for most people, 99% of people that are kind of engaged in politics, is we're in the middle of a war. You're on team left or team right, you're on team blue, you're team red. And, if you're spending time saying my team blue, got something wrong about team red, then all you're doing is giving team red ammunition. Like, that's sort of the simplistic, dumb, animalistic way that VAUSH and all these people are sort of like interpreting these events.
Right. Yeah. Well, and I mean, some of us actually care about truth and honesty.
How dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you?
Which, I mean, it's great to see Young Turks care about it as well. And look,
Adam,
Anna
fascism
said many
is on the ballot. How do you care about truth right now? Okay.
Look, and Anna has said many times, she felt deceived by these big institutions, right? The New York Times.
Right.
So, yeah, when you feel that the mainstream media doesn't care about honest reporting, all of a sudden things start looking differently. You start questioning that narrative and you start digging in and finding, wow, a lot of times they are being dishonest pieces of shit. But this is just, I mean, this is like bottom of the barrel. This is like some guy on YouTube just making shit up, right?
I mean, it's literally what it is. Some guy on YouTube just making shit up. Yeah.
Well, it's funny though, because I mean, a lot of times people will say that this is a giant problem on the right, but it's just as big a problem on the left.
Yeah, 100%.
A lot of people there, but I don't think I've ever seen them do or say anything that reeked of it to me. I'm just telling for obvious calls. Like, the Young Turks have made it pretty obvious, I don't think the Majority Report's ever done anything that just, I don't think they've done anything that comes across that. Hassan either, by the way. You guys love to give Hassan shit, and he says a lot of stupid things, but Hassan's bad positions are much more easily explained by him wanting to be a cool e-boy celebrity of the left and unthinkingly adopting some of their dumber positions because he doesn't want to get into like an infighty argument with the people who are weirdly defensive over Russia. That's way, way, way more likely than the idea of him getting paid to say those things. I've never seen.
Did you like it's like ultimate charity for whenever Sam Cedar or Hassan, they say something that's just completely untrue or wrong, or if VAUSH disagrees with it, it's, well, they're not getting paid, right? I just disagree with them. They're just trying to appeal to their audience. But if TYT or Anna Kasparian says something I disagree with, well, they're obviously getting paid by the evil right-wing grifter shill market.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously.
They got one of those RT people that was paying Dave Rubin at the pool, but secretly also paying the Young Turks.
It is just, the separation is whether or not you're cool with lying for your team. Like, it's that simple. It is that simple. And he's basically saying, yeah, Majority Report, they're cool with lying for the team. Hassan, he's cool with lying for the team. Obviously, VAUSH is cool with lying for the team, right? But Anna Kasparian and Jank, oh my God. What are they doing? They're trying to actually do honest journalism? Get out of here.
Right. Well, that's a good point. And I'm glad you said that, because like when Sam Cedar or Hassan says something that VAUSH doesn't like, it's them probably they're still probably saying something that's like in a left-wing direction, right? Or they're like going too far to the left, or they're being not practical, or they're being too socialist, or, blah, 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 blah. So VAUSH is like more okay with it. But if you're criticizing the team left for lying about something, then, you're, how dare you?
When have any of those people ever called out any dishonesty on the left? David Pakman, Majority Report, Hassan, when have they ever said, oh yeah, the left got this story wrong?
I don't know if Dave Pakman has, because he's kind of like more in like the quote lib or shit lib sort of sector of things. But I mean, I could bet you'd have Hassan or Sam Cedar calling out like the more moderate left, calling them like the corporate left, or something for attacking someone for being too left wing, right? I'm sure they'd
Yeah.
have a problem with that. And I'm sure you can find clips of that. So they would only attack them if they're not left enough, essentially. It's all, everything has to be, and that's what's annoying. Their entire truth claims and their entire view of reality is based on this political spectrum of, if it's going towards my direction, it's good. If it's going against my direction, it's bad. If it's going towards my direction, it's true. If it's going against my direction philosophically, then it's false.
So you're saying they're calling out moderate left wingers as liars because they're not far enough left?
Yes, I would bet you those would be the only instances you can find of them criticizing the left.
I seem to remember us watching David Pakman during the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, like spinning himself in knots once he realized he had the story completely wrong because he didn't want to piss off his audience.
Oh yeah, he did. But I mean, he wasn't criticizing like the left. He was just trying to spin, because there was a lot of insane publications, saying about Kyle Rittenhouse that like the judge was racist, and
he wasn't calling
made
anyone.
a joke about Chinese food or something, and everyone, oh my God.
He wasn't calling anyone out. I would like to see one example of this calling out, like, obviously if they are calling out a moderate left person for not being left enough.
Right.
I'd like to see that.
Anything that would point to that, you just have to think of the likely explanation.
And also, I just want to say it is interesting too, because if he's criticizing Hassan for, I don't know, it sounds like he's maybe criticizing Hassan for the Ukraine, like having like a Ukraine-Russia take or something, which at least that would be him criticizing for being too far left. It's funny, you have this whole story where, it's found out, or at least it's, the accusation is that Russia today is funding YouTubers, right? If, big YouTubers like Tim Pool or, Dave Rubin or whatever. And here you have Hassan, who is basically simping for Russia in a lot of these takes. And you would think that if VAUSH was at least being consistent with they're getting paid off, accusations, you would think it would be pretty simple to get to, well, maybe Hassan is getting paid off by RT too, right? Like if that's the train of thought you're going down, that would seem to follow the logic. But he's like, no, Hassan, Hassan's not getting paid off by Russia or anything.
So much of this is just, they're all liars and we are the honest actors. Everything that we do, if we get something wrong, it's just an innocent mistake because we're just innocent angels who always try to tell the truth.
Right.
And then they're lying deliberately.
Right.
That's the divide. It's so simple. It's very easy, very rudimentary.
Hassan's trying to appeal to a specific audience. I think he believes what he says. And for the most part, the stuff that he says is correct. On some positions, he joins in with, like, I don't know, what do they call it? The dumb left, mandate a little bit. But this isn't another.
Blue MAGA. That's what they call him. That's what Jank always calls him. Isn't that a great name?
That is a good name. Yeah.
The Blue MAGA. I guess it is kind of insulting to MAGA.
Well, obviously, but that shows you, when you accuse him of being like the evil right-wing grifter shills, it's like, well, would Cenk use that term all the time?
Yeah, but I mean, not all of MAGA is bad, right? Not all of MAGA is these crazy QAnon conspiracy nuts, right? It is kind of casting a wide net for MAGA. I do think there is, obviously there are plenty of just moderate right wingers who are like, I'm going to vote for Trump because I like his policies better than Kamala. Right. I mean, that technically they're MAGA, but are they crazy MAGA?
No. Well, the unfortunate reality is that, like, when you're on Twitter or on YouTube or any of these other spaces, usually the loudest voices on the left and the right are like the most unhinged voices.
Oh, of course. Well, no, it's interesting, and it just occurred to me because it is the framing that he set up there with Blue MAGA. Our crazies are equal to all of their party.
Right. Right.
Their party's insane. Then our party is the crazies who are just insane like the right is.
Yeah, it's essentially saying that, like, the MAGA people are all insane, but we have some pocket of people that are that level of insanity on our side as well. Which, I mean, I guess it's a little bit of progress, but it's not great. So yeah, it's a good point.
Oh, well, I do think the Blue MAGA is kind of,
it's funny.
Well, no, I think it's bad because he is that genuinely plays into the stereotype that
Yes.
everyone on the right is insane, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So it's not great. I take it back. It's interesting, but not great.
The world, man. This isn't a whole different world. The majority report might do sponsors, but you're right. I don't think doing sponsors means that you're a grifter. I mean, I think that sponsors run the risk of
Okay, he just started talking about sponsors for the rest of the video, so it's kind of
right
irrelevant. Did you want to watch part of the
Sure,
full
it's great.
video? Okay.
It's awesome.
But there's a false equivalency going on in the coverage of this race. Their objectivity actually is not objective at all. It ends up playing to Donald Trump's advantage every day.
In an effort to appear balanced, to appear objective, mistakes are absolutely being made, and standards are being applied to both candidates here when Donald Trump is a different animal. He is an insurrectionist.
Ooh.
Well, the crew over at Morning Joe on MSNBC, you know, the same crew that wanted Biden to continue running in this presidential race, despite the fact that he was suffering from clear cognitive decline. Yeah, those people, they're furious that journalists would have the audacity of ever reporting anything negative on the Democratic nominee, Kamala Harris.
See, already this is like Anna getting herself in hot water here.
I know, exactly. It's great.
We're supposed to look. Yes, they were completely lying to the American people about Joe Biden, right?
Mm-hmm.
But why are you bringing up old shit? Come on.
Right.
This is ancient history.
Yes.
Why are you bringing up our lives?
Mm-hmm.
Supposed to look the other way, please. See, and look, this is the game that VAUSH will play. This is a game that David Pakman will play, right? They'll be like, what?
Right.
What? I wasn't just saying complete lies about Trump's cognitive decline and saying that Biden was great. I didn't do that. Come on, I'm a journalist here, Dave. That's what David Pakman is saying.
Mm-hmm.
Because Trump he's a special threat. And so since they've decided that Trump is a very special threat, well, then journalists should hide information about Kamala Harris from you, so you don't vote for Trump and definitely vote for Kamala Harris.
This is the total slippery slope here, because it is. This is what gives you permission to just look the other way about honesty and truth in journalism, right? And look, all of these totalitarian states and authoritarian governments, like, they don't care about the truth. You think people in Russia think the press is honest? You think they trust the press, Sitch? Hell no.
No.
They don't trust the press at all. They know the press is just propaganda for the government. So the press is leaning in that direction, basically saying, look, this is a very dangerous threat. We need to lie to the American people so that we can deal with this threat. And Anna's standing up and saying, do we really want to lose our institutions? And it's so bizarre to me that people can't see this as the greater danger than Donald Trump. A press that will lie to you without hesitation is a far greater threat than Donald Trump.
In other words, they want the media to manipulate you and do the exact opposite of journalism. Don't believe me? Well, why don't we hear co-host Mike Barnicle make his case?
But there's a false equivalency going on in the coverage of this race, in that Donald Trump can say whatever crazy things he wants to say about submarines and sharks and electric batteries, whatever he wants to say. And it's not really covered in the sense that it's covered describing who said it, why he said it, and who the man is, Trump, out of his mind. And always in that story, in the equivalency, the false equivalency by too many reporters and too many American newspapers.
Well, let me butt in here for a second. So I don't want to say the name yet because it's still early, but there is reporting on some accusation of the shooter and who his identity is.
Okay.
And if you go to that guy's Twitter page, he does have tweets that are pointedly political against Trump.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, like He says here, this is from, if it's this guy. Now, again, this is early, so this could all be wrong. It could be misidentification. This happens very often in these shooting situations. So take this with a grain of salt, at least at first.
No, it's not Sam Hyde, right?
It is not Sam Hyde, no.
Okay.
Fortunately not. He did not, Sam Hyde did in fact not get away with it because he was not involved. So this guy said at POTUS, and this was at POTUS, he said, this is to Biden, your campaign should be called something like KADAF, Keep American Democratic and Free. Trump should be MASA, Make Americans Slaves Again. Master, democracy is on the ballot and we cannot lose. We cannot afford to fail. The world is counting on us to show the way. So that was in April. So that would definitely imply that if this is in fact the shooter's account, that he is, politically motivated.
Who's he retweeting? That's what I want to know.
And here's another, it's interesting. After the person first shot at Trump, he said at Kamala Harris, you and Biden should visit the injured people in the hospital from the Trump rally and attend the funeral of the murdered firemen. Trump will never do anything for them. Show the world what compassion and humanity is all about.
Wow. He got that wrong. Big time.
So this guy does seem to be unhinged. He keeps I don't know why. In so many of his tweets, he keeps putting his phone number, or what I think is his phone number. Like he's expecting Kamala Harris to call him or something.
Oh, wow.
So,
Wow.
I don't know.
Look,
it's
she
so
probably
weird.
did call him, Sitch. How do you think he got?
Oh, she called him and she's like, okay, Trump's going to be at the golf,
How do you think he got the information?
Right. But he has a bunch of these tweets where he puts a phone number at the end of it.
Really? Please tell me
is,
he's not from California.
What is 808?
I don't know.
808 area code. Let's see. That's a Hawaii area code. What the fuck? That's Honolulu. That's interesting. Because I'm assuming when he shot at Trump, this was in Florida, not Hawaii. So interesting. I don't know if he's from Hawaii, and there's also a tweet that it looks like he said that he actually went to Ukraine to fight.
Really?
Yeah.
Wowzers.
I don't know if he did. So anyway, again, this is all just, very early reporting. So this could be complete misidentification, but we will see in the coming days if it's confirmed that it was this individual. So anyway.
There's also, by the way, Kamala Harris changed her mind on fracking. They always throw in something like that in coverage of the story. It's ridiculous. We don't cover the man for how dangerous he is.
Hey, don't scroll away. Come back. Because before the video continues, we just want to...
Don't scroll away. Adam, stop it. Don't scroll away.
I almost did. Thank you for
away.
stopping me.
I urge you to lend your support to TYT. You power our honest reporting. You do it at tyt.com/team, and we love you for it.
Look at that. How come it's not tyt.com/a-team? Now that's what I'm wondering.
Wow. Terrible.
You don't cover the man for how dangerous he is? I don't know. I don't know what country I'm living in, but I feel like we get wall-to-wall coverage about Trump being a danger to this country. It is incessant.
Have you heard about January 6th, Sitch? Can I tell you about January 6th?
Right.
Let me talk to you about January 6th, please. Would you like to debate January 6th?
I know. No, I mean, she's completely correct. Obviously, it is constantly. So this idea from Morning Joe that it's, why is the media daring to ask questions of Kamala if she's flip-flopping or she's kind of vague on policies, right? But,
did I tell you that Trump praised neo-Nazi?
I know. But to go back to this guy for a second, though, I said it looked like he went to Ukraine or something to fight. So this is from 2022. This guy's so weird. Okay, this guy's obviously crazy. He says at Zelensky, I am here in Kiev and want to use Independence Park to create a tent city of all the foreigners here in support to get thousands more foreign civilians to come and support Ukraine. Please call me. And he puts his actual phone number. We can raise great support and equipment. So he's like,
is it the Hawaii number?
It's the same number. It's a Hawaii number. So he's thinks that he's gonna send a tweet to Zelensky, and Zelensky's gonna be like, "Oh, this guy's gonna, set up something at Independence Park. Let me call this random fucking Twitter guy."
This. Okay, he might not be playing with a full deck here, Sitch.
No, there's actually a picture of like someone. Someone sent him a picture, like, because everyone's like retweeting all this shit now because they think that he's the shooter.
The
Someone
guy.
sent a picture to that number with Trump pointing, and it said, "You missed."
My God.
So now again, I wouldn't send anything to this because we don't know 100% certainty if this is the
I know
guy
this
or
could
not.
be
This
some poor guy.
I know
who's
it could be
just
some
like,
poor random crazy guy
who
who
is
just
crazy,
looks
but
similar,
wasn't
right?
actually a shooter. Yeah,
Right. So just we'll
be
see.
cool.
Anyway, but it's funny.
It is all they talk about on MSNBC. Did he?
Do they? What's that Chiron say there? What does that say?
Morning Joe whines about critical Kamala reporting.
No, what's in the graphic?
MSDNC.
Yeah, that's. That's just I see that a lot. MSDNC.
Oh, because it's MSNBC, but DNC, like they're part of like the DNC. Yeah, right.
He just suggest that journalists shouldn't report on Kamala Harris changing her mind on fracking? Is that not an important policy that voters should be informed about? And also, is he under the impression that telling Americans the truth about where Kamala Harris stands on the issues automatically means that Donald Trump is going to win the election? This is when I started my career, when I started working at TYT back in 2007, there really wasn't like left-wing media. There was like Fox News, and the right-wing media infrastructure was kind of being built. And I prided myself and the left wing on the fact that we didn't try to manipulate audiences, and we didn't try to lie to people or cover up the truth about our preferred candidates or preferred politicians. We didn't want to stoop low and do what the right wing was doing with their misinformation, with the fact that they would omit incredibly relevant, important parts of the story in order to make Republicans look good and Democrats look bad. And now we're in this awful era of conditioning audiences and readers to expect journalists to cheerlead like partisan hacks for one candidate or the other. And if you don't do it, if you don't engage in it, they get mad at you. You're supposed to be my cheerleader. You're supposed to cheerlead for my preferred candidate. What are you doing? How dare you talk about Kamala Harris and how she went from being against fracking to now saying she's totally in favor of fracking? How dare you?
This is amazing, Sitch.
Isn't this such a great video? So ultra mega based.
This is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that? Look, and it is idealistic, but I mean, I remember thinking, yes, we are the honest ones. We are the truth seekers, right? And then you realize, oh, wait, everyone's lying. Everyone is fucking lying. Yeah, unfortunately. But it's great. I mean, obviously we need people that are going to stand up and try to speak the truth.
No, that's fascism. Stop it.
Yeah, it's just it's such a weird media environment right now because it is, people don't give a fuck about the truth now. They're almost maniacal about it. They're like, look, you have to lie. It's a dangerous threat out there. We all have to lie. No, you don't. Come on. We all can be idealistic together. We can all stick to the truth. Even if it hurts our team a little bit. The dishonesty that's the real danger. It is the real danger. So many of these places that are just horrendous to live, it's because social trust is completely gone. Nobody trusts anybody else. It's all buyer beware. It's all propaganda. It's all bullshit. Nobody watches anything in media or TV or anything and thinks, oh, this is the truth. They think, no, this is lies. All lies, all of it. And you don't really know what the truth is because they've abandoned the truth completely, society-wide. Why do you want to live in that kind of society? That's hell. And I see this more and more. People are like, I don't know what to believe anymore. That's fucking evil.
It is.
That's terrible.
And it just helps the, you know, like the people that are like, oh, you're helping Donald Trump by criticizing the left. It's like, no. You understand that if you just tell a bunch of lies, even if it's against Donald Trump, and then you cover up those lies, all you're doing is you're creating that atmosphere where no one believes anything. And if no one believes anything, then all you're doing is you're helping the forces of disinformation on both sides and on all sides of the political spectrum, who just want everything to kind of devolve into chaos, have everyone believe the most kind of incendiary, attention grabbing shit.
Yeah, you're eroding social trust, you're eroding social capital, our most valuable asset as a society, that people trust one another. Right. You're literally flushing down the toilet. Also that your preferred candidate can win the next election. When it's not even really that big a threat. That's the hugest part of the gaslighting. Everybody's like losing their minds that they're going to have to live with 4 years of Kamala or 4 years of Trump.
The media doesn't fearmonger about Trump enough? Has he considered that maybe, just maybe, the media had been fearmongering about Trump so much, so often, that Americans have become desensitized to it? Has he considered that? Has he considered the fact that Joe Biden ran his campaign almost entirely on Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, and it wasn't working? Why do you think it wasn't working? This is the most brain.
Because they're fucking liars, and we all know. That's why it's not working.
Well, people get tired of it because it's like,
how
many times can you say the same thing?
Well, and also more and more people know. I think in 2020, like everybody pretty much bought into the Fine People hoax. Now more and more people are seeing the clip of Donald Trump saying, I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis because they should be condemned totally.
Right.
And they're like, what? Hold on. When did he say that? Oh, it was in the first press conference. Oh, shit.
Right.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Yeah. They're like, oh my God, the media is lying to me.
Brain dead argument I have heard on MSNBC, and that is saying something, because there are a lot of brain dead arguments made on MSNBC. But we're about to hear more. So Joe Scarborough argues that journalists who are trying to be objective actually end up helping Trump. So maybe don't be objective. Let's watch.
Even Arlington, you've seen major newspaper outlets talk about, well, how will this impact Kamala Harris and the issue of Afghanistan after he goes? And he
does a thumbs up and pictures.
Well, and just acts like a brute and desecrates Arlington. That's not a time to say, well, how does it? It's. But again, we see it time and time again. For some reason, the mainstream media. What are we, 9 years in to Donald Trump's era in American politics, still doesn't know how to cover Donald Trump.
Look at this. Did somebody on MSNBC say, oh, it was probably good politically for Donald Trump to go comfort the people that lost their loved ones when we fucked up our pullout of Afghanistan? Did somebody actually say that on MSNBC? And they're like, oh my God. Why would you say that?
I don't know.
Why would you say anything that makes Trump look good?
I know.
We said that. We totally said that. Oh yeah, that's a good political move. We
obviously it's
made fun of the pictures. It's a great political move. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Kiss some babies while you're there. But don't do that thumbs up in front of the graves. That's like super weird.
No.
Their objectivity actually is not objective at all. It ends up playing to Donald Trump's advantage.
Oof.
Don't be objective because it plays to Donald Trump's advantage. Why? Because journalists want to answer a question about how Kamala Harris would handle Afghanistan, what her views on Afghanistan happen to be. Do the American voters have the right to know where Kamala Harris stands on those issues? Or should we be kept in the dark because Trump bad? Trump bad. That's what Joe Scarborough wants. He wants journalists to line up and say in unison over and over again, Trump bad. because that's been real effective, right?
I really like that.
I know. I was
a good clip.
That clip actually. I contemplated getting a soundboard. I'm like, we got to get the Trump bad clip.
We do.
Trump bad.
Listen, he wants to be a cheerleader for one side. That's great. Go be a cheerleader for one side. But don't sit there on your boring ass morning show where you tried to gaslight the American public about Biden's mental health and pass judgment on people who are trying to get Kamala Harris to answer questions on something amazing, policy, where she stands on policy. Because there are voters out there, believe it or not, who aren't partisan hacks. Those are the individuals who actually end up deciding elections.
The kingmakers. Oh, look, she's speaking our language, Sitch.
Yep.
This is the clip that they took me out of context. I want to know what Kamala's policies are.
How dare
right?
you, Adam? How dare
Well,
you?
I got none of that in the debate. So sad.
And they want to know where Kamala Harris stands on policy.
That's right.
Simply hearing Trump bad over and over again doesn't work
Pretty
for them.
boring, yeah.
I think the American people deserve to know where both candidates stand on policies. Don't insult the intelligence of voters.
Yeah, I was thinking such about Kamala's $25,000 for first-time home buyers. It's good that she's wants to increase housing stock by 3 million, but if she does a $25,000 thing before they build those 3 million homes, what do you think happens?
I don't know. I was reading something. I didn't hear what you said.
And more importantly, please don't pressure journalists to suck at their jobs by being nothing more than partisan hacks like Joe Scarborough is, like Mika Brzezinski is. It is unbelievable to me. So look, turns out that some are taking this crappy advice already, as left-wing misinformation, unfortunately, is now part of our media landscape. And it's not something that I'm happy about, because a lot of these sources I used to trust, I used to believe their reporting at face value. And then I came to the realization that they weren't telling the whole truth. They were admitting parts of the story. They were, in some cases, taking Trump out of context. And it was infuriating, because if you put Trump in context and you actually report the story accurately, I'm not gonna suddenly be a huge Trump fan, but I am gonna get angry when I find out that the sources that I trusted were intentionally taking him out of context to make him seem worse than he really is. So there was a piece out in the New York Times today that I think you should all read. And it was titled, "Left-Wing Misinformation is Having a Moment. America's right flank remains the chief purveyor of misinformation, but this summer's political tumult created ideal conditions for falsehoods to spread among progressives."
Look, this is New York Times. Look, they have to do that caveat in there. They have to do it. They're like, I mean, we're getting a lot of shit wrong here. Don't get me wrong. America's right flank remains the chief purveyor of misinformation. Like everything they say is lies, all of them, 100% top to bottom. But I mean, we're lying a lot too.
Well, I mean, it is, it's interesting. Even the New York Times is like pointing it out. They're like, geez.
Yeah, because it's like, it's painful. And look, this is, I'm sure, part of Anna's pain is that, look, you want to think that you're spreading misinformation to people? I don't.
No, of course not.
Look, there are people that get off on it, though. They know, look, all these clips are out of context. They're like, oh, this is great. Look, I can totally manipulate these people. Let me post this. Oh, look, I'll get likes and retweets off of this completely dishonest hatchet job. They love that shit. They eat it up. Journalists don't want to be in that position. Well, I guess the problem is a lot of journalists are in that position and they're going down that same path. They're like, look, I need more clicks on my articles. I'll just shade the truth a little bit here.
Well,
so let's just quickly focus.
I mean, even they're even sort of realizing that, seems like at least some people on the left are realizing that their team is getting out of control. Because this was about, after, well, it was on September 3rd, but it starts off and it's talking about, there are all these people who, they talk about billionaire Reid Hoffman, and I'm assuming they talk about Joy Reid, I think, and all these people that were kind of like making this accusation completely unfounded that Trump like staged the assassination attempt against himself. Because remember, that was kind of like this insane narrative that people were kind of throwing out like immediately in the aftermath. And then there was the whole thing that he didn't actually get shot. So
I still see pictures on Twitter of Trump's ear where they're like, "Oh, where's the scar? Huh?
Right.
What happened?"
Well, supposedly ears heal up like super effectively. Like that's why when you get like your ear, because like you know how if you get your ear piercing, you have to like keep it like something in it because it'll close up otherwise. So
focus on the Trump assassination attempt, where Joy Reid, an MSNBC host with more than 340,000 followers on Threads, raised questions about Trump's injury from the shooting, doubts that some of her followers interpreted when his medical details were not released as implying a cover-up. Then you also had that Brooklyn Dad Defiant guy on X, who has more than 1.3 million followers. He amplified such suspicions by offering his own doubts about Trump's injury. Yeah, the FBI confirmed that Trump got shot in the ear. Okay, like it's confirmed by the FBI. Like, who are we?
How dare you trust the FBI, Anna? What are you thinking? That's a fucking deep state. How dare you?
I know.
Really, we're gonna play this game where we engage in conspiracy theories? Like, on one hand, criticize the right wing for engaging in conspiracy theories as we engage in conspiracy theories? I think it's.
But as VAUSH always says, but their conspiracies aren't true. Ours are true.
Exactly.
Pretty gross. But as a result, more than 1/3 of President Biden's supporters believe the assassination attempt may have been staged, according to a poll in July by Morning Consult.
1/3.
That's crazy.
1/3. 33%.
Yeah.
You know, it's too painful for them to believe that Trump actually got shot.
How many of them are going to say this was staged too?
Of course, all of them.
Right.
It'll probably be 50% by the time we're done.
There's other stuff. And like, I hesitate to even bring this up because people are hell-bent on being scared about Project 2025. But let me just be clear about something. There are all sorts of allegations about the Heritage Foundation's document, which again, they release every election cycle. This is the first time we have the Democratic Party specifically tying it to Donald Trump, because some of the people associated with the Heritage Foundation used to be in Trump's administration. Okay, does that mean that Trump is, you think Trump respects anyone who was in his administration? But okay, let's talk about the specific allegations that we've heard about what's in Project 2025, which is a 900-page document. The media knows that most Americans, they don't have the bandwidth to sit down and read a 900-page document. So
isn't it the media's job to read that 900-page document and synthesize it for the public honestly?
Yes, that would be nice, yeah.
Give them some honest take. Chill everyone out. No, they're like, let's drive them all crazy. Let's drive them all to early graves and get our candidates elected. Disgusting.
So they get to say whatever they want about it. They get to claim that it includes all sorts of things that it doesn't even actually say. So for instance, Vice President Harris said on July 23rd that Project 2025 called for cutting Social Security. It was not a one-time mistake. She also said at a July 11th, 2024 campaign event, Project 2025 includes a plan to cut Social Security. Well, NewsGuard, which does a pretty good job in fact-checking these types of claims on both sides, took a look and they found out that the Project 2025 policy playbook titled Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise, does not even mention any proposed changes to Social Security. Okay, great. Left-leaning news outlet, thegrio.com, advanced the myth that Project 2025 proposes banning Muslims. The Mandate for Leadership includes no mention of a Muslim ban or any religion or ethnicity-specific entry ban. I'm not saying this to help Trump. I think Trump is plenty bad on his own, and there are factual attacks that you could use against Donald Trump to win the election. Making things up to scare Americans into voting for the Democratic candidate, all it does is lead to people feeling totally like disgusted with politics, because people eventually find out. And people are getting sick of the fear tactics. And what's amazing to me is that the people over there at Morning Joe, desperately want journalists to engage in more scare tactics, to lie to audiences more, to lie to readers more, to essentially do political cheerleading for one party over the other. And whether it's done on behalf of the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, I'm sick of it. You need real journalism, factual journalism, actual reporting in order to have a well-functioning democracy. Without it, we are hopeless. And so hopefully journalists don't listen to knuckleheads like Joe Scarborough and that other guy, Barnacle, whatever his name is. I mean, just, we don't like Trump, so we want you to lie on behalf of Kamala Harris or Biden or whoever. I mean, they've been outed as liars. Have they considered that maybe journalists don't want to embarrass themselves the way the crew over at Morning Joe has? They should think about it.
They should. Why don't they change the background on TYT? They should make like an inferno of flames when Anna's on fire like this.
Ah, yeah, super
That
bass
background.
super bass take from Anna. So, what a great video! Look at that, fantastic, wonderful.
Yes, let's hope it works. So more people want honesty.
Yes.
But speaking of dishonesty, now we're gonna watch a Hutch video, right?
Well, before that, we're gonna
Speaking
watch.
of dishonest liars,
Before we watch the Hutch video, I want to watch Kamala's second interview.
Oh, okay.
Because it's kind of an interesting framing. But before we watch that, I want to do two things. I want to read some of the super chats, but also some more information about the Cornholio, the shooter. Well, supposedly. Again, early information. Yeah, I believe Fox News reported that it was this individual. So, but they could be wrong, but we'll see.
You're just digging in, aren't you?
I'm curious. Well, I mean, it just happened. Breaking news. So apparently someone has found a long arrest sheet for this Cornholio individual. Okay.
All right.
The shooter has been, they believe the shooter, according to Fox News, is this guy named Ryan Ruth.
He's been in trouble with the law, huh?
Yeah. Now, I don't know if it's the same guy. I mean, the age seems to line up, so maybe that's, I don't know if they have more information, but yeah, he has a long rap sheet. In 2010, he got charged with possessing stolen goods. In 2002, he got his driver's license revoked. In 2001, he got driver's license revoked. In 2002, he got hit with some kind of carry concealed in motor vehicle violation.
Uh-oh.
In the same year, 2002, he got a hit and run violation.
Wow, this guy's a bad driver.
Yep. In 2002, he got another carry conceal violation, another driver's license revoked violation. He got resisting the officer violation. Wow. In 2001, he again, I don't know what's going on. He keeps getting his driver's license revoked. I don't know what the fuck is going on there. He keeps getting driving violations in 2001. So there you go. So he has this kind of long rap sheet. He has some weird political takes. So someone on his Twitter, he has this tweet where he says at Donald Trump, while you were my choice in 2106, I think he mistyped. I think it's supposed to be 2016. While you were my choice in 2016, I and the world hoped that the President Trump would be different and better than the candidate, but we all were greatly disappointed, and it seems you are getting worse and devolving. Are you retarded? I will be glad when you are gone.
Wow, he really meant that last part, didn't he?
He did. So I guess that's interesting. He said he voted for Trump, but obviously didn't, soured on Trump at some point.
Oh, they're going to use that. They're totally going to use that. Well, he's a Trump voter. What?
But then it was interesting because then after that, at some point, he was like a big Tulsi Gabbard fan. He said,
who doesn't like Tulsi?
I don't like Tulsi.
Oh, I didn't know.
He said, Jimmy Kimmel may have a valid point. What if COVID-19 does eliminate Joe Biden, Bernie, and Trump, and even Pence? Tulsi, we need to ramp up our efforts and grow support so when the field narrows to none, you can win. Let me help. So he's asking,
where's the phone number? Is he got the phone number
he
there?
Didn't put the phone number there.
What?
I'm kind of shocked. Yeah. So he's like, Tulsi, reach out to me. This guy seems insane. Tulsi, reach out to me. I can help you, win for president when everyone gets killed off by COVID.
Right.
And then even this year, in 2024, he said, at Nikki Haley, please join Vivek Ramaswamy as a team of president and VP. Wow, he's a Vivek Ramaswamy fan. We must do this now and create a winning ticket now that we can all get behind. Please do not be selfish and arrogant. Partner now to change the course of this election, break norms, and give us an option. So he's political.
He wanted a unity ticket?
I don't know. He wanted Nikki Haley and Vivek. That's a very weird
Yeah, I guess
combination of
that's not
people.
really a well, they hated each other. Yeah, so I mean, but it'd be unity
Right.
on the Republican side.
Interesting.
Right.
Well, it seems like his biggest concern is he was very, very involved in the helping Ukraine situation. He
Right.
actually, supposedly, this guy, if this is the guy, he had a website where he was offering Americans $1,200 a month to go to Ukraine to either fight or to just help in non-combat scenarios. Do both.
Wasn't Zelensky offering people money to go fight?
I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't be
Maybe
surprised.
he's just echoing Zelensky's offer.
Well, no, he set up a website as could fight for Ukraine. It had his stupid phone number on it, and it said pay 1,200 USD per month. But yeah, I don't know if it was.
Yeah, but he could just be making Zelensky's offer on his
Maybe.
website.
Yeah, it's possible. I don't know. So it could be that he was just hyper motivated. I don't know if he was hyper motivated by like normal left right wing politics. It just seems like he was massively motivated on the Ukraine situation. He's very, very anti-Russia, very, very pro-Ukraine, very anti-China, very pro-Taiwan. He also seemed to be anti-Israel. So very weird guy, obviously.
Yeah, all over the place.
All over the place, yeah. But definitely seems to be politically motivated, so.
Right. Just what political philosophy is hard to tell.
Yeah, yeah. What exactly was the primary thing? So obviously the Ukraine situation seems to be the big thing here. Okay, let me put in the Kamala interview. Oh wait, I gotta refresh the watch.
This interview is great.
This interview,
Kamala
really
does such a good job. She's like really killing it in this campaign. She's just destroying it. It's so obvious. Oh, she's gonna win. Look, I'm gonna vote for her based on those Chuck Taylors alone.
You know, it's funny because the watching is the watching working for you? It's like not working for me.
No, it's not working for me, but I'll just hit refresh and everything will be
okay, wait.
Amazing. I'm certain of it.
All good? Okay.
Okay, I got it.
Let me look around.
I was gonna say, I think Kamala could still win, but I don't think she could beat any Republican that wasn't Donald Trump.
Oh yeah.
Like, it's really the hatred of Trump that's gonna possibly propel her to victory because she's just so far making
Nikki Haley was in there. Oh my God, it'd be like
it'd be over. Any other
destroyed.
Republican, yeah, because like the hatred of Trump is going to
propel this woman to the presidency.
It's going to put so many people on the left into like the cognitive dissonance of ignoring all of her faults and flaws and fuck ups and how weird she's kind of behaving in the campaign. And if they didn't have the hatred of Trump, if it was Nikki Haley or even DeSantis or someone else like that, it would all just, people would be like so much more able to hone in on this and be like, what the fuck's going on here? This is so weird.
They'd be able to see what we see so clearly.
Yes. But before that, Val Van Gogh for $20. Thank you so much. Says, guess what, boys? Dylan did the old bait and switch on the debate prompt again.
Did he really? That guy.
That's hilarious. That was he's referencing, Dylan Burns had this sort of, there was a lot of contention with Actual Justice Warrior and Lauren Southern in the debate against Destiny. And was Hutch there? I don't remember, or Pondering, or somebody else was there. There was all this attacking Dylan Burns on the debate prompt, not being clear. Not that anyone should be surprised. Wonder if NBC are looking to add some young blood onto their moderating staff. Well, I don't know what exactly happened, but I'll check it out. That sounds kind of funny. And also, I don't know if you saw this, when Actual Justice Warrior came on stream last week when we were talking about the tenant media thing.
Yeah.
Someone sent a super chat and they asked about, you know, the drama between him and Destiny, and he kind of talked about it for a little bit. And then obviously some like Destiny fan dishonestly clipped it, and they're like, "Oh my God, Sean is still obsessed talking about Destiny," when he was just literally responding
Answering
to
a super chat. Yeah,
super chat,
exactly.
yeah, about the topic. So
yes, yeah, they like to do that. I believe that they're actually the ones super chatting.
right, maybe, you know
So
what?
it's like a hit job.
That's genius, right? They're the ones that they send the super chat to ask the question, and then when you do it, they clip you. Yeah, that's smart.
Well.
Thal for $20. Thanks so much, Thal. Says, Sitch and Adam, have you heard the new ballad of Sitch fighting the Ducks? We have, and actually we can play it if you want to play it real quick.
No, we can't.
Oh, okay.
You've messed up. You've completely messed up the audio. So
wow. Well, maybe we'll play it at the end.
we will play it. Yeah.
Yeah. Thal made this hilarious AI song about me fighting ducks, which, you know, with all the talk and news going on with, you know, our Haitians in Ohio eating ducks or eating pets, it seems kind of appropriate, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, those ducks have had it coming, right?
Sitch would totally eat ducks.
I mean, duck is tasty.
No.
Right? Who doesn't like duck?
A good
It's like
park
greasier
fowl.
chicken. So.
Ugh. Gross.
What's
Kamala looking at here? Is she looking at Tim Walz right now? Oh, please come sit with me.
Yeah, right. Well, we'll talk about that in a second because it's really bad. But Tekez Graham for $20. Thanks so much. Says, bro, these crazy people trying to delete a quote fascist going to lead to Democrats never winning again in election. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. This is again, you know, it's so ridiculous because obviously this shooting is gonna, you know, help Trump. So
I have heard
really,
that the right wing is far more violent than the left wing.
I've heard that too.
Violent right wingers that are the giant
Right.
problem in America.
Right. JMac, our circuit father, thanks so much, Dad. JMac for the $50 says, I'm on team red, white, and blue, baby.
True.
Yes, based.
It's a way to be.
Sean Sullivan for $20 says, I'm worried most people just believe what they hear in the news. It is crazy when my parents show me obvious fake AI memes, Facebook memes. Large media companies have known this for years, and I don't know what to do about it. Yeah, the AI, it is interesting because there's so many. I don't know, because my parents aren't on Facebook, so I'm just not, you know, privy to this, but the amount of like garbage and fake AI shit that's just generated, it's going to really, like the boomers, they have no defenses against it. So.
No, they don't. And they vote.
Right. Knight of the Diamond Spoon for $20 says, I'm changing my stance. I'm now for taking the guns away from Democrats. They clearly can't be trusted. I'm joking, sort of. There you go.
Nice.
Here, read another super chat. I got to go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll
watch
this video.
There's no super chats to read. You already read them.
Read them all.
Start at the top. Okay. I'll read one. Fat and Bulbous for $5 says, do you think Trump, Vance, or his new axe wound hole Laura Loomer bear any responsibility for amplifying unverified claims in Springfield? Is that about the Haitians eating the pets or something like that? Maybe so. I'm not sure if those claims are accurate or not, and I'm not sure, like, I really even care. Like, is it a big deal? Like, is this why is this a national news story? I feel like this is the mainstream media trying to turn something which seems completely vacuous and comical to me into some sort of big gotcha for Team Trump.
I'm back.
But do you have a take on the
what?
On the Trump, Vance, and Laura Loomer about the Haitians are eating your pets stuff?
Oh, I already read that and answered that question while you were.
Oh, you did?
Fiddling, so.
Oh, good.
Now they got my take. They got
and
your take.
Perfect.
Right.
All right.
Okay, so this is Kamala's first interview by herself. Her second interview as presidential candidate. She
did the
weird.
60 Minutes interview by herself, but I guess it was, you mean as
the presidential candidate? I mean, yes,
okay.
I mean as a candidate. Yeah, she'd obviously done interviews in the past.
That were all terrible.
This is so interesting because as you're going to see, like just the visual quality of this is like really terrible. Like it's literally looks like they're in like a coffee break room somewhere with like a little blue curtain that like cover the stains on the walls. The film quality is shit. And you think this is the presidential candidate Kamala Harris's first ever solo interview since declaring her run, or accepting the nomination, I should say. You think it would be like a big deal, she'd go to like some big place and give a big interview. And it's like she went to some local ABC affiliate in a closet somewhere. So it seems super obvious to me that this was a test interview by her campaign, who did not feel confident that she would be able to do an interview. So they're like, okay, let's do a small interview to see if you're ready for the big boys, right? The prime time.
They got a flag in the background there, though. So,
okay.
I mean,
That's
they
good.
tried. They tried to
Right.
fix it up, right?
All good?
Okay. Okay, wonderful. Good. Awesome.
Look how doesn't she look like she's terrified? Like, what's going on here? Looks like she's like sitting before a judge who's about to like read her sentence. She's gonna go to jail for life. Like, what is happening?
Everyone is going to say that it's Trump bias that's blinding our analysis right here.
She looks nervous. Does she not look nervous?
So like everything that we're saying. Yeah, look, I see it obviously. Yeah, no.
Why is she doing this? She looks so nervous. She's also sitting very diminutive. Like the way she's sitting with like her arms like in her lap. She's kind of like she's shrinking her body. This is really bad body language for a presidential candidate.
Yeah, no, I'm completely with you. I'm completely with you. She looks out of her element.
Yes.
There's a, never let them see you sweat.
Yes.
Is kind of the axiom for politicians, right?
Yes.
She seems like she's really sweating this.
Well, and also, why is this operation, this local ABC affiliate, like, why is this so amateurish that they left this in? Why didn't they cut this out?
Yeah. They're
shouldn't
trying
they have
to
like a
tank her campaign.
I don't know what's going on here. It's so weird. Shouldn't they have like a little graphic like dun 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 dun? We sit down with presidential candidate, Kamala Harris for her first interview, since accepting the nomination.
CNN did all that, and they intercutted B-roll of her like in the Senate, acting presidential.
Yes, right. This is so weird.
Okay, wonderful. Good. Awesome.
Look back for a last look at her coach, Tim Walz, before she actually gets out there to play ball.
Terrible.
Madam Vice President, pleasure to meet
you. Look, she's wearing the earrings. She's got the earpiece.
Oh, she does. Good. It's a good thing. But aren't they going to be able to hear Tim Walz? Like he's standing right there. So
right. Just for all the bad faith actors, I'm joking that the earring thing is stupid. It's not. She's not actually having a secret earpiece.
Yes, that was a joke. We all know it was a joke. I was being sarcastic.
I know.
Say it like Trump.
Thanks for your time today. Our audience appreciates your time.
Of course.
As you know, we're sitting here in a state in arguably.
What is this lighting at? What the fuck? This looks like when your school is like putting on like the school news, and you've got just this like blinding light with no filter, no bounce, no silk in front of it. It's terrible. What is this?
Not to mention his mic isn't even on. Like they're picking up off of her mic. His audio's shit.
Why? This is so weird. Everything about this is so strange.
As you know, we're sitting here in a state and arguably in front of an audience that 54 days from now could decide the outcome of this presidential election. Yeah. You hear it more than I do. People want to know more about you and about your specific plans. At the debate the other night, you talked about creating an opportunity economy. I wonder if we can drill down on that a little bit. When we talk about bringing down prices and making life more affordable for people, what are one or two specific things you have in mind for that?
Look at this guy. He's a baller straight out of the gate. I want specifics. None of this bullshit. You're not going to trump me on this bullshit here.
Right. So listen, a lot of criticism for the shitty technical staff, production crew. But hey, man, this guy, he asked a specific good question right off the bat. All right. Good for him.
Let's drill down a little bit on this. They were light on actually asking you follow-up questions in the debate. It seemed like they were on your side. So let me just ask a couple of those follow-ups that they didn't ask.
Right.
Well, I'll start with this. I grew up a middle-class kid. My mother...
Oh, my God, Sitch, did I tell you? Did I tell you real quick here? Let me tell you.
Listen, I didn't know. I thought she grew up, like super wealthy, right? I didn't know she grew up as a middle class kid.
Just the fact that the audio got screwed up is such a fucking nightmare.
It is.
Because normally I have the audio in this video is terrible, and you are on the same channel as the audio, so I keep having to readjust the audio after every pause. It's fucking lame. Anyway,
raised my sister and me. She worked very hard. She was able to finally save up enough money to buy our first house when I was a teenager. I grew up in a community of hardworking people, construction workers and nurses and teachers. And I try to explain to some people who may not have had the same experience, but a lot of people will relate to this. I grew up in a neighborhood of folks who were very proud of their lawn, and
I don't know.
And I was raised to believe and to know that all people deserve dignity. And that we as Americans have a beautiful character. We have ambitions and aspirations and dreams, but not everyone necessarily has access to the resources that can help them fuel those dreams and ambitions. So when I talk about building an opportunity economy, it is very much with the mind of investing in the ambitions and aspirations and the incredible work ethic of the American people, and creating opportunity for people, for example, to start a small business.
One minute and 20 seconds. Okay. So it took 1 minute and 20 seconds to maybe get to the actual question, which are what are the specific policies after this horrendously obnoxious, like it's almost a satirical intro. Like, I don't know if you saw on Twitter, the Trump campaign, they literally just cut like around this point and they just played that answer to make her look like a fucking idiot.
Oh my God.
And it works because it's like, she's so bad at this. I don't understand why she's so bad at this. I've seen old interviews that she's done and she's not this horrendous. Like, she's terrified. She's terrified.
You're so bad, face Sitch. I can't believe she answered specifically in the very beginning. She told you she was a middle class kid.
Okay.
Stop giving her such a hard time.
Like, I get that you want to create a frame, like a visual frame for the policy maybe before you get into it, but it reads so phony. It reads so like if there was a scene in a movie or a joke scene about a politician not answering a question, right? If you want to go back like super old, for the only people that will understand this are, Adam's age, but Adam won't because he hates musicals. Have you ever seen The Best Little Whorehouse in Texas?
Oh, no, of course not. Musicals are trash.
There's a whole song about a politician, like just doing a little sidestep to the left whenever a reporter asks him a question he doesn't want to answer, and he sings about it. And it's just, that's all I'm hearing now. It's just like this massive, sidestep the question. But I think she does get to some policies here, so we'll see.
Was anything visual actually? I mean, middle class kid doesn't put any kind of image into my head at all. Like, what is a middle class kid?
I guess you're right. It's not, and maybe this is sort of the fuck up, because it's not visual. It's just it's biographical, but it's not visual. And, she said I lived in a place where people cared about their lawns, which I'm going to be real with you. I don't know what the fuck that means. What does that even mean?
Means, well, at least you have the image of a nice manicured lawn. So
yeah, but that's not a class thing. Is that a class thing? Is that supposed to, I don't understand if she's trying to say that like poor people or rich people don't care about their lawns. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean exactly.
Rich people care the fuck out of their lawns. Are you kidding?
I know.
They got like 10 different gardeners on that big ass lawn.
That's right. And none of them speak it. No, but exactly. That's why I don't understand when she said like people that care about their lawn. I'm like, okay. Is that like a middle class thing that only middle class people care about their lawns? I don't know. I mean, like I grew up middle class. I've been middle class my parents never give a fuck about their lawn, so I don't know what it's supposed to mean.
My mother, worked long hours, and our neighbor helped raise us. We used to call her, I still call her our second mother. She was
okay. I guess I spoke too soon when I said we were getting the policies here.
Look, none of this is visual either.
Right.
None of it is visual. This other lady who was my mom, she took care of us. Like, no, she's not painting a picture here with words. She's basically just jabbering my ear off. I'm like, what the fuck, lady? Get to the point.
This reminds me of, I wanted to play the clip, but it's not on YouTube, and we'll probably get struck if I played it. But so I want to read it to you. There's a scene from Community, which is a hilarious show, where Jeff Winger is running for student president or for school president. And so they ask him this question. They say, how are you going to improve the school? Okay, what are you going to do to improve the school? And he says, well, Dean, that's an important question. It's important to students like Jeremy, who told me that he's majoring in astronomy and supporting two kids. It's an important question to Maria, who's a beautiful Latina born in Nicaragua, working in the cafeteria. He says it like that, by the way. And it's funny. So as he's saying this, he's like pointing to people in the audience that don't exist. Like people are like looking around, like, who's the fuck he's talking about? And he says, what will I do, Dean? Well, these people don't want me to say what I'll do. They want me to do what I'll say. And then of course everyone cheers, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
It's just like this answer just reminds me so clearly of this like bullshit Jeff Winger, giving this nonsensical answer to a question.
I wonder if she can. We got to bring up the Apple chart. I wonder where she is on the cognitive chart of visualization. I feel like it might be the no Apple is even there.
Listen,
because she's not talking in pictures.
I'm like in a 4, so don't throw the Apple chart at me, okay? I'm in a bad spot too.
Any politician knows to use your words to make pictures in people's heads. Pictures are memorable. None of this schlock is memorable at all.
That's true.
I love our small business owners. I learned who they are from my childhood, and she was a community leader. She hired locally. She mentored. Our small businesses are so much a part of the fabric of our communities, not to mention, really, I think, the backbone of America's economy. So my opportunity economy plan includes giving startups a $50,000 tax deduction to start their small business. It used to be $5,000. Nobody can start a small business with $5,000. But investing in people's...
Okay. $50,000 tax deduction. Does that mean that your business earns $50,000 and you get to write that off your taxes? Like, how is that? I guess you still have to get a loan from the bank, right? For your, your business may not even be profitable.
Well, I'm guessing. Okay, so first of all, it took almost 2 minutes to get here.
Right. Yeah, she should have just started with this.
Right.
I'm going to give a $50,000 tax deduction to new businesses.
Right. Or you give like a 10-second, I grew up with working class people and understand, small business, right? You give like a 10-second intro and then you go into this. And yeah, so she's talking about increasing the business tax deduction from 5,000 to 50,000, which that's nothing to scoff at. That's fine. Okay. We have a policy finally. Why is she such a bad politician that it took 2 minutes to get there?
Is it really? I always feel like the business owners in the community are not the middle class people. Like the middle class people are the people who work for the business owners in the community, right? Like you always know the kids at school that their parents own some business, right? They own some office supply store and their house is gigantic. Their kid is driving like a brand new car, a brand new Mercedes. That doesn't scream middle class to me. So,
it's like you're going to get a business. It depends on the town, I guess.
No. Okay, whatever. I think a middle class is like their dad works in the factory. Well, their mom is a school teacher.
Here's what I think she's referencing. Okay, I don't know 100%, but here's what I think she's referencing.
Yeah, it says, explain it to me. The $50,000 tax. How do I make that? Is that just I get $50,000, or that's like a tax write-off?
Let me see. It says to assist businesses with complying with blah, blah, blah. The tax credit is available to businesses that have total revenue of $1 million or less in the previous year
Okay.
or less, or 30 or fewer full-time employees. This credit can cover 50% of the eligible access expenditures in a year up to $10,250, maximum credit of $5,000. The tax credit can be used to offset the cost of undertaking barrier removal and altercations to improve accessibility. Oh, wait, this is, wait. Okay, maybe this is wrong because this is simply just a tax credit for anything that you do to improve disability access. Maybe this is incorrect.
Right. Is that Kamala's plan?
I'm assuming not.
So your business makes $50,000 in income, and then you write that off.
I'm assuming that's what it is.
Right.
Among proposals Harris is expecting to reveal during a New Hampshire campaign speech is the tenfold expansion of the current $5,000 tax deductible for new small businesses to $50,000. This measure would provide entrepreneurs more leeway in deciding when they claim the credit to offset startup costs by allowing them to declare it once they begin turning profits. It's currently applied only to expenses incurred while preparing the launch of those businesses. Ace, the vice president, told the Washington Post that overall initiative seeks to encourage the creation of 25,000 new businesses during her first 4 years in office.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, listen, it sounds like it's a good policy. I
Sure.
wish she would have led with it instead of giving us 2 minutes of garbage. Right?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Give those business owners money.
Innovative ideas and giving them the ability to go for it. Opportunity economy means, look, we don't have enough housing in America. We have a housing supply shortage.
I'm listening. You've got my interest. You've piqued my interest here. What? We need houses? Yes, we do. Housing is too damn expensive. No young people can afford houses. Let's hear what the solution is.
And what that means, in particular for so many younger Americans, the American dream is elusive. It's just actually not attainable. So part of my plan is to work with the private sector and housing developers to give them a tax credit, to be able to partner with us as the government, to build, and my goal is 3 million new homes by the end of my first term. In addition, to help people who just want to get their foot in the door, literally. And so giving first-time home buyers a $25,000 down payment assistance to be able to just get in the door, and then they will do the work that they need to do to save and to pay that mortgage and to build wealth for themselves and their family.
Okay. So they're going to build 3 million homes in 4 years, but they're going to give the $25,000 tax credit immediately. What's going to happen to home prices?
They'll go up.
Yeah, exactly. They're all going to go up by $25,000. Unfortunately, and this sucks, but you got to build the homes first. Right?
Right.
Look, and if you build the homes first, you might not even need to give the $25,000 subsidy because home prices will start declining on their own.
Right. Well, the 25,000 for first-time home buyers it's kind of like student debt forgiveness. It's attempting to
young people. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's attempting to get young people to vote for you, essentially.
Yeah. Well, the problem is on day one, you're not going to have any new housing stock. So you're going to have the same number of listings, right? You got 10 listings in an area and you've got 20 people that want those 10 homes. And now half of them have this $25,000 extra subsidy, right? So they're all just going to raise their bids. Look, and they probably won't even get the homes because the wealthier people are just going to be like, oh, 25,000, no problem. Fucking
right.
I'll just, the house is worth more.
Right. But see,
so they didn't even get the house.
But part of the reason I wanted to play this interview before we watch the Hutch thing, because it's kind of hilarious, because it reinforces basically everything we said in the debate about Kamala Harris's performance. It's so weird. Like, okay, so she has these 3 policies. Now we've heard these policies before, but fair enough. She has these 3 policies. The 50K increase the tax deduction for small businesses to 50K, incentivize to build 3 million, gives tax credits to incentivize home builders to build 3 million homes, and the $25,000 for first-time home buyers, right? These are the 3 policies. That's fine, good. They're policies, right? Why does she have to literally give a 2-minute retard speech in the beginning of it before we get here? Like, this is what I don't understand is why is she such an inept politician? She's so hyper nervous and she can't just be like a normal human being, but like, well, I'm glad you asked me that question. I have, all these policies to help working class Americans, and then just bam, go into it, right?
Look, I will tell you why. I'll tell you exactly why, okay? She wants to run out the clock on the interview because she doesn't want the follow-up to be, well, won't that increase inflation if you give the $25,000 to people before you build the homes, bitch? And she doesn't know what the policy does. She's an empty suit. She can't talk intelligently about the policy.
Well, it might not be to run out the clock because she's afraid of a follow-up. It might be to run out the clock to get less questions.
Yes. Yeah, of course.
Just in general, right? Specifically. So maybe that's what's going on here. No. But see, and even then that shows her political ineptitude, because if you were a good politician, you would begin the question with your policies and then you would give the bullshit afterwards to run out the clock, right?
Of course, yeah.
So
that's true. Look, do you think she understands these policies? No, they told her, these are our policies. Say this.
I don't know. This is what's so weird about her. Like, she's, was a fucking prosecutor. She was attorney general. I assume that means that she's an intelligent person. I would assume, right? I'm waiting.
Look,
I'm
intelligent
waiting
about the law, maybe, but not necessarily about economics.
Yeah, but you would think that someone that has the capacity to be in those legal positions, even if she doesn't, have a grand background in understanding economic stuff, if her campaign is proposing this policy, she could have someone like explain to her the basics enough that she could regurgitate it.
I would so love to just start at square one. I would be like, Kamala Harris, do you understand supply and demand? And can you explain it to me in 2 sentences or less?
But see, this is why I don't think Kamala's stupid, but this is why the narrative about her getting stupid sparks, is because of like weird answers like this. And the fact that she just seems super coached and seems like she's terrified of like going off script or engaging in some sort of like a natural conversing way.
Look, I want to be clear here too. I don't think Kamala Harris is stupid. I think obviously people can be geniuses in certain areas, right? But they're not a particle physicist, right? They're not an economist. Like, she could be very, very smart at, legal stuff and not understand economics. But people are going to want to talk to or they're going to want someone representing them that has a basic understanding of how the economy works, especially in an election like this, where an economy is so, the economic situation is so important in many of the voters' minds. They want to know that this person gets it, right? And this is part of Trump's appeal. He's a businessman. He understands, I'm sure he understands supply and demand, the basics of supply and demand. I mean, they went over this stuff on The Apprentice like 20 years ago, forever ago, right? He gets it.
I disagree with you in the context of, I would wager that Kamala understands basic economic shit. I don't think that's what's going on here. I think what's going on here is that this is my guess. Okay, This is my mind reading here. When Kamala got the presidency thrust upon her unexpectedly, okay, I do not think that she was expecting this at all. So when she had this basically dumped in her lap and, decided to pick up the mantle, when her campaign first got started, they had the brat shit, they had the coconut shit. And the rumor was that she had a bunch of like Obama people who worked in the Obama campaign essentially like flock to her and then help her manage the campaign. It does not seem to be like anyone that was working with her for her vice presidential campaign, because she didn't seem to be doing anything intelligent or interesting or smart when she was VP. So it had to be new people. So she has new people flock to her. They kind of have this explosion in her campaign where she gets all this publicity. She seems to be doing really well, with all this, memes and all this crap. And it was like, now she's become a victim of success because her initial campaign did so well. And she was very like, these are new people and she's never done this well in a campaign. Obviously she completely, failed when she ran for president in 2020, and she didn't do anything very interesting in the VP. I think that initial success has like made her terrified to act without the campaign people like telling her expressly what to do. That's my interpretation of what's going on here.
I mean, I haven't seen anything that would lead me to believe that she understands any of the policies she's talking about. So,
okay.
I mean, she's just saying them, but
right.
Can she have a detailed conversation about them?
Who knows?
I'm doubtful.
We don't know.
Yeah.
We have no clue.
Look, and I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. Just because she's a prosecutor, she was a senator, like I'm thinking she's got to know something about the law, right? That's a very different skill set than politics or psychology or economics, which economics is a social science. It literally is. Yeah. So
it is like, but this is again how bad that she's running her campaign is that we would literally have to go back and try to find interviews in the past to try to even figure out whether she actually knows what the fuck she's talking about or not.
And she's not going to tell us either. She's not going to say, "Oh yeah, I don't know."
No, but I mean, like you'd have to find
economics.
Right, but I'm saying you have to find interviews from like 2020, 2019, 2018, 2017 to see if if she's like talking about any of these issues. Right.
Right. No, I'm contemplating doing that.
Right, you don't want to run
doing
your presidential campaign so that that the audience has to go back in time to see what to figure out whether you're actually smart or not.
His first question says it all. He's let's drill down on the specifics of that.
Right.
Right? Look, has she drilled down? Has she drilled in? Has she talked about the specifics of it from any different perspective than what we heard in her acceptance speech at the DNC? No. Yeah. So that's why I'm not convinced that she can.
I don't know.
Let's continue. What do you think?
These are some examples of what I mean when I talk about an opportunity economy, and a lot of it has to do with just the community I was raised in and the people that I admired who work hard, and deserve to have, their dreams fulfilled because they're prepared to work for it.
See, bullshit. Such a bullshitter. I just believe this because of the people I've met.
You talked at the debate and at previous appearances about turning the page on the past. And in fact, here today in Johnstown, you're talking about a new way forward. Yeah. I think some...
Okay, I hate this guy now. Fuck you.
He said turn the page?
Look, no, he doesn't even ask a follow-up question. Look, she gives you that sloppy fucking mess and you move on to the next question.
Right.
Fuck you, dude. You're not a journalist. You're a news actor. You come out and read off the teleprompter. It's so infuriating. It's so infuriating that we're going to get to fucking November, Sitch, and we are not going to know anything about this woman. Nothing. That's nothing infuriates me more. Look, and it's so funny because look, we're going to watch a video from Hutch. Hutch doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't want to know anything. He just inserts his own belief system onto her, basically. She wants to do everything I want to do. So therefore, I can turn my brain off. Yeah. Look, any serious person that is going to try to weigh the pros and cons of voting for Trump or Kamala Harris, try to do what is the economy going to look like, 1 year after this person is president? They're not going to be able to do it. Because we know nothing about either of these people. Which is just, that means everybody is just voting off of vibes. Exactly.
Of course.
They're voting off of, oh, this is a person I like more. It's so insane. Kill me already, Sitch.
People have a question, given maybe your current role as Vice President of the United States, how different you are from Joe Biden. And so I wonder if there are one or two spots, policy areas or approaches where you would say, I'm a different person.
Well, I'm obviously not Joe Biden. And
God, it's so like, it's funny to me that people read this as Trump support. Because look, I could care less if Trump wins. But how is that not awkward? Did you not see that whole?
Are one or two spots, policy areas or approaches where you would say, I'm a different person.
Well, I'm obviously not Joe Biden.
Sitch. Look, she's so proud of herself.
I know.
I remembered the thing to say.
Right.
Oh, it's so weird.
Did you know that I'm not Joe Biden? I don't know if you knew that.
It's so weird. This is like that uncomfortable. Oh, it's like that weird laugh people do when they say something inappropriate.
Mm-hmm.
Does that not read like, look, am I reading this incorrectly?
No, you're reading it completely correctly. Yeah.
Okay. It's just, it sends, I
cringe.
Have zero confidence.
Cringe.
Yeah, it is cringe. Okay.
And, you know, I offer a new generation of leadership. And so, for example, thinking about developing and creating an opportunity economy where it's about investing in areas.
Okay, this is how you know she's nervous, because they asked a new question like, well, how are you different than Joe Biden? Like, and she literally just said, she went back to her first answer, opportunity economy. That's what she was saying in the first answer.
I know. Just, this is insane. This is the level of ineptness.
I know.
In this interview.
It's crazy. It's so
It
weird.
is. Yeah, but look, people are not going to.
I could fucking swear I've seen old interviews of her and she seemed to be able to function like a normal human being. I don't know what the hell is going on.
She's choking.
Remember, she is. This is why they did this. This is why they didn't have her do some big announced interview on MSNBC or NBC or even on ABC, you know, on national, like the national ABC, but they did on this local affiliate thing because this was a test. This was a practice to see if she could do a fucking interview, and she failed.
If I'm on Trump's team right now, I am going full private investigator. There has got to be a ton of tapes of test interviews that the Kamala Harris campaign has done inside.
Right.
And those things have to be a horror show.
I know.
Like if I'm on Trump's team, I'm trying to find those tapes. I'm trying to find who has access to those tapes. I'm trying to figure out how much money I can pay them to leak those tapes.
Right, right.
Oh God, it's got to be bad. Like if this is a thing, you know, they're doing test interviews. They gotta be like, this is her rehearsed. This is the thing Hutch kept saying. Oh, she was rehearsed. She was totally ready for the debate. I thought, look, she did stellar in the debate compared to this.
Compared, yeah, right.
Yeah.
People, I think a lot of people, especially on the right, were expecting this version to
in the debate. Yeah.
Right. Which it did for the first 3 questions when she was like hyper nervous. But then
this
she was able to correct.
Look, I think this could have been the performance in the debate if Trump hadn't fucked it up. Like if Trump wouldn't have taken the bait on the crowd sizes and the people leaving early because they're bored. Like if Trump wasn't so easy to manipulate,
right?
If he would have been like stone faced through all of that and just continued to attack her instead of the need to defend himself like some egomaniac, this could have been easily been her performance. She would have been completely knocked off her game.
And,
maybe it would be the
possible.
Roles would be reversed. Yeah.
Well, Trump but Trump's an idiot and he can't control himself. So obviously,
yeah, but that is what she proved in that debate, and that's just a total loss for Trump. Nobody wants a president that can't control himself.
Right.
Well, look, that's an interesting quandary, because the whole idea that Trump can't control himself is why people think, oh, that's why Putin wouldn't have invaded Ukraine, right? Because Trump can't control himself.
I don't know. I don't think it's a benefit in really any way, shape, or form whatsoever.
Yeah, no,
And
obviously.
I don't think people will perceive it that way.
Obviously, it's not.
But it's interesting because if you go back in time, or you just go back and listen to our old streams when we were talking about, whether Biden would drop out and then who'd replace him, we both were like, if Kamala's a mistake, Kamala's a terrible fucking candidate, they should do an open convention, blah, 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 blah. And like everything that we were saying about Kamala being a terrible politician is coming true. It's completely coming true. And it's funny because at first, when everyone chose her and it was all, brats and coconuts, I was like, okay, listen, I was wrong. The people that anointed Kamala were correct. This was definitely the way to go. She's polling well. This definitely seems to get the Democrats motivated. I was wrong about that. But it looks like I might not have been wrong. It looks like it could have just been a delayed, a delay here, where once the shiny new car smell wears off, that we just get this. We get whatever the fuck this is.
Yeah. You said it right. Whatever the fuck this is.
Right.
Because look, what is this?
I don't know what this is. It's so weird. Like if Josh Shapiro was the candidate,
oh
I
my
feel like
God,
he'd be like annihilating it right now. He'd be crushing it.
He'd be up 10 points in the polls.
If Gavin
Trump would be
Newsom
an afterthought.
was the candidate, he'd be like,
he'd be killing
it.
it.
Yeah.
He'd be crushing it. Yes, he would be killing it. He would say
so
he would
hilarious.
eat these. He would spin all of his mistakes in California into some story that would just captivate people.
I bet you that Gavin Newsom is sitting at home in his underwear,
laughing his ass
drinking
off.
beer, watching this interview in a loop, just laughing.
Yeah,
just
not only
laughing
that,
like, you fucking retards.
He's got 35 people from the DNC that he's texting "I told you so" right now. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh my God, you're right.
Tried to warn you. Tried to tell you.
Yep.
I gave you my DeSantis debate. You wouldn't watch it. Oh man.
Is that really need a lot of work, and maybe focusing on, again, the aspirations and the dreams, but also just recognizing that at this moment in time, some of the stuff we could take for granted years ago, we can't take for granted anymore. For example, another.
What does that even mean? I don't even know what that
break that one
means.
down.
No, I don't know what it'd be. That was just literally gobbledygook.
She's making a word salad here. She just threw a little. In the past we had things that we could take for granted that we can't take it for
We've
granted
become
anymore.
unburdened by what was been.
If I'm being charitable, I think she's talking about housing prices that were once inexpensive and now are completely unaffordable.
Did I miss it? Did she say housing?
No, but she's talking about look, I'm inferring from, it's all mixed up in her head.
Right.
She's like trying to make sense. We've all been there, super tired, want to live stream after 8 hours.
A big part of the president's job is communicating.
Making things clear. Yes, that's a big part. That's their only job.
Well, no. I mean, a lot of it is management, but a big part of management is communicating, because you have to communicate to your staff. I don't know if she's like this to her staff, or this is just like public speaking. But even if it's just like the most positive interpretation is just public speaking, which again, I could have swore I've seen her do public events where she wasn't like this. So I don't know what the fuck's happening here, right? I don't know what happened, but the president's got to be able to communicate ideas to the American public. They got to be able to talk to foreign leaders, and this does not inspire confidence.
Look, even if you want to throw the management stuff in, you've got to communicate the type of people that you want. You have to be able to communicate with them to get them.
Right.
Yeah. No, this is insane. Let us continue this madness.
The plan that I have that is a new approach is to expand the child tax credit to $6,000 for young families for the first year of their child's life, because that is obvious.
See, look, she's trying to stretch out the policy. She's doing these big, long pauses between them. Just all she has is the policy in that head. She doesn't know how that policy connects to anything.
So we have a critical stage of development of a child, and a lot of young parents need the help to buy a car seat or a crib or clothes for their kids. And so my approach is about new ideas, new policies that are directed at the current moment. And also, to be very honest with you, my focus is very much in what we need to do over the next 10, 20 years to catch up to the 21st century around, again, capacity, but also challenges.
Okay, so remember the question was
what was the capacity about? What's that? Why should you say capacity for what?
The question, remember, the question was, what are the policies that you're different than Joe Biden?
From Joe Biden, yeah.
Right. And all we got was expand the child tax credit, which I don't even know if that is different from Joe Biden. I'm trying to find it. I can't find it at the moment, but because a lot of her economic tax policy was she literally just copy pasted from Joe Biden's, new platform for 2024.
She did say that she's different in that she's a new generation, which is obvious. She's like, look, I'm alive. Joe Biden, not so much.
Well, that's true.
Listen to this last part. I want you to Sitch explain this for the audience, okay?
Okay.
Next 10, 20 years.
So we're planning for the next 10, 20 years.
To catch up to the 21st century around, again, capacity, but also challenges.
Catch up to the 21st century around capacity, but also challenges.
She's just saying that there's the American economy, businesses need to be good to catch up. I don't fucking know. It's just kind of like a generic vague statement you make, about this stuff.
Capacity, capability to perform or produce. Okay.
Okay, wait. Okay. I found it. This is hilarious.
Oh, it's the same policy? Come on. Tell me it's the same policy.
March 11th, 2024, fact sheet, the president's budget cut taxes for working families, make corporations pay. Down here it says increase the child tax credit for 66 million children. Okay. The president's budget would restore the expanded child tax credit, lifting 3 million children out of poverty and cutting taxes for an average of $2,600 for 39 million low and middle income families. That includes 66 million children. So that isn't different than that was Joe Biden's plan. Okay.
Do you think if they let people sell babies that the abortion rate would go down? If people could sell their babies for like $10,000, do you think the abortion rate would go down?
I mean, I guess it's a fucked up thing.
Well, why?
To sell your baby? What the fuck?
Look, I guess you'd have to. Well, no, if it's a couple, if it's a family that wants to adopt,
who's gonna buy a baby? What do you mean? Like you mean like instead of like you giving money
like couples
to
that can't reproduce or too old to reproduce, they can they always say that there are far more couples that want babies for adoption than there are babies to be adopted. So.
Hold on.
And the bottleneck is that they don't allow people to sell babies. So,
the frames are different. Do you have the frame yet of the guy with his eyes closed?
Yeah, he's fallen asleep. She's literally put him to sleep.
Right. I just be like, this is like the reaction to hearing all this. It's like, oh my God, what am I listening to?
When you say capacity, the capacity to do what?
Right.
Yeah.
To sell babies. Okay.
Look, I'm trying to deal with this tough abortion problem, okay?
It's a terrible idea, Adam.
At least
I don't agree with the selling babies that get to drop abortion numbers.
As long as you're selling them to good families.
Okay.
I don't want them to be sold into slavery or anything like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Safety are two major issues right at the forefront of voters' minds in Philadelphia as well, where crime is a significant issue. When we talk about crime, the conversation turns to gun safety as well. And I think you actually probably caught a lot of people off guard, maybe a bit by surprise in the debate the other night when you mentioned that you are a gun owner. I know you said it in 2019 as well. I want to talk about your values on this issue. When it comes to gun ownership, where do you draw the line in America on gun ownership and gun use?
Well, like you said, Brian, I am a gun owner, and Tim Walz, my running mate, is also a gun owner. We're not taking anybody's guns away. I support the Second Amendment, and I support reasonable gun safety laws. part of my approach to this is I was a career prosecutor for most of my career. I have personally prosecuted homicide cases. I have personally looked at autopsies. I have personally seen what assault weapons do to the human body. And so I feel very strongly that it is consistent with the Second Amendment and your right to own a gun to also say we need an assault weapons ban. They're literally tools of war. They were literally designed to kill a lot of human beings quickly. I say we need universal background checks. The majority of NRA members support that. Why? Because it's just reasonable. You just might want to know before someone can buy a lethal weapon if they've been found by a court to be a danger to themselves or others. You just might want to know.
Two final questions, if I might.
So, regardless of whether you agree or disagree with that policy, that at least seemed like a normal, like, politician answer, right? Where do you draw the line on gun control? I'm not going to take away your guns. 20-second personal anecdote to set up that she is technically going to try to take away your guns with assault weapons ban and then the universal background checks policy, right? Like, regardless of whether you agree or disagree with those policies, that at least, I mean, she seems still really nervous, but that at least seems like the packaging of a normal, like, politician giving an answer to a question in an interview.
Yeah, her acting is awful. Her acting is terrible. I didn't believe any of that.
Right.
You know, I have been in the autopsy room and I have seen mangled corpses.
Right.
I didn't believe any of that. Terrible, terrible performance. So
she can't sell anything. Yeah, she can't.
She can't sell it exactly.
Right. But it is interesting because I know, you know, and there was a tweet that was like, they had the clip of her at the debate saying, you know, I'm not going to take any of your guns away. Stop lying. She says it on Trump. And then it cuts to today. She tweeted out like, we need to ban assault weapons. And it's kind of like,
Yeah. So everyone that has an AR is going to lose it. How's that not taking your guns away? Oh, she means I'm not going to take all your guns away, right?
I don't, who knows, right?
She should just say that. I'm not going to take all your guns away, just the big ones.
Well, I fucking, it's so weird. I've talked to so many people on the left about this and like, they just can't wrap their brain around it. The assault weapons ban is quite possibly the dumbest fucking thing on the planet. Okay. It's not even a ban, like the way that she frames it and the way that Democrats think about it, they think an assault weapons ban means that it would be a ban on any sort of like modern long rifle, right? That's not even what it means. Like the definition of assault weapon was just a gun that could have like more than one attachment, I think, right? So they're even talking about how when the assault weapons ban was in place, they simply had all the same, they simply could manufacture all the same guns, but if they didn't have the attachment, if it was like part of the gun, it wasn't, quote, an assault weapons. And so
you had to buy it separately, like, and then you could snap it on and you're like,
no, you couldn't buy, you'd buy it, is the opposite. If you bought it and it was a permanent fixture, it wasn't an assault weapon.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's so
even
stupid.
Worse.
It's so stupid. I have no fucking clue why the people on the left are just so fascinated with this dumb assault weapons ban thing. Like it's a stupid policy. I don't know. Just move on. There's other things. I think universal background checks, good idea. There's other things I think are a good idea, but this assault weapons ban is just like a total dumb policy.
Yeah. Don't sell them to crazy people. Focus on that, right?
Right.
But a lot of these people get them from like they're some sane person, right?
Right. Well, this is, the framing for gun control from the left should just be, you know, the goal is to keep guns in the hands of law-abiding citizens and keep guns out of the hands of criminals.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I don't know why Democrats don't just say that. Like, that should be the way you frame it. Because who's going to argue with that?
People on the left who think there are no criminals?
Well, no, people on the right are going to argue with that because they're going to, you know, be against any sort of gun control. But at least the framing would be a smart framing, right?
Right. Sure. On the appeal of the man you were running against, as you drove here today, you likely saw a lot of Trump signs. Mm-hmm. He has an historic appeal in this country. And as you are someone running against him and trying to understand that, I wonder how you distill it. What do you understand his appeal to be? And how do you speak to his voters? Or maybe people who just share his values but are open to something else?
Oh my God, that's okay. He's won me back, Sitch. This is a great question.
That's a good question. That's a good fucking question.
How do you understand Trump voters?
And how do you speak to them and appeal to them? That's a very interesting question.
It is, yeah. I'm sure this answer is going to be captivating. Let's see.
Based on experience and a lived experience, no. In my heart, I know, in my soul, I know that the vast majority of us as Americans have so much more in common than what separates us. And I also believe that I am accurate in knowing that most Americans want a leader who brings us together as Americans and not someone who professes to be a leader who is trying to have us point our fingers at each other. I think people are exhausted with that approach, to be honest with you. I think people want a leader who has common sense and tries to find common ground. I'm supported by over 200 Republicans who worked for both Presidents Bush, John McCain, and Mitt Romney. I'm supported by the former Vice President Dick Cheney, former Congress member Liz Cheney. And I think people are more willing now
Just a reminder, the question was, what is Trump's appeal?
Right? Well, and how do you speak to his voters? Like, how do you appeal to his voters? Right.
Right. Okay,
so she kind of ignored the first part. She's just addressing the second part.
Right.
In light of the
Good faith, Gary. Fucking bastard.
hate and division that we see coming out of Donald Trump, to say, hey, let's put country first. And I think that just makes us stronger and more healthy as a country. To say, look, we can all debate our differences around, various policies, but let's stop with the division. Like, enough of that. Let's bring everybody together.
I mean, she's a failure at that, obviously, from the debate performance, bringing up Charlottesville and all that and the bloodbath shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, so on that answer, the concept of what she's trying to say is like,
oh, it's
that's
great.
fine.
Yeah.
Right. And that would be a good, politician, like, well, my candidate is, he's, very divisive, and I'm all about unity and bringing people together, even though they're different, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's all like a good frame completely. But again, yeah, she cannot sell any authenticity when she speaks and sort of giving these answers.
Well, she's also a giant hypocrite if she's saying she's the person that's going to do that, and she's the one going out and talking about Charlottesville and the nonsense bloodbath thing. So,
right. I wonder, but this is again, and I bet you, she talks way too slow too, which is a big problem. Like, that's why I said if you speed her up to 1.25, it sounds like she's speaking at normal speed.
Right.
Because
she's doing that for emphasis, though.
It doesn't work. If you're saying a bunch of bullshit, at least say it quickly. So that makes it sound a little bit smarter. If you're saying a bunch of bullshit quickly, if you're saying bullshit and you really emphasize every single fucking word, and it's just nonsense, it's just like a vague rhetoric, it becomes so apparent to everyone listening that you're not saying anything of value.
Sitch, these are weapons of war. I've seen what these can do to the human body. I have been in the room with a body that has been destroyed, torn apart, limb from limb by these weapons.
That's completely different, though, because you're not saying vague political rhetoric. You're trying to paint a visceral
picture,
image
yes,
in my
of
mind.
course.
Right? And so,
that's
yes,
what I'm doing. Yes,
but that's part of the tactic of speaking in this context would be when you're painting that visceral picture, right? You emphasize every single syllable about how the bullets tore through the body and there was blood everywhere. And you saw, an innocent mother and half her face was split open, by a bullet or whatever, right? When you're painting that picture, yes, be very slow, be very visceral, put a lot of emphasis. But when you're just making these kind of grand, vague statements that are sort of about nothing, speed it up a bit.
Yeah, totally.
Finally, as you introduce yourself to America in a new way, they've heard much of your story at the Democratic National Convention and in that debate earlier this week. If there's one thing that you wish Americans knew about who Kamala Harris is, that you don't think they know yet, what would that be?
I don't know. I mean, probably it's not very different from...
Don't you think he should have asked a POV question? Be honest, Sitch. I mean, it's his last question, right? He's never going to see her again.
That's
Kamala
the real
Harris,
question.
when
Kamala
you watch
Harris.
pornography, is it like you're from a far window, like watching the people have sex? Or do you imagine that you're in the scene?
That's the real question. I want to know Kamala Harris answer the POV question.
Yeah, it's probably inappropriate, but it would be more interesting.
It would be.
Anybody watching right now, I love my family. One of my favorite things that I lately have not been able to do is Sunday family dinner. I love to cook.
Is that really what you want to say? Like, I want to be commander in chief, but I'm an excellent cook.
As a woman, I'm an excellent.
It doesn't look. I make a spectacular sandwich.
It's not a great answer.
I know.
Yeah.
I have incredible friends. My best friend from kindergarten is still my best friend.
This sounds like, oh, this is so bad. Never mind.
Very bad.
I think that, I mean, I have a career that really, and I said it the other day, you know, as a career prosecutor, I never asked a victim of crime, were they a Republican or a Democrat. The only thing I ever asked them is, are you okay? And
highly inappropriate. Can you imagine walking in and saying, excuse me, who did you vote for?
Well, what is it? I mean, first of all, it doesn't have anything to do with the question. And I mean, this is a line that she used both in the debate and that she used in her DNC acceptance speech, which I thought was a good line, but it's weird to just keep bringing up.
In this context, it's completely inappropriate, right?
Yeah.
Can you
Do
imagine
with anything?
Asking a victim of crime like who they voted for?
She should
who
be
would
like,
do that? And only an evil person would do that.
She should be like, when the guy's like, what do you wish Americans knew about you? She'd be like, listen, I'm a massive anime fan. Okay?
Yeah, look.
I grew up watching Dragon Ball Z. Okay. Even though obviously the age would make sense. Right. I'm a huge Gojo. Gojo's my husbando, you know, just say some wacky shit, right? Get the anime vote. You already got JD Vance is getting the Magic the Gathering vote. Okay. He's got the nerd vote. Now you got Kamala's got to fight back. She's got to get the anime vote.
This is that stupid question that they always tell you to be prepared for in the job interview, where they ask, you know, what's some of your faults, and you're supposed to say,
right, some dumb
shit.
shit.
I work too hard.
Right.
I'm too honest.
Yeah, exactly.
But she totally messed it up. I don't believe any of this stuff.
I think that's the approach that most Americans want, regardless of who they voted for in the last election, in terms of turning the page and charting the way forward.
Oh, I imagine you're looking forward to cooking Sunday dinner again.
I am looking.
What's up with the sound here? Jesus Christ.
Oh my God.
Well, it's like they finally got his mic working for like a quarter of a second.
Look at all. I think they edited out like her huge. Look at this facial expression.
Who they voted for in the last election, in terms of turning the page and charting the way forward.
I imagine you're looking forward to cooking Sunday dinner again.
I am.
You're right. Yeah. Hey, I wonder.
Sunday dinner.
It's almost like this is what I think happened. I think this ABC affiliate was not prepared at all. Like they didn't know they were going to be doing this Kamala interview. They were not prepared.
Yeah.
Obviously, they didn't have like the technical capacity set up or anything. And so, like the Harris campaign was like, "Hey, you want to do an interview with Kamala Harris?" They're like, "Oh yeah, sure." Like, and they just try to get it together because you're right. Like they couldn't even get both mics working. They had to literally just use her mic, and then they could only use his mic. Like they can only use one mic at a time.
They would have had better audio if someone would have just set their iPhone down on the fucking table.
Well, that's true.
Yeah. Look. These are the people running your government, Sitch.
This is so weird. Well,
they don't even know
people,
to hit record.
Listen, Kamala should have been like, JD Vance doesn't like Pikachu. Okay. Fuck that guy. I love Pikachu. She pulls out her phone. She shows you she's got like a big Pikachu plushie on her bed, right? That's how you answer that question.
This is the kind of question you ask your family, right? You go to them and you say, "What's something interesting about me? What's something, when I get this question, what should I say? Is it the Magic the Gathering thing?" Right? But I don't know that she has anything like that. This doesn't make you want to have a beer with this person. Like,
maybe
oh
she
my
plays
God.
Warhammer 40K. You don't know.
No one has time for that shit. Come on. Yeah. Okay. Is this it?
I am looking for it. Yes, I am looking forward to cooking. With the whole family gets involved, the kids each have their role.
Oh, it's only playing in the left ear, so you can't hear it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it's like really quiet too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's a beautiful family, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Pleasure meeting you.
Thank you.
I turned the mono thing on in OBS, so it was fine.
Okay. Okay,
All right.
so that was just this horrendous interview, right?
Yeah.
So let's see.
I mean, I don't think Kamala.
So let's see the Hutch video here. So the thumbnail says Sitch and Adam cope, which is interesting. And he's got this picture of, it looks like my avatar with like the little crying face.
Look at you.
Which is
coping.
weird. I know. Well, it's funny because as everyone who, listens to the actual show knows that I don't like Donald Trump, knows that I said I would categorically, philosophically not vote for him unless Kamala Harris ripped off her face and was a child-eating alien or something, right? And so it's so interesting that Hutch has to dishonestly frame the conversation like, I'm upset that Donald Trump did poorly in a debate that I said he did poorly in.
Right. Yeah.
Very interesting. Very interesting. So
yeah, that whole live stream was basically us talking about that.
Yep.
So whatever.
So let's see the sort of interesting commentary. It's funny. I very rarely ever listen back to streams.
Yeah, this is breaking new ground for you.
Right. I know, but I went back and I listened to this stream. Okay. And I'm like, wow.
Look, I was forced to do it too.
We give a lot of good commentary on this stuff. Okay. We're very smart. We're very intelligent people.
Of course. Yes. Yeah. Look, we broke down the establishment versus anti-establishment narratives between the two of the candidates. Nobody else talked about that.
Right.
That's not even on Hutch's radar. Hutch is incapable of even understanding that critique.
I did well either. Oh, I thought that was you. I think it was you in the video, but I thought it was you. It's going to be confusing. I'm going to keep thinking you're talking, but it's really the video. So.
I know.
But she did.
Look at this. What is that?
Accomplish what?
Stop. Did you not just see that?
What? What happened?
Hutch just took a huge hit of copium. You didn't see that right in the beginning?
Oh.
He's the one with the copium pipe.
He's literally taking coke hits. Yeah.
Does he have like a ring in his lip too? Like a little lip ring?
He's got a lip piercing, yeah.
Does he really?
I guess, yeah.
Wow. Wow.
You're the artist, okay? Don't be a hater.
No, look, I'm not a hater. It's just funny. I don't know. It seems like he kind of carries himself as like this straight-laced guy. So I guess it's interesting. Yeah.
I don't remember if it's in the clip because I also watched the Twitch stream because there's some parts that he cuts out. So I don't remember if it's in the full Twitch stream or in the clip. He was like, "Are those real sunglasses? Are those a filter?"
No way. Really?
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
No, they're real sunglasses.
Oh, it's funny because you actually do have those sunglasses. I don't know if you've ever worn them on stream. You actually do have them. So
I know, yeah. It's easier to see this way.
There is I guess that's true. There is a secret picture of PSA Sitch in Adam's office wearing those sunglasses. So,
oh yeah.
Yeah.
I like these. I want to get my laser eyes out.
There you go.
My real laser eyes. Look, maybe he'll do a response. I should have laser eyes in this one.
Are those the real eyes?
Are those his real eyes? God, he looks just like evil Superman.
It's Homelander, look.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
let's actually play it now. I mean,
It
I don't
is
think Kamala did
infuri-
well either, but she did accomplish what she set out to accomplish.
I don't think she did a good job, but she accomplished everything she set out to accomplish.
Whenever Trump is talking, Kamala's making all these like.
Well, I mean, that's kind of devastating, Sitch.
I know.
He
I know.
totally got you there.
It's almost like if he actually listened to the clip, he would know what I was talking about, but he didn't. Because he doesn't play in this clip, but you can. I don't know if you have to pay attention. He listens to like the first like 2 minutes, and he like skips ahead to like the 16-minute mark, and he misses every like this giant chunk in between. So he has no clue what I'm talking about when I say that line. So
What day was this stream recorded on, Sitch?
it was the day.
Oh, look, it
after
says
the-
Wednesday right there.
Yeah, it was
Right-
Wednesday. It was the day after the debate. Yeah.
Right in the video.
Yeah.
Look at that. Did I spell Wednesday wrong? That would.
Oh,
be,
did you?
That'd be hilarious.
No,
maybe. No,
you spell
that's
it right.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Cool.
Like very, to me, obviously performative fake faces.
Yeah, she was trying to get under his skin, and it worked. Oh no, she was prepared. This is politics. This is a political debate. A political debate is war.
I wonder what
Let's
he'd
get
say
this-
about that last performance that we just saw. I wonder if he's updated yet.
Well, it's not even like it's not even a response, because I just said the faces in the conversation, the faces seem very performative and annoying. And
Oh,
so if
yeah.
you're like, yeah, she was doing it to get under Trump's skin, it's like, okay, that's fine. But the idea is not to get under the audience's skin.
Yeah, she
Right.
wasn't. Those were for the audience. Those weren't for Trump. Yeah.
Well, I think he thinks they're for Trump. Yeah, but I think they were clearly for the audience to have
Trump
you know,
wasn't
that
even looking
visual
at her.
imagery of, you know, her making a
okay.
silly face when Trump says something so that you have it for like the TikTok clip the next day.
Right.
Sitch and Adam, what did they have to say about this?
There's a lot of anger towards the moderators, which, you know, I understand because, you know, you talk about it.
This is great. Oh my God, we have the LGBT flag over the chat. Oh, that's so good.
Did he do that or did you do that?
No, I do that.
Oh, that's funny.
My imagery. Look at this.
That's funny. It was a 3v1, and you know the moderators obviously seem to be much more biased towards Kamala, which is true. And it's you have kind of the JD Vance weird gaslight phenomenon happen again. That the left has manufactured another very effective political way to frame it, where they say, "Oh, if you're complaining about the moderators, if you're complaining about the refs, that means you're losing." And I'm like, okay, like that's a good point, and it's kind of true, but it doesn't dissuade from the fact that they were biased towards Kamala. So it kind of just gets the right, like more riled up and more angry and feeling more kind of like gaslit by the whole.
Adam, if you guys.
This is like the best commentary in the video, Sitch. That was so intelligent.
Well, it's funny. He doesn't even react to it. He doesn't even know how to respond to it. He's like, okay, I guess he agrees.
Didn't know. I was actually trying to play nice with Adam because I thought like, oh, it'd be interesting to have like conversation.
Should we let's just skip past this butthurt section. I feel bad.
You
for
can.
him.
I just think it's funny. So yeah, I say that, and then he just, I don't even know why that's in the video. Why did he even include that part in the video? He doesn't even react to it. He just says, Adam, I don't like Adam on Twitter. He was mean to me on Twitter.
Let's get back to that real juicy Sitch commentary that's making him all that money.
Right, like more riled up and more angry and feeling more kind of like gaslit by the whole.
Adam, if you guys didn't know, I was actually trying to.
Like he doesn't respond to you. He responds to me.
Yeah,
I'm just
it's so
innocently sitting there minding my own business.
Right.
I haven't said anything in the video yet. Like, okay.
To play nice with Adam because I thought like, oh, it'd be interesting to have like conversations with them. You know, like I'm more interested in having conversations with people that I disagree with. I don't necessarily think that conversations with people that you fully agree with is all that interesting.
Let's just, I mean, that's weird. I just think we probably have a lot of actual agreement. I think if you continue to mischaracterize our positions, it seems like we disagree. I think if you read Destiny's Reddit, it seems like we disagree. But I honestly don't think we probably have a lot of disagreement.
Well,
I
we
mean, that
probably
being
would
said-
have agreement on certain, like whether we agree with certain policies or disagree with certain policies. I don't think we don't have an agreement in terms of this sort of like blind, you have to bend down and, you know, suck off Kamala regardless of what she does.
Well, no, we
attitude on
probably
this.
have a lot of policy agreements. The place where we disagree is probably exclusively in his mischaracterization of conservatives and people on the right and the purpose of the right. I think that's where we have the disagreement. Because look, I think I'm on the left. I think you're on the left. I just think the reason we have a large right-wing audience is because we've been painted as right-wingers just because we try to show respect and understand where conservatives are coming from. Which,
Well, I
you
mean-
got to admit, Hutch has no idea where conservatives are coming from.
But even beyond that, I mean, I'm just trying to call it like I see it in terms of calling the balls and strikes. And I do think that Kamala is running, a very bad campaign at the moment, and is a very
Trump
bad
is running a
politician.
very bad campaign.
He is, and we talked about it.
A terrible campaign.
We
Look,
talked
he
about it
had
at length
every
every
opportunity
fucking day. I know.
He had every opportunity to put this one to bed. When is he going? Like, he may not get another opportunity to have a debate with Kamala.
Right.
That's a huge opportunity squandered. And look, everyone's doing the post-debate analysis and talking like Trump didn't even really prepare that much.
No, but I mean, is there ever? I don't think Trump really prepares much for anything, so it's not really surprising.
Right.
But no, but that's why it was funny, because like I know when we did our our initial debate analysis, it's like there was someone who was like all triggered, like, oh my god, are you guys getting paid by Kamala? Right? Like, this is so anti-Trump.
Oh
And now
yeah,
we
in the
have Hutch,
chat,
like,
I do remember that.
right.
Yeah.
Now we have Hutch like, oh my god, these guys are so coping for Trump. I'm like, okay. I mean, I guess we're doing something right. If I think they both did shitty. I don't know. I don't know what you want from me. Well, actually, I do know what they want from me. They want just this total, like, you need to pick a very clear side and you need to suck off your preferred candidate. You can't just say like they both
Right, yeah.
did really shitty in the debate. They're both running pretty shitty campaigns overall. So
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it would be nice, just as like lovers of politics, to see one of them handily beat the other, because that'd be interesting to watch. But I mean, right now I feel like we're kind of in a clown show here, or a slap fight or something. It's really strange.
I like that. It is interesting because you had, I mean, this campaign cycle or season has been like a roller coaster, right? You had, the first debate, Trump annihilating Biden, or really Biden annihilating himself. I don't even think Trump did very well in that debate. Biden just kind of annihilated himself. So Trump is like on this massive upswing. Then you have Biden drops out, Kamala comes in. She's like the second coming of, Jesus.
Yeah.
She gets this massive upswing. But then now it's like, okay, both candidates have, respectively gone from their highs to their lows. And you're right. It feels like a slap fight at this moment.
Look, maybe I'm changing my mind about Hutch here. It is nice that he didn't blur out my Supervillains Anonymous comic there.
Oh, look at that.
Look,
Good for
I'm
him.
going to thank you, Hutch, or thank your editor. I'm not sure who it is, but
Right.
look, we just ordered our books. We don't have many extra copies. It's a limited print run, so jump on over. There's a link in the description. There's a link pinned in the chat if you want to get a book. We'll stop the campaign as soon as we run out of the extra books we're printing. So
there you go.
And thank you, Hutch, for not blurring that out.
Said, I think like what we're doing on the podcast is good, because there's like, even though we're all on the left, we do find a lot of like disagreement, so that's fun. But yeah, I definitely like wanted to like have more conversations. And bro, I started reacting to Adam's tweets, and my theory is that he didn't like that I was getting like likes on his tweets. Like I would hop in his replies when he would say some things that I thought were questionable, and then
Oh no, Sitch, I said something questionable. Oh no. My mom is watching. Questionable things. Actually, I don't even remember the interaction. I think the tweet had something to do with custodial voting. And I was like, man, this guy's a fucking idiot. Like he doesn't even know about custodial voting. And
oh yeah, no, it was. Yeah, because like it's funny because you've had that position about custodial voting for like
forever.
Now, which, by the way, is a stupid fucking position. Okay.
Anyway, well, whatever. Look, I look at you the same way I look at Hutch. The only difference is I haven't blocked you yet.
I know, but no, it was funny because then I know JD Vance had like proposed something similar-ish.
Yes,
and so you were
totally.
like, oh my god, custodial voting. And so like I guess he thought other people were like, oh my God, like, you know, like, are you serious, Adam? You believe this stupid shit, you know?
Look, everyone in our audience knows. Yes, he does. He totally believes it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I honestly can't really comment on the interaction because I don't remember it other than that. Just
right. That's funny.
Some of those tweets would get like a considerable amount of likes or whatever. And I'm pretty sure that got it under his skin. And he started getting so aggro in his rhetoric. He started getting so aggressive. It was like starting to get.
All this is just like narrative spin, narrative spin, narrative spin.
Yeah, a lot of headcanon, yeah.
Which is this is really the reason why I block people. It's just like they want to come out and completely misrepresent everything. Like, why even interact with those people, right?
Right.
They're a danger to themselves. They shouldn't run with scissors, okay? I don't want to be responsible for this.
Again, remember, this is in response to some analysis that I gave, which she didn't even respond to. So,
I know. Look, I feel bad, man.
Going off on this story about, you know, Adam blocked me on Twitter, weighing.
I know. But look, he is trying to do it to basically destroy our reputation. That's all a lot of these people do is reputation destruction. Like he talks about how, oh yeah, look, I thought it would be fun to have a conversation about policy. You know, I really care about policy, right? Like he doesn't really want to have a conversation about custodial voting, the actual policy. He just wants to like nitpick at you. Like,
right.
Yeah. And then here it's even like this. He's not even really talking about the policy. It's like, oh, he couldn't take it. He couldn't stand the fact that I was getting likes on my tweets. It's
get really heated. And then it ended with him calling me a and it wasn't even like
why you bleep it out? What did I say?
Tense argument. It was like a textbook Anchorman, like, boy, that escalated quickly. Like it was a textbook one of those things. And then he blocked me.
And I think that the biggest thing that he really
look back to you, big brain.
Ceded ground to Kamala is that, you know, for the entire time that Kamala entered the race, the number one, I think this is where he skipped ahead like 12 minutes, you know.
Oh, from what you were saying before? Really?
Yeah. Yeah, because look at the watch together. I think. I know he jumped ahead massively at some point. Yeah, so. And then he complains that he doesn't understand what I'm talking about because he like skipped, you know, me setting up the entire thing I was talking about. But okay. Complaint against her that we've heard is, you know, what are her policies? What are her policies? What are her policies? This would have been the time to showcase that for Trump to be like,
she doesn't have any policies. Yeah.
Right. Now, technically, Trump doesn't really have that many policies either, but I wonder if he could kind of skate by because he was already president. So people give
like, I wonder, were they aware that she put out a policy page on her website? I always thought the criticism about her not having a policy page was a little bit silly because it's like, bro, she just became the candidate. Like, you have to figure out what your platform is, and that's a careful process, you know. She only had like the last month and a half.
He should have been challenging. Okay, this would be a interesting or a good point, and I've heard people say this when they defend Kamala. Say, oh, you know, she just, you know, had this dropped in her lap and blah, 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 which is all true, but there is a problem with that. The problem is that she already ran for president. Okay.
Yeah.
She ran for president in 2020
I remember
against
policy.
Joe Biden, right? And so it's not like this is not her first rodeo, right? She should have a pretty good idea of the things that she believes in, right? Based on the fact that she's literally, number one, already the fucking vice president, and number two, ran, you know, she was a senator and also ran for president in the last election cycle. She should have a pretty good grasp on like some fucking policies, not everything obvious, right? But she should have a pretty good grasp on some topics, some issues, so that when she's asked a question about something, or when she's talking about an issue, she should be like, I have a bunch of ideas about X, Y, Z, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's very weird that she was so, that's not weird, we know why. She was too afraid to basically propose anything that hadn't been workshopped by, you know, her campaign advisors or had been polled through internal polling or whatever. That's really what's going on here, which Hutch and other people don't want to acknowledge is happening in the situation.
Yeah, like where's her custodial voting, right?
Right. But into the whole thing where, yeah, she put out the policy page, which is true, and we actually talked about it in a past stream. And I think what we should, and I was thinking about doing this for next week, even before I saw this, is assuming there's not crazy shit that happens next week that takes up more time, was I wanted to take the Kamala Harris issues that she put up on her website. I think it was like last week or a week and a half ago, and kind of like put them in like a chart and then compare it to Trump's, policies, because he actually doesn't have that many policies, really. He just has like kind of vague statements, and then I think a link to the RNC platform. And so I'd be interested to compare those, to compare and contrast those and see what's going on there. So
I sent you some press release that drills in on the how to build the homes thing. And I was like, why is this not linked on her website?
Right.
Yeah. Because I have been to her website and I have looked at her policies. And she does have more details on the building housing thing, but it's buried in like a secret press release, which is weird.
If I bought if I bought Kamala as like a real politician, a real candidate, right? What she would do, like when in that interview we just watched, okay, that guy asked this question about, what are you going to do, with your economic stuff, your policies. She should have been like, she immediately starts talking about, how she wants to build 3 million homes, and then starts explaining why that the homes aren't being built. Right. She, in that press release thing that you're talking about, she starts saying like, oh, there's all these, home builder monopolies, there's all these restrictions, blah, blah, whatever the fuck it says, right?
Red tape.
She kind of goes, red tape. She gives some kind of like detailed, interesting answer, like it's like 60 seconds long about some weird shit about why houses aren't being built that most people don't know about. So that when you, the audience, you, the potential voter, listen, they go, wow, this is a person who knows what the fuck they're talking about.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Andrew Yang used to do that shit all the time. He had like a million policies for everything, and he'd explain, something. Obviously, Andrew Yang didn't do very well, but he had a million policies, and he'd be able to explain. This is what normal politicians do. Even fucking Donald Trump does this in his like weird Trump way. Is he'll say some like random weird factoid about some nuclear power or electric vehicles or something, and sometimes he'll even be fucking wrong. But at least he's like he's trying. Right? He understands how to play the game. And it's just so weird to me that Kamala is just so inept at this.
Yeah, when he does the energy thing, even drill baby drill, he's like, look, energy is an input in all our products. Of course that's going to deal with inflation, right?
But I think Hutch and a lot of these people, they are like physically incapable of perceiving this.
Yes, totally.
So
yeah, that's where we differ hugely. I can't fucking find that link because I remember sending you a link. I'm like, oh my God, look, I finally found the press release with actual details in it.
Right. Well, it's on our DM somewhere. And look, when we talk next week and we kind of go through the issues on her page and kind of compare them to the Trump issues, we'll find it and bring it up.
Okay.
So because it is important. It's interesting. Her to actually explain any of this stuff in any capacity whatsoever. And he didn't do any of that. And so I think this is why, even from the right, there's a perception that Trump lost, is because he didn't.
I don't think she would have had any problem explaining, like, I would sign the bipartisan immigration bill into law. Like, I don't think she would have any problem describing what's in the immigration bill. I don't think she would have any problem describing her policy to give to. I think that would have been a mistake for Trump, because then you're just giving her a platform to talk about, like, oh, sure, these are the things that I want to do. And then you talk about the $25,000 assistance for first-time home buyers. You talk about the targeting of people that use like a specific like landlords that collude to keep the prices high. Talking about price gouging. I don't think she would have had a problem at all going into detail on policy. It's kind of insane that people just think that she's like this ditzy moron. It's like, have you heard her speak? There was an article that.
If she went into policy with that perspective, oh my God.
Have you heard her speak? Well, we just watched that interview. That's why I wanted to watch that interview right before we watched this.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's not good at this stuff.
No.
But look, he's just trotting out all the leftist buzzwords on policy, right? Oh, it's the corporations that are gouging you.
But listen, even if she said that, that would be something, right?
Oh, yeah.
It would be something. Like his view here is so, in my opinion, so completely detached from reality if he thinks that if Kamala Harris was pressed on any of this stuff, that she'd be able to go into like, the specifics of the border bill and why
Oh
she
yeah.
supports
Oh
it,
yeah.
or
You're
the
fucking
specifics
high.
of right, or the specifics of the build, incentivizing the states essentially to build the 3
Build more
million
homes.
homes.
Yeah.
Like, how exactly do you plan to incentivize them to do that? What is the whole, like, all these things? And the reason I'm skeptical of her ability to do it is because she's never fucking done it anywhere at any point in this fucking campaign. When has she ever gone into detail about any of this fucking shit?
Yeah.
She's
it's an
never
open
done
question whether or not she can.
That's what I'm saying. And if she could, it would be such an easy that would have been such an easy slam dunk in the debate, was for her to go and like at just one answer, right? Kind of give like a very detailed, interesting answer into a question, and then be like, boom, Donald Trump doesn't know shit about anything. Like, look, he hasn't even talked about any of these policies. He's just, saying immigrants bad. He's talking about eating pets, right? Her instincts are just so bad.
I think I actually sent you this link before we did this live stream that he's responding to, where he says, do they even know that she has policies on her website?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
But look, this is huge. I sent you a link. It's in the bottom of the DMs now. I found it.
Right.
So look at all this information. Why is this at a MailChimp link? MailChimp Press.
No, it's Chi.mp. Oh, I guess it is MailChimp. Yeah, what the fuck is it? What is MailChimp? That feels racist.
MailChimp is like the bulk emailer program that everybody uses. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is totally racist, but whatever.
Yeah.
But look, there's all kinds of stuff here that we can pick apart and figure out what the hell she stands for, right?
Right.
Lowering the rent for hardworking Americans by taking on corporate and major landlords. Interesting. So we can go through this next week and
right.
See if we can finally.
It'd be nice
out.
if like Kamala Harris, the candidate, went through it, right?
Oh yeah, look, if she articulated this stuff, all this detail here.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yeah. Calling for the construction of 3 million new housing units to end the housing supply shortage in the next 4 years. I saw this 4 years, and you know what I did?
What?
I said 4 fucking years. Look, but in 4 fucking years, we're going to be like 10 million homes down. What the fuck?
They always got to give themselves a wide berth. Okay, that's what all these politicians do.
What did Jack Kennedy do? Didn't he come out and say, look, we're going to get to the moon in 6 months? What did Trump do? He said, we're going to get a vaccine in 2 weeks. Right?
He might have overshot that one.
Yeah, but look, what is this 4 years thing? Jesus Christ. Young people are never, they're all going to be infertile by then.
That's
4 fucking years?
Terrible.
Anyway, back to this guy.
Came out like 2 weeks ago too, where there were people that worked for her before or worked for her early on when she was vice president. But according to them, they were saying that she has really high expectations for her staffers. When she would get briefings in the morning, she would question the people that were giving her briefings. She would like quiz them to make sure that they were on top of what they were telling her, because she didn't want anybody giving her briefings that didn't know what they were talking about. By all accounts, she's extremely detail oriented. For the last,
it's funny because I was like, I was looking into that article that he brought up, and I was looking into other articles that were talking about this, and there's like article after article talking about how inept she ran her campaign in 2020.
Really?
And yeah, and how she has like this super high turnover rate, and how there's like this lack of leadership. Like literally, there's a political article from 2019 called "No Discipline, No Plan, No Strategy: Kamala Harris Campaign and Meltdown." Right. This was in the first campaign. So, so it's just like even the article he brought up has a lot
frame it well.
Well, it's like, so you have the Washington Post article, Kamala Harris ran her office like a prosecutor. Not everyone liked that. And even there's like a lot of I mean, it's Washington Post too. There's a lot of criticism of it in the article about the way that she was running her staff and everything. So,
any salacious details?
Yeah, I mean, I'll read some parts. We have let's see. I mean, it's got people saying that she did well. It's got people saying that she did bad.
Right.
Because it starts off with saying, quote, we were able to witness her leadership firsthand. Former staffers wrote in a letter attesting to Harris's behavior on and off camera. She's an extraordinary leader of great character. And then right after that, it says, but in interviews, former staff who signed the letter acknowledged it also addressed one of Harris's perceived weaknesses as a candidate and elected official, her demanding management style. People who have worked for Harris say her interactions with staff can resemble a prosecutor prying details from a witness, asking pointed questions about everything from her scheduled policy briefings, which is what Hutch was talking about. And her cautious approach, and here's a key here that I think is exactly what I've been honing in on. Her cautious approach to big decisions have frustrated deputies rather than inspire them. Okay. That's code for saying that she gets paralyzed and isn't making good, is too overly anxious to make, the big decisions that you need from your president and from leadership.
Yeah, this was a big problem with Hillary Clinton.
Yes.
Yeah. Analysis paralysis is what they call it.
Right. Continues saying, as a senator, her office developed a reputation for a revolving door. According to a Legistorm analysis, the turnover in Harris's office ranked 9th among senators who served from 2017 to 2021. Turnover was especially high in 2019, as some left to join her campaign. More than 90% of Harris's vice presidential staff who started working for her in early 2021 has since left office, according to Washington Post analysis.
Well, they shouldn't ding her if they left to go work for her campaign, because they're just switching jobs, but still staying in her office.
Right. But then saying that she, when she was vice president, 90% of her staff is not there anymore. I mean, I guess you could say Trump was wrong when he was like, they don't know how to fire people, or maybe all those people were quitting. They're like, there's a massive turnover rate, 90%. That's insane.
Right.
It continues saying she has been repeatedly dogged by reports of infighting and dysfunction among her aides.
This is exactly the same thing you hear about Trump all the time.
I know. But this is the article that Hutch brought up to defend the accusation. The situation for Harris grew so worrisome in the summer of 2021 that Biden summoned his senior staff and issued a warning. If they were leaking negative stories about Harris, he would fire them, according to 2 people with knowledge of the meeting. Biden, who as president was surrounded by a cadre of close advisors who had stayed with him for decades, also privately called Harris to reassure her that she retained his support. That's pretty bad.
Wow.
The staff churn has spawned accusations of mismanagement by the vice president, but many Harris allies say the critique is overblown, sometimes rooted in her gender and race. Oh. Uh-oh. So they're just saying it's racism and sexism.
That's why people are saying she has a high turnover. I mean, isn't that just objective?
Yeah. Well, I guess they compare because they say, Mike Pence had 83% turnover. So they're saying, Mike Pence had large turnover too. But interviews with 33 current and former staffers and allies show that Harris herself and the team around her have undergone important changes since the most difficult days of first years becoming vice president. Okay, let's see. It says, so they're saying she's been able to find staff who responded better to her management style. Okay. Right. So it's obviously the staff's fault, not her fault of being a poor leader or whatever the fuck's going around here.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Trump people should adopt that framing too of the high turnover. They should just use what Hutch is saying. Look, Trump just demands the best out of people. Trump is very detail oriented, and when he interrogates people, he wants to know that they know what they're talking about. And if they don't, he lets them go, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, some people call that looking for yes men, but I mean, when Kamala does, it's like.
Well, and also it shows, Hutch doesn't even know what my critique is, because as I said in this stream, I've never accused Kamala of being ditzy. I don't think she's stupid. My critique was that she was exactly what the article said. She was. She seemed overly cautious to not say things because she wants it to be workshopped by a poll or something.
We have called her like a drunk, and we have.
I said she seems drunk sometimes. She does seem drunk sometimes.
We've gone on huge tirades about she sounds like stoned girl at a party,
Yes.
like,
Yes.
but all of that is just us horsing around, us joking.
Right.
So,
well, I mean,
yeah.
she does sound drunk sometimes, but I've never
She
seen her
sounds
being ditzy.
wasted. What are you talking
Yeah, she
about?
does.
Of course.
She does. But
there's no way she doesn't get the breathalyzer.
Right. But it's so funny because even this article says they continue. It says reports that Harris was a difficult boss has followed her since her time in California politics. Okay. So we're going all the way back to like 2003.
Wow.
So anyway.
20 years of being a ball buster.
Right.
Did you see the, I don't know if I sent you the.
In an op-ed published in 2019, Terry McAteer, a former school superintendent in California, alleged his son Gregory, I don't know how credible this is, but it's funny, it's in the Washington Post article, alleged his son Gregory witnessed Harris berating staff during Gregory's brief internship in the Attorney General's office. The claims were secondhand and mostly overlooked at the time, but received significant attention from conservative media in recent weeks as Harris emerged as Democratic nominee. He alleged that Harris insisted her staff stand every morning to greet her and say, "Good morning, General." It did not allow her junior staff to look her in the eye. That's probably not true, right? That can't be true. That seems ridiculous.
No way.
That can't be true.
I don't really like eye contact. Look away, bitch.
That sounds fake. Though he declined to comment on the op-ed, but did say he is supporting Harris for president. So that's pretty funny. So he had a change of tune, maybe.
Look, some people don't like eye contact, Sitch.
Oh, okay. Is she like autistic? Is that what's going on here? Maybe that's what's going on here. We think she's nervous because she's got like social anxiety. She's autistic this whole time. We're being mean. She's neurodivergent.
Look, this is oh yeah, exactly. You just got to give her some little earmuffs, earplugs, so she doesn't get too much sensory overload.
She needs like a weighted blanket,
Click on the link. I sent you a clip that's going around of Kamala Harris. This is like the perfect time to play this clip.
Let's see.
It's a short clip. It's only 24 seconds. So it's going amazingly with this article that you've got. Ready?
Well, no. So this is, so there's a point when Hutch is watching this. He doesn't you make a comment that Kamala has fixed her jackhammer laugh.
Yes. And he
doesn't understand what you're talking about. He's like, she still laughs. He doesn't understand you're referring to a very specific type of laugh that is annoying and rubs people the wrong way.
But look, this even goes with this clip goes with the jackhammer laugh and the no eye contact thing. Like this is the perfect clip. Ready?
Right.
3, 2, 1, go.
And as a woman, there's a balance to be struck between being tough and being a bitch. Turn that off. And as a woman.
Oh God.
Filled with joy, Adam. She's very joyful.
Oh, this is the joyful?
Right.
Isn't it like a maniacal, like, oh yeah, she enjoys being a bitch.
Right.
Isn't that the takeaway from this clip? I think that's why it's going around.
I mean, you could read it. Obviously, that'd be like the negative interpretation. Like the positive interpretation would be like she's struggling with the weight of being a tough boss and tough female boss in a man's world, right?
I mean, she laughs a little too maniacally there for me, but I mean, sure.
It's true.
Which is weird thing she does with her hands too. She's like, these are the hands that are gonna choke you, bitch.
Right. It says, according to this article that Hush brought up, her January 2019 announcement that she would seek the White House inspired hope among her staff and supporters, but her bid fizzled out later that year, prompting a slew of tell-all stories and private recriminations, particularly about how she managed and run the campaign organization. Among the complaints, that Harris failed to provide direction and leadership to her campaign, confusing her own staffers, and that she couldn't choose between her family members and political advisors, leaving rival factions to wrestle for control. Her sister, Maya, chaired the campaign.
Wow.
That's interesting because that's kind of like one of the chief complaints. I never heard this before until I read this article. That was one of the chief complaints that people would throw against Trump, that he had like his family members in these important key positions.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And he had people inside his campaign that were vying for power. God, you got to read Dictator's Handbook. If you haven't read Dictator's Handbook, it's like so essential.
Well, it is super interesting, reading Dictator's Handbook and then listening to McMaster's book, and like that's exactly what was going on in like Trump's, war room. Was all his advisors are all like fighting each other, backstabbing each other, to try to convince Trump to do X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
So it was
trying
very
to be part of that winning coalition. Yeah.
Anyway, it is funny because this article is super long, but it has like both praise and like a lot of criticism towards the way that, Kamala has run things. So I just thought it was funny. It was interesting that he brought up as like a defense.
So I don't hear this laugh. I don't hear Kamala doing this laugh anymore, which I think obviously props to her. This is a terrible laugh. This laugh gets triggers the fuck out of people. Yeah. I mean, it literally sounds like a jackhammer, like going up and down on the concrete.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, don't, they've told her, don't do this laugh anymore. And she's, look, she's adapted. She hasn't. Yeah. I don't name one thing Trump has changed, like adapted for the better. Right.
Oh, you mean since since he's run?
Yeah, totally. There is none.
Yeah, I'm at a loss. Yeah.
He's incapable of change.
Well, it's funny because this comes up in the conversation. We both say that we think Trump has like he's too egotistical to change. And he like interprets it in this like really weird way because he doesn't want to, I guess say that he agrees or something. Or he's just in super bad faith mode.
All right, let's continue.
Last 2 weeks, I've seen nothing but MAGA people like Cat Turd and all those people. They've been accusing her of being like a full-on alcoholic, like a dummy alcoholic, like an idiot who's an alcoholic, and she's just out of it all the time. And it's like, how did you come up with this? You know what? And they had a rude awakening last night. Okay, that was a stupid thing. It was a stupid thing to do. I mean,
I've been saying for weeks that it was dumb of the Trump people to lower expectations for Kamala Harris. Literally been saying that for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. Yeah. So, and I don't know if it's, I mean, he didn't say our name specifically, but he's talking about MAGA people in a video that our pictures are on. It's like, we're not MAGA people.
No.
Yeah. So is that bad? Is that bad faith or no?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. But it is interesting because what he just said that like, Cat Turd, all these people, they basically said that Kamala Harris was an idiot, blah, 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 blah. And then like she, kind of blew those away. I literally say that in this conversation.
Do you?
I say I said that like a lot of people on the right, they essentially gaslit themselves into believing that Kamala was stupid so that when she wasn't stupid, it was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got blown
they call
out.
that cognitive dissonance. They're like, oh, my worldview just broke. Oh my God. She's not an idiot.
Yeah, I don't think Kamala did well either, but she did accomplish what she set out to accomplish.
Yeah.
What? I don't think she did a good job, but she accomplished everything she set out to accomplish. I'm sorry, what? If you have like a laundry list of goals that you want to get done during some task, and then you get all those goals done, you did a good job.
It is infuriating that there is so...
Yeah, it's so funny because, again, he doesn't even know what I'm talking about because he skipped like 12 minutes ahead of the video.
Right.
Where I talk about in the beginning, I'm like, okay, I thought she did very poorly, but I'm trying to analyze why is it that other people, besides just obviously blind partisanship, why is it that other people would perceive her as doing well? And then I was like, okay, well, look at it not necessarily from just like how she sold her performance to me or to you or to someone in the audience, but in terms of like what kind of goals was she trying to essentially accomplish? And I was saying that she wanted to make Trump look bad. Essentially, was like number one thing, and that she accomplished that goal. Right? I don't think she did a very good job of selling herself, but I think she did a very good job of at least accentuating, Trump looking kind of, out of control, crazy, unhinged. He says stupid shit. And so she accomplished that goal. But
yeah, look,
Hutch skips ahead, so he misses the entire point, and then he's, crying about it to his own, his own audience because he doesn't understand because he jumped ahead.
She obviously has a number of goals, right?
Right.
Destroy Donald Trump, put Trump out of the election, go up in the polls, right? Establish her policy positions clearly to the American people, right?
Mm-hmm.
She accomplished one of those goals, right? She kind of made Trump look impulsive. So good for her. But she didn't like put it away. I mean, she didn't just completely destroy him. But they are, look, now you have the left doing the same kind of gaslighting that the right was kind of doing. Now they're gaslighting themselves into thinking, oh, Kamala just annihilated Trump. It's all over.
Right.
Kamala.
No, it's obviously like unhinged, right?
Yeah.
It's just this massive amount of coke.
Well, after that last interview, I'm thinking like, I'm kind of thinking Trump is still in the race. So.
Oh, we still, I mean, even, well, there's like the polling is all over the place because there's some polls that are saying Kamala's ahead. There's some polls that says Trump is ahead. It's still like super neck and neck.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. I think a lot of MAGA people might be lying to pollsters.
Maybe.
And a lot of Kamala people are like, oh, I love Kamala. Oh, yes. Sing the praises.
Mm-hmm.
They're all like, of course I hate Trump.
I don't think that's going on. I don't believe that's going
really?
on. But yeah.
Okay.
No, I don't think there's a bunch of people that are like intentionally lying to pollsters.
I don't know how they get these polls. I don't know who the hell in this day and age, like trolling has become conceptually a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody understands trolling. Everybody has been trolled by somebody else. And it's impossible for me to imagine that when they see some sort of pollster on their phone, they aren't thinking, oh, I could troll this person.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They're like, oh no, I'm gonna.
I don't think so. I don't know.
This perfect stranger, I'm going to talk honestly to them. I mean, doesn't Nate Silver include this in his model?
I mean, I don't know if he includes trolling. He talks about how, when Kamala was first announced, there was so much more. Like if people are like really excited about their candidate, they're much more likely to answer polling, and that can skew the polls in one direction or the other.
Right.
So.
Okay. I think when Trump people are excited about their candidate, they think, I'm going to have some fun with this pollster.
I don't believe that I don't believe that at all.
You don't think so?
No, I don't buy that.
Okay.
I don't even remotely buy that. No.
I feel like maybe we should put a poll up. But look, let's be honest. Everyone in the chat would troll the shit out of that poll. Right? Like if we put a poll up
I'm
that
biased
said,
against that because the first person I heard that made this argument was Scott Adams. And I was like, that sounds like hope to me.
Scott Adams is a fool. Let's be honest
it
here.
Sounds like, oh, I don't believe it for a second.
But look, if we put a poll up right now and ask people, are you likely to troll a election pollster? I mean, it's going to be 90-10. It's going to be 90% of people saying, yes, I would troll the shit out of that pollster.
It would be stupid because a lot of the people that are going to vote for Trump, they believe that the Democrats are going to try to cheat to win the election. Okay. So if they're lying to a bunch of pollsters and make it look like that
Trump
Harris has like a big
polls.
lead and is down in the polls, then it's just going to like be 100% confirmed if Harris wins. And then they're like, it's going to completely so it'd be really fucking stupid for a bunch of like, if that was the case, if people are like, I'm trolling a pollster, like, okay, you're kind of fucking yourself.
Yeah, but don't you want to motivate people to get out and vote? Like, and if your candidate's down, you're like, I gotta vote. Everyone's gotta vote. They gotta vote. Like if your candidate has to
feel like that.
Okay, that's true. Neck and neck. But if your candidate is way up because you've chatted up some pollster and a lot of people lays out there like, look, I don't want to vote. Anyway, look, I'm certain people troll pollsters. But then how often it happens, that's the open question.
Right.
Yes. And I would never troll a pollster. I wouldn't even dream of doing it.
I don't even think you would ever answer a pollster.
It's true. I wouldn't.
Yeah, that's the real thing.
I'd be like, fuck this. What? I'm too busy for this shit. I got to get ready to go out and troll the world.
Right.
Okay. Back to this nonsense. Undetected cheating going on. That just gets under people's skin. The unfairness of it. Oh, so triggering.
That's true. And then another thing is that
look, he's trying to figure it out right now. Hutch is like, what? What is this? Yeah. What is the undetected cheating? What is he talk? What is this guy talking about? Look, Hutch, we could just tell you what I'm talking about. I could explain it.
And we talked about this a little bit last night, is that, and it's funny because the Republicans kind of did this again.
What is he is he talking about the moderators here, or is he saying that she got the questions in advance or something? Like, what's he?
Oh my God, he takes it up to like an 11 here. Did we ever say that she got the questions in advance?
No, I explicitly said I didn't believe that.
Yeah,
in this stream. Yeah. Well, it's funny because again, if he hadn't skipped ahead, he would have heard you talk about the bloodbath comment earlier.
Oh,
you know,
yeah,
and the
totally.
fact that it wasn't fact checked and things like that. You talk about that
look,
earlier in the stream.
He's totally bought the media narrative on the bloodbath comment. Like, Hutch literally told me that the fact check from Snopes on the Fine People hoax is like in Kamala's favor.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he says
on
that there's like an addendum, at the bottom of the Snopes thing. That
What
says,
the fuck did he say?
No, I'm dead serious. Yeah.
Did he say this on stream or on Twitter? I don't.
He said it on. He said it on Twitter, and then we brought it up a little bit on stream too. But we didn't get super deep into it. Yeah. If you want to have him on to argue about the Fine People, well, look, I don't really like to because it looks bad. You're arguing. The media is obviously lying about the Fine People hoax, and it's like my beef is really with the media lying about it. But everyone always spends it as you're protecting Trump, and I guess to some extent you are. So, but yeah. So the bloodbath thing, he totally believes the media narrative on. The Fine People, he believes the media narrative on. So.
Do you think he covered the whole video during his stream and his editor cut down? No, he didn't. He because I actually went on his stream. He only he like jumped, watched like the first 2 minutes, and he like jumped ahead to this point. Then he watches like, I don't know, like 10 minutes of it, and then he does something else. So
why not just watch the whole thing? Oh, I guess these guys can't really be entertaining just on their own. So the video has to do all the work for them. Yeah.
Saying here. Worked with Biden, I guess, but they kind of backfired with Kamala. Was that
look, here he is sucking on his copium pipe, Sitch. God, I love this.
The expectations for Kamala were so low that she didn't have to perform that well to surpass those expectations.
Bro, Trump set those expectations super low. The expectations were low in MAGA world because they all convinced themselves that she was a ditzy alcoholic. My expectations for her were...
Look, he's basically doing your commentary.
I know, it's so funny because that's my exact point. That's what I'm referring to, right?
Yeah.
That's literally what I'm referring to. And I even talk about it later. He's been watching the video later where I say literally that the right gaslit themselves into believing Trump was like, that Kamala was like an idiot. And he's so like bad faith debate brain that he's like triggered by it. It's interesting. He has to still frame it like, oh, Sitch is correct here. No, he's got to frame it like, bro, that's Trump's fault, bro. Yeah, I know it's Trump's fault, and I know it's the MAGA's fault. That's literally what I'm saying in the commentary.
It's only because he's like a destiny orbiter, and they don't like us, so it's got to be like, oh my God, everything they're saying is incorrect. This is what I was saying about how like we have a lot of the same kind of opinions. The only divergence really is like he does not understand right wingers at all. Just completely buys every negative stereotype, and so that makes him really uninteresting to have any of these conversations with. Because he's embedded in the progressive moral matrix. Like he doesn't understand there's this higher level reality out there.
Well, he's bought into a team framework, and everything, all his commentary has to be within the framework of defending a team
Yes.
You know, and through that lens,
totally,
essentially.
Totally. Yeah.
We're super high. I've been telling you guys for a month and a half. I'm like, she's gonna murder him. She's gonna assassinate his political career.
Which, look, that didn't happen.
Oh.
The fuck? Why? Wait, did that happen?
No.
That's you gaslighting yourself in the same way Cat Turd is.
Right. I guess she thought all those faces, those silly faces, ended Donald Trump's political career.
That interview that we just watched, I guarantee you she would have the confidence of King fucking Kong if she annihilated Trump.
Yes, that's a good point. Yeah, that is a very good point.
She didn't annihilate Trump. These polls are neck and neck. And I'm sure, look, they all do internal polling. So whatever she's looking at didn't ring of, boy, this looks great for you, Kamala.
I've been telling you guys, like, it's going to be brutal. Like, I told you guys this. I set the bar super high. I don't know who was setting the bar super low for her. I feel like she had a high bar to meet. She had to be perfect. She really did. She had to be perfect. The expectations for Trump are already so low. Like, we already know what Trump's going to do. He's just going to get up there and blather and blah, 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 and lie out the side of his mouth for 45 minutes or an hour and a half or whatever. Nobody had high expectations for Trump. She had to go in there and, like, basically be perfect. If she made any, like, even just like little mistakes here and there, she would have been ripped apart.
And I think it's another. So you know that Hutch is like living in cognitive dissonance land. If he's like, I had the highest expectations for Queen Kamala, and I guess he's implying, he doesn't say it, but he's implying that she exceeded them or you know, met them, which is ridiculous, I think, if you watch this debate. So
did I mention she's a middle-class kid, Sitch? I really think you should know that. You don't want to vote for someone that's not a middle-class kid, right?
No.
That's like the highest check mark on your presidential roster, right?
I only vote for people that were middle-class kids. I don't care what else the criteria is, as long as they're a middle-class kid and they lived with people that cared about their lawns.
Right, exactly.
None of these scrimpers that didn't care about their lawn.
What about if they're a good sandwich maker? Is that important?
Ooh, okay. That's important. That's very important, right? I like me a tasty sandwich. Also, he completely contradicted himself because he said at first he understood the commentary that it was people on the right who had such massive low expectations of Kamala, which, by the way, we both said this before the debate. Remember?
Yes. Yeah.
We both point out before the debate, you know, the right is could be falling into a trap where they've set the expectations for Kamala so low that obviously, and I said, we both said this before the debate, I don't think she's going to, you know, I think she's going to do adequate. I think she's going to do fine, you know, an okay job, and it's going to destroy those expectations. But obviously Hutch, you know, very dishonest, doesn't know about any of these things.
I specifically said it in the context of Trump calling her stupid over and over again. I was like, what the hell? Why is he setting expectations so low for her?
Right.
And all she has to do is string a sentence together and people can see, oh, well, she's not stupid.
Right.
Like, why do
it's
that?
Funny because
tactical error.
Hutch, at first he understood it was like the right that was lowering expectations, but then in his little rant, he's like, who is doing this? Who is setting the expectations low for Kamala? Well, you know, you just said it was people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're exactly
you
right.
Just said it, right? Like,
you're exactly right.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
The reason it's very interesting. A lot of people, they perceive that both sides, whatever side they're on, they perceive that the other side is filled with knowing liars. Okay.
Yeah.
Say, oh, like if you're on the left, you're like, everyone on the right knows that Donald Trump is a stupid, unhinged maniac, and they're all lying when they say otherwise. And everyone on the right says, oh, everyone on the left knows that Kamala Harris is a vapid, dumb nerd who just says platitudes and doesn't have any policies, right? And they're lying when they say otherwise. And that's not really true. Both sides are kind of like gaslighting themselves into buying their own hype. Okay. Before we hear his sparkling review of that statement, can you summarize what I just said? Because it's very clear that Hutch doesn't understand what I just said.
Oh yeah, easily. Both sides basically are creating these crazy stereotypes of the other side that don't match reality in any way, shape, or form. They're completely deceiving themselves. Right. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And at both sides, they think that the other side has their level of awareness and is just lying.
Yes.
As opposed to both sides actually believe their own hype. Both sides believe their own hype.
Yeah, and periodically reality comes in and kind of slaps him in the face. But somehow they still don't wake up. I don't know.
Well, that was what happened with the first Biden debate was,
oh yeah,
you had like the left was believing its own hype about Biden being totally fine, and then it was just so apparent that facade was shattered, right?
Yeah.
So
reality actually did wake some people up in that one. That was a good interaction. Yeah.
Right. But it's very clear from Hutch's response here, and guys will see that he didn't understand what I was saying. So
politician, to one extent or another, engages in hyperbole, lies by omission, spin. This is very, very common in politics. It's kind of the art of politics. There isn't a single politician serving in Congress or who has ever served in the White House that hasn't engaged in some level of, we'll say, deception. This is really baked into politics. And, how you feel about that, we can set that aside, right? Like, we can all wish that politicians were more honest or whatever, but the reality is like, you can't have a career in politics unless you know how to rhetorically sort of practice some of these things to one extent or another. What MAGA people and right-wing people fail to recognize, understand, admit to themselves is that Donald Trump's dishonesty is a whole other level. He takes things to a degree that we rarely, if have ever seen in American politics. He is up there talking about the people eating the...
This is so crazy to me because he's basically saying, like, lying is okay, but there's a certain limitation to that lying that is unacceptable, which I'm like, fuck you. Like, fuck you. Lying is not acceptable.
It's funny. Yeah. He's 100%, first of all, just rationalizing and signing off on like the
Biden lies, the Kamala Harris lies. He's like, well, when we lie, we're doing it for a good reason because he's a fascist. Look, he's the bigger liar.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I guess he's okay with them lying about flying people and bloodbath and all those other things. Right. But so number one, it is funny because it does expose a really shitty view that he has. Okay. So that's funny within itself. Number two, this has literally nothing to do with what I was talking about.
Oh, not at all. No.
I wasn't talking about politicians lying. I was talking about how
the rank and file.
Rank and file people perceive themselves and perceive the other side. It has literally nothing to do with what he's talking about.
A little bit in the fact that the politicians are making those stereotypes that the rank and file are buying into.
I guess, but he's not framing in that context.
No.
As I said very specifically, both sides are gaslighting themselves into buying their own hype.
Yep.
That was the point.
Yeah. But he's kind of saying, look, we have to gaslight our side a little bit, and them buying those lies, it really works to our advantage.
That's true.
It's Donald Trump that's crossing the line. He gaslights too much.
Of course.
This is so weird.
Dogs is like a really good example of that. He talks about windmills causing cancer. He tells people that he was Michigan's Man of the Year. You know what I mean? That's different from like, maybe manipulating statistics to drive some kind of a narrative.
This is hilarious.
It's so
He's
funny.
Like, when Kamala lies, it's strategic.
Right. When Tim Walsh lies about his military service. It's okay, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's so funny. We get this like horrible shit take from him, from him misunderstanding what I said. He's like defending a position I didn't even point out by giving this like terrible take.
Oh, I know. It's awful.
It's a whole other level of lying. It's a whole other level of dishonesty. He talks about intentionally letting cannibals into the country. We are far beyond the pale here. And MAGA people, right-wing people, and the enlightened centrist types like Adam and Sitch, they just don't recognize that this is so plainly the case, that Trump is just uniquely dishonest. I mean, every time, literally, every single time Donald Trump opens his mouth, there is some level of lies going on there. Every single time. And there were a couple things that Kamala got wrong in the debate. There were a couple things that she got fact checked on. For example, she said that Donald Trump left the Biden.
It's funny because like I've talked about how when a lot of people listen to a live stream. They're like doing other things, right? They're working out, they're doing homework, they're driving, whatever. So they kind of, very often people only kind of get a vibe of what you're saying. They don't really like process, unless like really paying attention. Most people don't like really process everything that you're saying correctly. Can you see like, because a lot of times like me and Adam will talk about something on stream and we see comments and we're like, what the fuck are these people talking about? We didn't say anything like, or like it's completely like a bizarre recasting of what we were talking about. But I've never seen, it's funny, like, I don't know if I've ever seen so bad with like a commentator who's supposed to be reviewing us do that. It's like he just heard me say the word lie and it like triggered something in his brain and he just stopped processing what I was saying. And now is going off on this long tangent about how like Donald Trump is the uber liar, which has literally nothing to do with what I said at all.
Yeah, contrasting someone that lies to themselves, which I mean is lying to yourself. I mean, you could spin it as a moral infraction. A lot of people wouldn't think of it as a moral infraction, right? Obviously, lying to somebody else is worse than lying to yourself.
Well, I mean, it depends on the context, I think. But I understand what you're saying. Yeah, generally. Well,
Yeah.
I think most people that when they tell lie to themselves first, and then that kind of sparks into them telling lies to other people, right?
Right.
So
yeah, but
I think it's so
when
funny that he just heard me say lie, and it's like his brain shut off, and he went on this whole rant in his mind that had nothing to do with anything I was even talking about.
Right.
Biden administration with the worst level of unemployment since the Great Depression. That is not true. We had higher levels of unemployment in the Great Recession about 14 years ago, whenever that was. So there were a few moments like that.
Look, you broke his brain. Now he's talking about Kamala's lies in the debate.
Yeah, I know.
Kind of weird, huh? None of these got mentioned by the moderators, by the way, who definitely were not cheating. So
for Kamala too, but it's just when it comes to Trump, he just takes it to a whole other level.
And this is why the Kamala Harris thing is important, is that I think the right kind of gaslit themselves to some extent into Kamala being like 10 IQ points.
Yep. Yeah, they totally did.
Right. Which was never, it was never the case. Like, no, she was someone who was awkward and nervous and she was too afraid to like have positions that were not workshopped and all this stuff. But as long as you prepare enough like general statements, you can perform, moderately well. And basically
all right, well, at least they acknowledge that. At least they acknowledge that it was.
It's almost like he should have let me finish before he went on his stupid fucking rant that had nothing to do with what I was saying and be like, oh, I guess I agree.
True.
Oh my God. Hilarious.
It was foolish of right wingers to trick themselves into thinking that she was a moron. That was stupid of them.
Exact prediction about the debate is exactly what happened in terms of how both sides performed. I think because the right sort of like gaslit themselves or hype themselves into this, so much of this frenzy of Kamala being so stupid, that when she just wasn't that level of stupidity, they're like, oh, and that's kind of what made them like demoralized the next morning or that night.
Well, Kamala her and her team are analyzing that debate. They're going to work on improving her game. I've said this before. It's a completely different situation with Trump because I'm not sure Trump can sit down with a bunch of smart people and look at his debate performance and take feedback from those people and improve if they were to do another debate.
No.
Look at this right here. right here. Right here in Hutch's video. I'm saying that Trump has no self-control.
Why are you coping? Why are you coping about Trump, Adam? Stop coping in favor of Trump.
Yeah, what's going on? This video is titled Massive Cope After Trump Debate Meltdown Against Kamala.
It's so funny.
Do I seem like I'm coping here?
He's not teachable. He's not a teachable guy. I'm sure he thought, I'm sure he believes that he had a good debate night. I'm sure Donald Trump has found a way to convince himself that, he executed it flawlessly last night. So his cup is full. Like when someone's cup is full like that, it's like, you can't really, how do you expect to sort of guide him? But all of this is a moot point anyways, because I don't think he's going to agree to debate her again. I really don't. I would be so shocked. If I were Kamala right now, if I were on her team, I would say challenge him to a Fox News debate. I think she would do just fine. I mean, I think it would be.
Oh my God. Can you imagine? I love the idea. Sean Hannity out there with Kamala Harris. She'd just thrive in that environment, wouldn't she?
Oh
Sitch?
my God. She wouldn't. Yeah, no. Well, he did say this, like, this ridiculous, Trump did say this ridiculous thing about how he wanted to do like the second debate on Fox, but not with like, I think it was like not with
Yeah.
like Brett Baer and I forget someone else. He wanted to do it with like Sean Hannity and I don't
Yeah.
know, some other
He wants
like
to stack the deck in
super
his favor.
right, like some sort of like massively partisan hack. And it's just like it's just so ridiculous. Like, I mean, first of all, I think Kamala would be a fucking retard, an idiot to accept it at that, like from a strategic perspective, because obviously they're going to be wildly biased. Well, let me take it back. They wouldn't be wildly biased, but they'd be like biased enough that, you know, in Trump's favor, I'd wager.
Sean Hannity? Oh, I think biased as fuck is accurate.
Yeah, no, I mean, he is biased as fuck, but I'm saying he wouldn't be so, he would be, it'd be kind of like only fact checking Trump. Like they're only going to fact check him out. Like it would be like enough that it's obvious that there's bias, but it wouldn't be so like blatant.
No bullshit.
Right?
Like,
I don't think Sean Hannity's going to be like, Donald Trump, you're the best president ever. Can you explain all the amazing things you do? Kamala Harris, you're a fucking commie. Why are you trying to destroy? Like, I don't think it's going to be like that bad. Right. It'd be biased.
No way. Are you kidding me?
Look, you think it would be that bad?
Well, look, they have the ABC debacle to make up for. So I do feel like where they might have tried to show some objectivity, if that hadn't have occurred, now they're like, oh, the gloves are off, bitch. Come into the killing room.
I think
they are going to swing for the fences. Definitely.
I think Handy is smart enough he would be smart enough to somewhat cover it up.
Look, you've seen Hannity interview Trump, and it's all out there.
I know. Can I please?
Like he completely sucks him off right in front of it. Yeah, exactly. He gets the knee pads out. He's going to town.
He gets the knee pad and the lube. Yeah, no, he gets it all. Right.
He's trying to get that Secretary of State position.
No, he's going to be the press secretary. So, oh my God. But
can you imagine Sean? Look. I'm in.
He wouldn't.
That would be entertaining as hell.
Sean Hannity is a very cushy job on Fox News, making tons of money. I don't think he would ever trade
press secretary.
I don't
Sean
think
Hannity. He could do it for a year.
No, press secretary is one of the worst fucking jobs on the planet. No one ever wants to do that job.
It would be entertaining as fuck.
It would be funny.
Think of the American people, Sitch.
It would be funny. No, you know what they should get? Trump should get Shane Gillis, the guy who does the Trump impersonation.
Oh my God, that would be
hilarious. He should get him to be the press secretary as Trump.
As Trump.
Funny.
Oh,
yeah.
that would be good.
I love that.
I don't think Trump even did a press secretary.
No, he did. What do you mean?
For a while, but
yeah, he did for a while.
Daily. Yeah, I think he stopped doing it.
They stopped it after some time period. Yeah, because a lot of those press secretaries ended up becoming like Fox News pundits and stuff.
Which is dumb. They should have kept it going.
Right, but no, but to go back to this idea here. So I think it'd be fucking dumb I think it's smart for Kamala to keep saying Trump is a wussy and a coward for not doing a second debate. And I think it does make Trump look really bad if he doesn't accept the second debate. I think he looks really bad, and does look cowardly and like he's running away. But I think it would be very stupid for Kamala to accept the second debate with like the most partisan, host that you could possibly imagine. I think that'd be a mistake too.
Yeah, he should take Brett Baer.
Yeah, Brett Baer's didn't Brett Baer do one of the debates last time?
I can't remember who that other guy is. They have the one guy who's relatively neutral. He's pretty good. I don't remember his name though. He's got like a really
Chris Wallace. He's not on Fox News anymore.
Not Chris Wallace, but Chris Wallace is probably okay.
Yeah,
he's the guy with like the really square face. I don't know what his name is.
Square face.
Here, I'll look up some.
Fox News square face host. I'm gonna see if this comes up. Okay, I'm very curious. Square face host Fox News is gonna come up.
Oh, definitely.
No, I don't know who you're talking about. No clue.
I'll find him. Oh, here he is. He's writing this. Oh my God, his face is so fucking square. I can't believe it.
What's his name?
Well, look, his name's not in the picture. I got to bring the picture up. The chat will tell us what this man of mystery, what this square-faced man of mystery is. Here he is. Obviously, he's the only gentleman in this photo, and you recognize. Well, look, actually, the blonde on the end, she might have him beat in the square-face department. I mean, it's a little rectangular face, but yeah,
that is Brett Baer. Wait, are you stupid?
Is that Brett Baer, really?
Yeah, yes, we're talking about.
Okay.
Oh my God.
I thought Brett Baer was a different guy. Never mind.
No.
So yeah,
That's
Brett
Brett
Baer's
Baer.
fine.
Brett
I
Baer's fine,
stick with the Brett Baer.
Okay.
Who
Get the
knew
bear.
Brett
Get the
Baer had?
bear.
Who knew Brett Baer had such a square face?
He does have a very square.
How did you not know it was Brett Baer when I said square face?
Because we were talking about him already. I was like, is there a second square face person? Like, what are the odds? What are the odds that there'd be two square face people on Fox News that are like impartial?
Okay. That's obviously that's why I couldn't remember his name, because it's Brett Baer.
There you go. Okay, here's a New York Times article. It's from 2 days ago. It says the debate over debates is over, at least for now. Donald Trump's rejection of a second meeting with Kamala Harris may or may not be final. Well, I guess that's not really a debate about debates isn't really over then. Kamala Harris was planning to challenge Donald Trump to another debate, no matter what happened. The statement says, blah, blah, blah. But now for at least the vice president's hopes for a second televised confrontation with Mr. Trump have been dashed. The former president ruled out participating in another debate on Thursday. Quote, we've done 2 debates because they were successful. There will be no third debate, Mr. Trump said in Tucson, Arizona, after 2 days of public vacillations, referring to his debate with President Biden in June and Ms. Harris on Tuesday.
Bad news. Why?
Wow.
Look, Trump looks like a total coward, especially with the narrative overwhelmingly being that Kamala won.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
that's
look,
bad. Yeah,
another bad move by Trump.
Another terrible campaign decision by Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Right. Interesting. Okay.
Ugh, too bad. Anyway.
It's also stupid too, because like I remember when I don't remember how the debates went against Biden, but I know that when he was debating against Hillary Clinton, it was like pretty handily. Everyone said that she won the first one, and then everyone said that Trump won the second and third one. So
yeah.
But you're right.
Really? I thought everyone said Hillary won all 3 debates.
I don't think so. I thought they said that she only won the first one.
Yeah.
That's my recollection. But
well, look, when I just think it's a bummer because I want to see another debate. I want to watch another debate.
So do I.
I want to see someone actually try to win.
Well, it definitely plays into exactly what we were saying, where Trump's inability to course correct, to watch his debate performance, to listen to feedback, and then to address what he needs to address and change for the next debate. So,
yeah, can't do it.
Challenging. It was certainly challenging, more challenging than the one that she did last night, but she could do it. And I, if I were her, man, I have faith in your candidate, have faith in your own skills, take up that challenge. Pete Buttigieg does it all the time. Gavin Newsom does it all the time. Hop into the lion's den, do that. And it's a perfect opportunity to possibly convince some Fox News viewers that maybe she's not a total moron, listen, I'm not saying it's going to be 10% or even 5%, but if you can convince 1, 2, 3% of Fox News viewers, like maybe she's actually not as bad as I thought she was, that could make a difference when the margins matter as much as they do right now.
I'm so glad that we're watching this. So I was just talking about how both sides essentially gaslight themselves into believing their own hype, and then in which he misunderstood. And Hutch is basically the perfect example of that. We just watched Kamala Harris totally stumble and fumble through an interview at a local ABC affiliate. Okay. Like it did pretty horrible in the conversation. And Hutch, because he's so like hyped up and hope, on this like Kamala Harris cope and like his own gaslight from the left, he honestly thinks that she would do well in a interview situation against a hostile interviewer.
Yep.
He's like going to the Lions, and I'm like, oh my God, that'd be such a disaster. Like her campaign doesn't even trust her. They have such low trust of her ability to do an interview. They have to sneak in this like insane ABC local affiliate interview. Yet he thinks that she'd do well in a hostile interview situation. It's just wild.
I don't know if you caught too the signals that he was giving, like he's known her for 20 years. Like he knew about her 2006 like interview or like her position. Yeah.
Right.
So obviously that guy is probably super friendly, right? Yeah, look, the fact that a hostile interview, no, look, smoke more of your copium pipe, Hutch, because like that ain't happening, and it
Right.
would not go well.
Right.
And that's why it ain't happening.
Yep. Did you see that Freedom Tunes cartoon about this?
No, bring it
It
up.
was like, you have Donald Trump is like, oh no, you know how he draws like the Kamala as like the little chibi baby Kamala.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
He's got her in bed, and it's like got the campaign staff like, okay, Kamala, you know, we can do an interview, and like your best friend can be the host, and they're gonna give us all the questions, and she's like, no, I don't want to do it, no. And then it cuts to Trump, and it's like, you know, Donald Trump, we want to do an interview with, I'll do it. Wait, you didn't let me finish. No, I'll do it. And then it's just like, you know, him just doing all these insane interviews, you know, with anyone in like creepy basements getting shot at where Kamala's just hiding, you know, in the bed. So
yeah. Look, it might work for her. It might be a effective strategy. I don't think it's moral or good for the American people.
I don't think it's going to work. Well, hold on.
Yeah, I know. I didn't think it would work. Biden's basement strategy made him president.
I don't
look, I love the heavy size.
The heavy
I'm nailing it here.
I don't think it's gonna work. Okay. I think if Kamala continues to be unable to do a fucking interview without seeming like a weirdo, and she just doesn't do normal interviews and can't, you know, give coherent answers to these questions, these very basic questions, without going off about how she was a fucking middle-class child for 2 months or for 2 minutes. Feels like 2 months when you watch it. I don't think she's going to win if she keeps doing that. Really? But the reason I hesitate when I say I don't know if it's going to work is because if she can't fix it, she can't course correct, has some kind of personal failing, and so no matter what she does in any interview, she's weird and awkward and nervous and horrible and gives these vague, terrible, you know, stereotypical politician answers. She could lose even worse. Right. So maybe it is a better strategy to just hide her in the basement.
Yeah, look, you're hesitating because it could work. I think it's terrible for the American people because they're basically voting for a mystery box. They're like, oh, okay.
Got J.J. Abrams up in here, yeah.
Yeah, what's in there?
It was funny. I thought about that same thing because, you know, your critique or your big criticism with Joe Biden was like, it's, you know, you got the black box. So now we've switched out the black box for the mystery box.
Well, yeah, we at least know that she's running the country though, right?
Right.
How she's going to run it is a total mystery, but look, we know who's going to do it.
Yeah.
Ugh. Yeah.
She needs every little bit, you know? Of course, the other side of that coin is that she had such a strong showing that if Donald Trump just wants to leave it there, there's an argument to be made that maybe that's the right move too. Like, okay, fine. That'll be our only debate. That'll be the only thing that people see of our exchange. It's just me dog walking you for an hour and a half. My personal preference is that I think she needs to have an aggressive media schedule for this final sprint. I don't think she can justify not doing interviews anymore. I could kind of make sense of it in the beginning while she was like getting everything together and, you know, figuring out her platform and figuring out her VP and figuring out her staff and blah, 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 blah. Like all of that makes sense to me. But now that we're in the final sprint, I think she really needs to get out there and start doing like a lot more interviews.
Yeah.
Look, if Hutch is saying
it's hard. Even Hutch, he knows. He knows what's up. He's being a little fucky. He knows exactly what we're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, look, but so this makes me think the hideaway strategy isn't necessarily going to work. If you even have Hutch, a hardcore supporter, saying, "Look, she's got to get out there," right?
Mm-hmm.
But of course, the interesting thing to ask Hutch would be if you knew beyond the shadow of a doubt that she was horrible, that these interviews were going to hurt her. Do you agree that she has to get out there, or do you think she should go with the hideaway strategy?
I mean, I would assume he would just say the hideaway strategy. I don't think it'd be a contentious answer or question.
So then what you said about them gaslighting themselves applies to Hutch here, because Hutch has gaslit himself into believing that she could actually engage in an aggressive media schedule and not tangibly hurt her campaign.
And not crash and burn, right?
Yeah. I guess the question is whether or not, and this would be interesting, like she could go out there and do a terrible job and maybe it doesn't hurt her campaign.
I don't think so. I think she's too unknown of a quality to most Americans.
Right.
That's not the case. It's better if she can't do it. It's better that she remains vague and sort of people just and hoping to coast on essentially the not Trump vote than if she goes out there and just totally crashes and burns.
I wonder how many views this interview has that we just watched. Because when I looked at it, it was like up over 1 million views. I think it had like 1.5 million views.
Yeah, it had a lot of views on this like tiny fucking ABC.
Yeah, I was like, look, this says to me, people are starving to know more about Kamala Harris. Right?
They are. They don't know. They don't know what the fuck's, what her deal is.
What's the deal with this lady?
I don't know. It's weird because like when she's VP and even when she was in Senate, she was like super woke progressive. Now she's trying to run more like center moderate. So you're like, wow. I mean, what is it actually going to look like when she wins the camp? If she wins, I should say, the election. What is she going to be? Center? Is she going to be super woke progressive? What's that going to look like? No one knows. Is she going to support this insane unrealized gains taxation policy? I don't know. Who knows?
This guy couldn't ask any of those questions, so obviously.
Staff and blah, 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 blah. Like all of that makes sense to me. But now that we're in the final sprint, I think she really needs to get out there and start doing like a lot more interviews.
But yeah, I mean, my intuition is generally like, yes, it's harder for Trump to change course. Kamala seems to be the empty vessel who's much more willing to change course. So they have different problems. Trump's problem is both their problems are themselves, but in different ways. Trump's problem is that I feel like he does have the skill and the ability to correct, but his ego won't let him maybe correct.
Where is Sitch getting this idea that Trump has the ability to correct himself? The very notion of such a thing implies.
Wait, let him finish. Let him finish.
He immediately got it fucking backwards.
I know. But his ego won't let him maybe correct.
Where is Sitch getting this idea that Trump has the ability to correct himself? The very notion of such a thing implies humility and honest self-reflection. If you're going to work on yourself and correct some flaw or refine your style or improve some aspect of something that you do, you need to be honest with yourself and say, well, I need help, or I need to work on this thing. And Donald Trump is just, he's like pure super id, Freudian, like super ego 24/7. I don't know where Sitch is getting this idea of like, well, I think Trump can like, improve himself. Like, where are you getting that?
Agree.
Okay. Well, first of all, he doesn't. Okay. First of all, I thought it was funny. He said super ego. Okay. He said id correctly. I was like, oh, but then he went with the super ego, which is the opposite. Super ego is the part that is supposed to inhibit things, right? And so,
really? Oh,
yes.
Okay, yeah. Going back to like psychology 101 here.
Right. So I thought I was like, oh, that's interesting. He brought it up.
Super ego is the thing that protects your ego because you don't want to say the wrong thing.
Right. Well, the super ego is supposed to be sort of the thing that like inhibits your id, your kind of wild desires, right?
Right. Yeah. And the id is just the
you're
eating the marshmallow in 1
right,
second.
your lizard brain, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So your sort of immediate instincts. So
but I
just thought it was funny that he went with that. But
where did you say that Trump could course correct? Because I heard you say Trump could not course correct.
He misunderstood completely because he's in like bad faith mode. I said that Trump has the skill to like course correct, but his ego won't let him. And it's funny. I literally said his ego won't let him correct. Then he goes off on a minute tangent saying, why does Sitch think he can correct when his ego won't let him? Which is literally what I said. Right. So, I mean, I guess I can break it down further because Hutch seems confused here. When I say he has the skill to correct, I mean that Trump has the ability. If he didn't have an ego, he's skillful enough, I think, in his rhetoric to be able to, spin a tale in an effective political way. But he can't do that because his ego, as you said, doesn't allow him to self-reflect. Okay.
Right.
which I thought was fairly obvious to anyone who was listening, but I guess not to Hutch when he's in like massive bad faith mode. So,
And my whole argument in the video, and the whole argument that I've been making for weeks now, is that Kamala can sit in a room with a bunch of smart people, figure out what's wrong, and fix it. And Trump can't. Trump is incapable of doing that. Now, Sitch has many times said, well, Kamala is incapable of doing it too because she's just got this massive anxiety thing. And if that's true, I mean, she has a different problem than Trump. Trump is the ego standing in the way of course correction. Maybe Kamala has the social anxiety standing in the way of her
super ego is in the way.
Yeah, exactly. He's got the id, she's got the super ego. But look, that could actually be the case here. That interview that we saw makes me think, well, maybe you are correct, and maybe I am wrong. She can't actually course correct.
We're both correct because I think you are accurate in terms of Kamala is in a room and she's listening to quote smart people, her campaign managers,
but
tell
she
her what
can't
to do.
Physically do it.
But she can't manage to do it, or she could be just getting overloaded. Like she doesn't know. Like I feel like I'm just repeating myself. I just feel like again she's so afraid to say anything that hasn't been workshopped, and that's why we get these vague answers, and then we get the same 3 policy proposals that she gives at like every any campaign rally. So
it's too early to assign wrong or right to the Kamala question simply because we don't know the answer to whether or not she's physically capable of course correcting. I have not. I mean, look, I guess you're seeing glimpses of it. I mean, she course corrected in the debate where she was nervous in the very beginning and then kind of got her sea legs and wasn't doing terribly. But if she can't consistently do that, right? Like that interview we just watched was a mess. Yeah. If she can't consistently do that or do that in hostile environments, then she can't course correct.
It's so there's 2 things that are just I don't get. I don't understand with Trump. I don't understand with Kamala. With Trump, I don't understand why he can't articulate a way to defend himself that's not like insane.
Yeah, like, that's clear. He doesn't speak clearly. Yeah.
Right? He doesn't speak clearly at all. And it's funny because I talked to my parents the other day about the debate, and my mom, who was a speech pathologist, she thinks that Trump has some kind of cognitive problem. He has some sort of she thinks that he has some kind of brain cognitive processing problem. And I was like, really? Maybe. And I was like, I don't know, maybe, because he does have this like weird inability to clearly articulate what the fuck he's trying to say a lot of times. So maybe that's what's going on. I don't know. But I've talked about this. I just don't understand why Trump can't defend himself appropriately or clearly. And then with Kamala, I don't understand why the fuck she's so nervous in these situations. It's like she's a person who's never done this before. She's been a politician for over a decade. She's been a politician. She's been in the public eye for, 10, 20 years. I've seen her do interviews in the past. I've seen her sit on stage and get, talk to people, and she seems to be fine at it. She was a fucking senator. Before that, she was the attorney general, where you'd assume she'd have to grill people. I cannot understand what the fuck is Kamala's problem. Why is she having such difficulty with this?
There are like kind of glimpses of Trump, what Trump is doing on the linguistic angle. Like in that one interview that we watched, he said, I don't want to make this too complicated. I want to keep it simple. So I do think in defending himself, there is a bit of complexity to the story that I think he doesn't really know how to get around, to simplify it to a way that people can digest it. And look, I mean, it is kind of complicated. I don't know that we could do it. I think we could take a better stab at it than Trump. I'm sure there are plenty of people who could also do that for Trump. But ultimately,
you had the perfect articulation of the dog thing the other day, like right after we watched
the dog catcher thing. Yeah, that's simple.
But
look, the whole
eating the dogs thing, you had like the perfect like articulation way that he could defend against that, and he just couldn't say it.
That is simple. That is simple. Obviously, people talk their own book. You know, they're incentivized to lie. That's simple. That's very simple. But the fine people thing, not so simple, right?
That is, what do you
I
mean?
mean, there is
I
a
don't agree.
level of complexity there.
You could just say, if you watch the full clip, I immediately denounced the Nazis and the very dishonest press. You know, they cut it off just so that you wouldn't hear me denounce the neo-Nazis. And so Kamala here on stage is just lying. She's lying and she knows it. Every, publication, even Snopes, they all fact-checked me and said that it was a lie, that I didn't denounce them. Okay, I denounced them fully. And Kamala knows that. She's a liar, right? It's not like, it's very easy.
I guess, hey, look, I guess you're right. I guess you're right.
So I don't, but it's interesting because I feel like, and it could be just emotional for Trump, because it seems like when he has to defend himself, he gets like hyper flustered.
Right.
And so, maybe that would be a good tactic for the Kamala campaign, is to constantly make Trump, and I think actually Hutch says this, and maybe this was the intention from the Kamala campaign, is to just make Trump defend himself again and again and again, because they realize that he gets flustered and doesn't give good answers when he's like on the defense.
Right. He wants
So
to be on
maybe
the
that was,
offense.
Right.
Okay.
Criticism, where Kamala, she's totally willing, I think, to just kind of let someone tell her what to do, but she doesn't have a good vibe. I don't think she's ever had a good vibe. She comes off kind of very, weak, nervous, stumbly sort of.
I hate this. It's basically just a whataboutism.
Yeah, and it's funny because I literally said in this stream that this was going to be like this was one of Trump's worst answers after the dog thing, was concepts of a plan.
Is this where everyone does the clapping? Hutch,
Yeah.
you have to actually play the clip of Trump saying concept of a plan so that people who are just listening know what's going on. Nobody's, yeah. You
Well,
did like the drum roll thing.
And it's funny, and he doesn't realize it. This actually destroys one of his earlier arguments. Okay. So remember this concepts of a plan answer. They asked Trump about it was about replacing the ACA, right? The Affordable Care Act. And, they're like, well, what are you going to do? Right? How are you going to, what are you going to replace it with? Do you have a plan? And he's like, he gave this stupid fucking answer. He said, I have concepts of the plan. I'm not president. Which is retarded, because well, you're running to be president. You should probably have some general idea of what it's going to be before you literally step into the office, right?
Right.
And so Hutch is here making fun of Trump, saying, oh, Trump is so stupid. He says he has concepts of a plan. He doesn't have a plan of what to replace the ACA with. He said, I'm not president yet. And then, if you recall, it was only a few minutes earlier in this stream that he's defending Kamala having concepts of a fucking plan about what the fuck she's running on.
Right.
Right? He was saying like, oh, well, listen, Kamala, she just entered the race. It's not her fault that she doesn't know what the fuck, policies or issues that she's going to support. She just entered the race.
Yeah, he would say Trump has been in the race longer. That would be his fallback position.
Kamala ran. Yeah, it would be. And you say, okay, Kamala ran for president in 2020, Hutch.
Oh, yeah.
Kamala's been vice president this entire fucking time. Is she such a fucking retard that she doesn't have any thoughts about how to run the country for the 4 years she's been the vice president?
Right. Trump signed an executive order about hospital pricing transparency. Why don't you just make that your concept of a plan? You literally signed an executive order about it.
Well, that kind of makes it seem like Trump doesn't really have any strong thoughts or opinions about that at all. If he didn't even bring it up. Yeah.
He saw some dude on Fox News talking about his book, and he's like, that's a great idea. Bring him in my office. Let's sign something.
Right.
That's how Trump does things, though.
It's sad, yeah.
That really is, yeah. Well, it looks like that's how Kamala wants to do things, too.
No, I think she wants it to be a full poll investigation workshop on every policy before she
you're right.
endorses it or not. So.
She's not just going to see Joy Reid on MSNBC prattle off something and bring her into the office.
No, she's too tepid to do that.
Right.
Concepts of a plan.
I just, you don't need to be a fan of Kamala's policies to recognize that for the last 7 weeks, she has exuded confidence and poise. She is not.
Confidence and poise.
It's a moment of silence for that interview that we just watched of Kamala not exuding confidence or poise.
Come across. She looked a little nervous for like the first 5 minutes of this debate. A little.
The cope. Oh, just drinking the cope.
But you paused it on the perfect cope face too.
I know, look at that. Oh, the cope. I mean,
coping.
maybe she was a little teeny tiny bit nervous. Oh my God. The cope drinking it.
Bit, and that's normal, you know, like a human being. Like, you got 60 million people watching you, of course there's gonna be some nerves there or whatever, but it took her 5 minutes, and then she genuinely looked like she was having a good time. She was smiling, she was looking at him the entire time. She walked right up to him, shook his hand. Where is this narrative coming from that she is this awkward, meek, self-conscious, nervous person? Where are they getting that?
Can she course?
Well,
Should we
from
bring
two
the
places.
clip up?
Right. Should we go back to the interview we literally just watched? Right.
Yeah.
It comes from the fact that we as human beings all have eyeballs and ears
Is
to
that it?
perceive the world, right? And so we look at a visual image and we hear the sound that comes from this moving picture on a screen of magic, and we go, wow, this woman looks really fucking nervous and awkward and weird, right? So that's how we perceive it. That's number one. Number two is just the fact that she's just too terrified to do any fucking interviews. Something that you even you don't acknowledge that she's terrified, but you acknowledge that she's not doing any of these interviews.
That's
So
a huge one right there.
we'll see. Listen, if next week Kamala comes out, she's doing interviews left and right, she seems like total calm, cool, and be like, wow, okay. Wow, she really turned that around. Okay. Props to Kamala. She really turned that around. I'm fucking super skeptical, considering that interview we just watched, that that's even remotely possible.
Yeah. Where's my hot diggity demon picture of the rabbit and the duck?
Well, this is a massive cope.
Who's correct for that though? That's the question. Like,
I don't think she can. Not this short a time span.
Is it something that's just innate? I mean, she has stopped the jackhammer laugh.
That is true.
You don't hear the that laugh is just like piercing.
It's true. That is a good point. She did stop that.
It's just not even true. We've seen clips of her laughing in the last like 6 weeks. What are they talking about, bro?
Kamala's doing all these like faces.
Look at him.
I like that you literally do. You even do it. You do what you're talking about. You do it, and he still doesn't know what you're talking about. He's like, "Well, she's laughed, Adam. She's laughed. What are you talking about? She's laughed. I don't understand what you're saying."
She laughs far less than she used to.
Right.
And that's
she
a
laughs far
nervous
less.
laugh that she has.
But she not only laughs far less, but she laughs differently. She's not doing the jackhammer laugh anymore.
No, it's true. That's the nervous laugh.
Right.
Everyone can see it.
This
Oh,
was
yeah.
This was like one of the most prominent parts of the debate to me. Whenever Trump is talking, Kamala's making all these like very, to me, obviously performative fake faces.
Yeah.
Like you knew that she studied these faces in a mirror for like 2 weeks before this debate.
Yeah, she was trying to get under his skin, and it worked. Oh no, she was prepared. Oh no, she went in with a game plan and then executed on that game plan. This is politics. This is a political debate. This is not sitting down for a podcast and kind of going off the cuff about whatever. A political debate is war. You are going to war with someone. You have to be prepared. You have to go in with a game plan. You have to go in with the confidence that you'll be able to execute on that game plan. She very clearly went into this debate with a game plan of rattling him, getting under his skin, taunting him, baiting his insecurities, baiting his narcissism. And she wildly succeeded. They're like, oh, well, you know, she's doing all these faces. Well, yeah, this is fucking war, bro. I mean, look how he reacted. It obviously worked. That means they were prepared. They were well prepared. That's what that means. I like presidents that are well prepared.
And I was curious.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, if you like presidents that are well prepared, I don't know. Kamala does not seem to be well prepared.
No.
I don't think she's
not
well
at
prepared in
all.
that debate or in any of these fucking interviews. But it's interesting because even he can't spin it like, no, those were just her natural reactions because Trump was saying some stupid shit.
Oh,
Like,
that's true.
it was so fucking fake and performative that even he has to spin it like, well, obviously it was fake and performative, but that was all part of the plan to rattle Trump. It's like, okay, I get, like, listen, it depends on who you are. Like, obviously with Hutch, who, you know, is down to pound on Kamala Town, you know, at
Oh
the
my
drop of a
God,
hat.
what?
Right.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't,
Oh.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, you know, what she says. But for me, I'm trying to like sort of look at this from the perspective of, you know, a more objective
Undecided
standpoint,
voter.
right? Of the undecided voter. I look at now, I understand, I even said this. I know that I have a particular bugaboo about something that comes off like super fake. And to me, the critique I was making about the faces, which Hutch again didn't catch, wasn't that, oh, she's making faces, that she's making silly faces at Trump. It's that they look so fake. They look too exaggerated, right? They didn't seem natural. The goal would be, okay, Kamala, you're going to like look at Trump, and when he says something crazy, you're going to make a face so that the audience who's listening, they're supposed to pick up on your emotional cue to be like, oh, Trump said something ridiculous. Oh, Kamala's making a face like he said something ridiculous. I empathize with this person, right? Like that's a persuasion technique.
Right.
If the speaker is sort of on your wavelength, then you're more, you know, you're more inclined to like them, believe them, trust them, blah 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 blah.
They're more
and so that's
inclined
part
to
of
be A-team.
There you go.
Yeah.
Horrible, right? Right. And so that's part of what these the faces also were to signal, you know, her team as to like what to, you know, how to interpret
Yeah.
it. I mean, I guess you don't really need to.
This is how you should feel.
Right. That was another thing. You know, this is how you should feel. You know, Trump's crazy, right? And my critique was, I'm fine with her doing that. I'm saying that she did it shitty. She did it so over the top. It was so exaggerative that I was like, oh my God, it just felt so fake. You don't want to come off as fake, right? This would be like if I was critiquing an actor in a movie and I was like, oh my God, their acting, their facial expressions, they were so over exaggerated. It seemed so fake. And then Hutch is like, well, obviously they're making faces, Sitch. It's a movie. They're an actor. They're paid to act. And I'm like, I know. What the fuck are you talking? I know. What are you, stupid?
Yeah, that's true. She didn't sell the performance at all.
No.
Unless, of course, those people were all themselves making completely fake performative gestures.
Ooh.
And they're like, oh, look, she's completely on my wavelength. I'm a fucking liar too.
Maybe.
I'm making performative eye rolls at this.
Right.
Yeah. Chances are that wasn't happening. Chances are they were authentic eye rolls coming out of the audience.
Mm-hmm. Curious to see how people would react to these faces. I react to them very poorly. I mean, I also have a bias towards things that to me seem like extra performative.
If that's true, how could you have anything other than utter contempt for Trump? His entire persona is being performative. Every time he opens his mouth, he's always putting pepper on it. He's always doing some self-aggrandizing, making it about himself. If you have a problem with performative politics, you should loathe Donald Trump.
The curious thing is, you know,
he still doesn't get it.
He doesn't get it.
Like,
well, first of all, number one, I don't like Donald Trump. I do have contempt for Trump. I literally said I wouldn't vote for him philosophically on a principled position because of the fake elector scheme. Okay. But it doesn't matter how many times I say this.
You're voting based on policy,
right.
But look, you're supposed to vote on whether or not his performance is good.
Right. It doesn't matter how many times I say this, like these fucking retards like Hutch just will never believe it because it's like, well, you said that, but then you criticize Kamala Harris. Oh, okay. I guess I forgot. Once I say I would never vote for Donald Trump, I have to start bending over and let Kamala Harris peg me in the butt, according to the Hutch camp. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
It's like so insane. It's so insipid. So that's number one. Number two, I agree that Trump is very performative in terms of how he, you know, how he talks and acts. It is very like performance based. But guess what? He fucking sells it. That's the difference. He does sell it. Even though I know that it's performative, because I understand that, you know, he was on a TV show and he's an actor and blah blah, you know, did all this shit. he does sell it, and he does seem way more authentic in how he sells it than Kamala has ever tried to sell anything.
Yeah, just objectively. Let's pretend we're
Yes.
not playing team politics here.
Right. Let's pretend that they're both actors auditioning for a
exactly.
part. Okay?
They're both actors auditioning to play the president of the United States, right? Like, who is selling it more? Who has the better performance that you believe they actually believe the things coming out of their mouths?
Well, even if you said, I'm casting a movie where I want one person to play a angry, unhinged presidential candidate on one side, and I want one person to be the triumphant presidential, calm, clear, strong-willed presidential candidate to like defeat them in the race.
Trump wins. Trump
Right.
is
So you can say,
obviously
okay,
playing
right.
better.
You look at this, you say, okay, I can cast Trump to be the crazy, unhinged guy. Like, I can buy the performance, right?
Right.
I do not buy Kamala's performance, even remotely, even a tiny bit.
Do you buy that she even believes the policy she's proposing will work?
No, I buy nothing about her.
Do you buy that Trump believes the policies will work?
Well, I don't, but do I think he sells it better? I think he sells it much better. Yeah.
Do you think Trump believes? Okay, I guess you're always
asking the wrong
run into
question.
that.
Yeah, I don't know what Trump believes. I don't know what goes on in that whatever that
That
rat's
id?
nest of a id. Yeah, that he's got going on up there. But so I don't know what's going on in his mind. But in terms of like his performance, yes, I understand what you're saying. He seems like he's selling his performance so much more authentically to people than Kamala Harris is. And that, I think
he's got to
and wait,
play
and
a
here's the
guy.
thing. Hutch knows this. Hutch knows this. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
He'll
he
argue
knows.
against this.
He
if
knows.
responds to this. He'll argue against this, but he knows it because when Trump goes off on some rant, some angry rant about, I don't know, locking the Democrats up or doing whatever, right? Does Hutch and all the other people on the left say, oh, Donald Trump, he's such a performative, jokester, right? He's such a faker. Or do they say, oh my God, Donald Trump is unhinged. He's crazy. You hear what he said? He's totally crazy and unhinged. And it's always the right saying he's joking, and the left saying whatever he said he 100% believes.
Right.
So it doesn't even make the whole critique doesn't even make sense. It's usually the left that is more like 100% buying whatever Donald Trump is selling.
Can
and
you cast
believing
him
that
as?
he's
Can you cast him as someone who believes that the Haitians are eating your pets?
I would cast him as yes.
Right.
if
Of course
he
you
believes
would.
that. Right. I don't know if he actually does, but I would believe he does based on his performance. When
I
he
know, but-
screams, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, right? Yeah, no, that's a good point. That's the perfect way to frame it. Would you buy that Donald Trump, from performance alone, would you buy that Donald Trump believes that there are Haitians eating pets?
Right.
Yes, 100%.
Of course you would.
Right. I don't
Would
believe
you-
anything that Kamala was saying. Yeah.
Would you cast Kamala Harris as the policy wonk that understands how her policies are going to affect the economy?
Fuck no.
Well, you wouldn't. Not in a
Fuck
million
no.
years. You'd be
Yeah,
like,
of course not.
we need to get some real fucking actors in here.
Right.
This is
Exactly.
bullshit.
Exactly.
This lady ain't selling shit. Okay, perfect. Glad we got to the bottom of this.
Yes.
Far
Well,
more
today
interesting than anything Hitch has said.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, you could see the level of his commentary here is so like bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
It's funny because I listened back to our stream and I was like, oh, we said a bunch of like interesting things, and Hutch is just like,
They're
Trump
just
is
saying
the biggest liar ever. His lies are special, extra special lies. Like, okay, thank you, Hutch.
I don't know why they've got this like mean girls attitude towards us in the Destiny community. What is it? Why is it? Why is it entertaining for them to beat up on us? I mean, they have no idea what our content is like. It's kind of weird.
Well, obviously, there's some like unhinged, like blue anon person that watches us that just is like, ugh, I can't believe they're not sucking Kamala's dick.
Look,
I
they
gotta clip
post-
it and send it to the Destiny audience.
They have literally posted about us on the Reddit 4 out of the 5 last days, and it's different people every time.
Or so you think.
Oh, okay. You think they got a bunch of alternate accounts?
It could
I
be.
don't know.
It could be, right?
Okay.
Wow, I didn't know we were so popular over there. Look at that.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's like a
Interesting.
the classic rent-free situation.
Right. Wow.
Yeah.
All in the debate stuff?
Look, I only know because crazy things start appearing in our comment section.
Right.
And I think, why is this going on? Like, it's obvious people are commenting on the video and they have not watched it. Because it's like, you think Trump won. What the fuck? Where did I say that? I go to the transcript, I look it up, I'm like, Trump won. Okay, it's not in here.
Even
Look,
yeah,
and
even the
you listen to it. I started listening to it and I'm like, fuck this. Like, I never said Trump won. I'm like, I messaged you because I was like, are people trying to gaslight me? What happened in that stream?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even in the clip that we're watching, you're talking about how Trump is he has an inability to, course correct.
Yeah, totally.
I know. It's just obviously people are like insane and unhinged. That's why it's literally what I said. As we get closer to the election, these people are going to become more and more unhinged because they're like, oh my God, democracy's on the ballot. Like, so like these people are
totally
sent into like panic attack spirals of frenzy, right? So if you're not on board with the message of destroying Orange Hitler, then you're setting them off to have like a PTSD attack. And I think that's what's really going on, with the people that are like all, so hyper to clip us, is they're all like in a PTSD anxiety frenzy, essentially.
Yeah.
And they're just like, ah.
But Republicans are the fear mongers, right? It's not the
right?
Democrats at all.
Right.
I did look, I found the clip because when I realized that someone had posted on Destiny subreddit, I watched the clip, and the clip is just me saying that there is this poll out there that a third of undecided voters want more information from Kamala Harris. They want to understand her policies better.
Mm-hmm.
And me being completely demoralized because we got no policy out of this fucking debate. So I basically say it's over because Kamala Harris is not going to give us any policy, and we're basically going to have to vote blind.
Right.
So that was spun into me saying Trump won.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So completely out of context. Whatever. Who cares? I don't care.
Yeah. Only people that were really bringing up the faces at all were like the deep left, like the deep, like slurping up the Kamala like propaganda.
Oh, they loved it, huh?
Right.
I wonder, do these people know that the deep left hate Kamala? They hate her. Are you kidding me? They actually hate her more than they hate Trump.
Yeah, we've done numerous live streams on the whole Palestine rift, if that's what you're referring to.
Right. Well, this is the only criticism I'll say that I agree. I should have been clear here because I don't mean the deep left in terms of the socials. I just meant like the Hutches, like the deep, so deep in Kamala's, taint that they can't.
These are the
themselves
people
without like a crew of workers.
These are the people that were working 24/7 around the clock to convince everyone that Biden was not dead. That Biden was still a vibrant threat to Donald Trump. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I
should have
crazy people we were talking about. Yeah.
I should have been clear in that one. Yes. Because obviously I know this. So, and we've covered, and Hutch would know this if he even opened up the catalog to see that the last 2 weeks we've been talking about and laughing at all the socialists that are losing their minds that Kamala is trying to pivot to the center. But
of course,
he wouldn't know that or care because he doesn't give a shit. Did not mischaracterize someone for 2 seconds. So
yeah,
that's, none of these people do.
All those people get super triggered every time she says lethal fighting
the
force.
Most lethal. Yeah, the most lethal fighting force in the world.
Look, we love making fun of those people too, Hutch. Look, why don't you come on our live stream, Hutch, and we can bash those Palestine lovers together. It'd be great.
I don't know if I'd frame it that way, but
it'll be great. Look, okay, you're right. Hamas supporters. Let's be clear here. That was very
insensitive.
Yeah, right. Yes, it was.
How dare you?
Look, I want the Palestinian people to be safe from both Hamas and what Hamas is bringing down upon them.
Truly, they despise her. It's the resist libs. She's like our Captain Marvel, right? We're just lapping it up. The deep left hate her.
The interesting, I'm glad he said Captain Marvel. That's the correct analogy, right?
Totally.
It's the superhero that all the copers are saying is amazing, but everyone who has 1 ounce of objectivity is like, this is trash. What's wrong with you?
They hate Captain Marvel. It's
Right.
perfect. It's a
Perfect
perfect analogy. Yeah.
Yes. The thing to me is that when I looked at most people, not everyone, but when I looked at most people who were more, even the people that were pro Kamala, but were more towards the center, and the people that were, more towards the right, most of them didn't even bring up the faces at all. They didn't even talk about them.
Right. So there was no downside to it then.
Again, that's how you know she did a good job. Everybody's talking about Trump today. Everybody's talking about what a bad debate performance he gave. Everybody's talking about the fact that he accused Haitians of eating cats. Everybody's talking about.
What do you think of Scott Adams' spin on that? That it was complete genius because people are talking about Donald Trump and people are talking about the Haitian cat eating thing.
Well, first of all, and it's hilarious because he's going to bring this up, and it's completely untrue than anything we've ever said, right? As you know, and I know, and everyone listening knows, throughout the entire time that Trump has been in politics, I've never bought into the 10D chess Scott Adams, Trump is a super genius, manipulator of the media, right? I've never believed that ever. And I've always said that this is a ridiculous thing. Hutch is about to accuse us. He says, I don't know if they said it, but they probably have. He's about to accuse us of promoting this wacky idea. Right?
Believing that? Look, I've said quite the opposite and gone after Scott Adams many times for promoting that narrative. Yeah.
So there's 2 things. First of all, I do not think for 1 second that Trump did it intentionally with like the dog eating shit at all.
No, of course. He got lucky, if anything. If it was productive,
If it was productive, which remains to be seen. I'm not 100% sure.
Well, that's the question that I'm asking you. If you think it will ultimately be productive, but go ahead, continue with what you're saying.
Hutch is making a point here, and this is like the first interesting point I think he's made at all in this entire video, which is it good if the media, all they're doing is talking about Trump?
Yeah.
Is that good for Kamala? It's like, well, I don't know if I agree with that. Number one, I mean, obviously it's bad for Trump if the media is all talking about that he was unhinged and stupid. Right? That's obviously bad for Trump. And so it's like, is it good for Kamala that no one is really focusing on like her being positive, giving a positive performance, saying like, oh man, Kamala was really great here. Kamala's policy is really great. Like, is that a good thing? I don't know, because I don't think like obviously Kamala is running as the not Trump candidate and that has a lot of voting power, but I don't think it's enough. I don't think that's enough to promote her to victory, to cross the finish line, is just to be not Trump.
Well, it'd be 10 times better if they were talking about the great things that she did, singing her praises. That would be 10 times better than just not mentioning her and talking about how bad Trump did.
Right.
That's like the zenith. Everyone is just like, oh my God, she's amazing.
Right.
Because then they're talking about you and talking about you in a good light.
Yes. Yes.
The second tier is talking about your opponent in a bad light and just not mentioning you.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're correct. This is second tier. You'd want the first tier of like the praise, which yes, only the deep Kamala lovers have been like, with like Hutch, who have been like, oh my God, Kamala totally eviscerated him, totally made him unhinged, blah, 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 blah. Most people that I've seen comment on this in like the media outlets, not really promoting necessarily that Kamala is the one that like made him do all this stuff, just that Trump is stupid and unhinged and said crazy shit. Right.
Yeah.
So, and as for, the dog meme is interesting because I don't know how that's going to end up playing. I don't know if we'll ever know, because, he said the whole thing about they're eating the dogs, eating the cats, and it seemed like so absurd. But the fact that it is so goofy that now people are making like all these fucking songs about it, like catchy, good songs about eating the dogs and eating the cats. I don't know how that's going to play on people's minds. I couldn't tell you how that's going to play.
Well, any dog that goes missing, they're definitely going to think about it. They're going to be like, I wonder where my dog is.
Well, do you think it's gonna? Do you have a take on the dog eating cat remix songs? Is that gonna help Trump or hurt Trump?
I don't know, but I do think it's kind of a wild card. Anything that becomes the focus of attention like that, you don't necessarily know how many people are just picking it up through osmosis and kind of coming to the conclusion that, oh yeah, immigration is a giant problem. Like, and that being the focus to bring it, because ultimately it's about immigration. That's what the whole story is about, right?
That's a good point, because we have to obviously separate the internet from like the mainstream because they're very different. Like
Right.
from the internet thing, I would say it's a total internet victory for Trump. There was even I don't know if you saw, there's like some Hassan fan.
I did see it. It's
Yeah.
great. Yeah.
There was some Hassan fan that made one of these Trump eating the dog cat
And it's
song
so good.
mix-ups. And yeah, I thought it was okay. I liked some of the other ones better. But and
No,
it's mixed
it's
up also
amazing.
with it's also mixed up with like Hassan's reactions. And
Oh,
then
yeah.
this guy got so mad because all the Trump people loved
it. Yeah, and started
You're right.
sharing it.
It started sharing it. He got super triggered and like tried to delete it and everything. So obviously a bunch
He's
of
like,
people saved
this
it.
is not pro-Trump. How dare you?
Right. So obviously from the quote internet politics perspective, the Trump, dog thing, complete win. Right. But you obviously have to separate that from, most people are not on the internet or terminally online. They're the normies out there in the media world. They're not going to see these remixes or these songs. They're just going to hear Trump said something crazy about eating dogs and, Haitian immigrants eating dogs and cats. And then the fact checkers all saying that that's not true. And the question
But
is
most
like,
people
okay,
are crazy though.
right. But you bring up this good point about like, okay, people hear that, but then how does that like filter into like like their brain via osmosis is like, if they have these fears about immigrants, do they actually agree with it? They've kind of like turned off the like quote the fact check, right?
Of course, yeah. They agree with it because in principle they want to believe it.
Right. And if all people hear from the debate who didn't watch it, who are maybe these undecided voters, all they hear is Donald Trump said that immigrants in Ohio are eating dogs and cats. Ha ha ha. They don't really hear Kamala, like anything positive about Kamala.
No.
Is that going to help Kamala win or is that going to help Trump win?
They're like, I'm worried about my dogs and cats.
Right.
And this immigration problem is out of control. Look,
Right.
even it's interesting too that like the go-to narrative that the left has and would have been sticky maybe 2 years ago is just not really taking off. This whole, oh my God, it's so racist. And, you're creating these negative stereotypes about Haitian immigrants, right? Are you hearing a lot of those kind of ideas going around, a lot of those types of arguments? I'm not.
I'm hearing it, but you're right. And I didn't really process it till you said it.
It's
I'm
not
hearing
like
it, but
the
it's
media
not.
in unison would have been 2 years ago screaming that.
Yes, that's a great point. Yeah, 2 years ago, 4 years ago, this would have been like screamed from the top of one. And you know why? It's because the left has burned out the racism stick. They've been hitting it so much, it's like burning out. So even when you say something that seems pretty fucking racist, and actually, I do want to see,
It's not just that it's burnout; it's that they're hitting the Republicans so hard with it, it's bouncing back on them because they actually have to do something about immigration, and they don't want to get hit with that racist stick when they actually have to fix the problem.
That's a good point too. Yeah. But there was a rally that I want to see the full context before I make like a strict judgment on, where Trump kind of was talking about this again. And then after he says the thing about eating the pets, he immediately talks about like women being raped by like migrants. And it makes it sound like he's saying that like women are being raped by the Haitian migrants, which I haven't even really heard anyone talk about that specifically. And it does come off like hyper racist. I was like, holy shit, this is really bad. I was like, oh my God, this is fucking horrible. But I do want to actually hear like the full context before I pass, the hardcore judgment on it. But the interesting thing is I haven't really even heard people bring that up in terms of like, oh my God, Donald Trump is so racist. So yeah, I think it is the racist stick is burnt out. I think it is because the Democrats realize they do have to do something about immigration.
Yep.
So.
They got to turn that ship around. I'll be right back.
Okay. Now, yeah, and then I said earlier in the stream, I think JD Vance, in his interview with Dana Bash, where he basically said something to the effect of like, she's like, oh, now that the police have said that there were no stories of the eating dogs or cats or whatever, do you feel bad about making it up. And I forget the exact phrase he used, but he said something along the lines of like, we have to make up these stories. We have to create these stories in order to get people to fixate on immigration. I'm like, oh my God, JD, like that's such a terrible way to phrase it. And he tried to kind of course correct later, and he kind of saved himself, but it was already too late. I was like, oh no, it's already too late. That's going to be the next phrase. JD Vance saying, yeah, we created the story, we made it up. So I did see Christopher Rufo. It was kind of interesting. He did this thing where they were like offering money. He did this like quote investigative journalism to find out about the pets thing. And he found like this weird video that wasn't from Springfield, Ohio. And I don't remember if they were Haitian or not, but he found some group of people that were like immigrants or something that had a video of them like cooking what appeared to be cats on like a grill on like a Facebook video from last year. And I was like, that doesn't really confirm the story that was, being talked about in this regards about their, running around kidnapping people's pets, which I believe the origin for the specific story about Springfield, Ohio was already found and thoroughly debunked, that the person said they just kind of like made it up, or they copied it from like a friend of a friend of a friend told them this kind of tall tale. So anyway.
About how he was rattled, how she got under his skin. It's a good thing that not a lot of people are talking about her and her faces. That means she did her job. It exactly worked the exact way that she wanted it to work.
She's invisible to the American people. Isn't that great? That's a big win. Giant win.
Well, and also
Trump is dominating the news cycle. Win.
I mean, Trump didn't even like really look at her. So I don't even know if he saw these faces.
Oh, he
to
didn't.
Me, yeah, like it's total weird cope to be like the faces are what set him off. To me, I mean, and everyone said this. This was everyone's perception. I'm sure there's a couple of Hutch saying it too. It didn't seem like it was the faces that were setting Trump off. It was like the obvious, your crowds are bored, right?
Yes.
Your rallies. And, Putin thinks you're a pussy ass bitch, right? It's like it's the comments. So all that shows is that Kamala didn't need to do the dumb faces. She could have just behaved like a normal human being in terms of like her facial reactions, said all those same things, and actually would have come off with a much stronger debate performance.
Yeah, she would have looked more presidential. Those faces didn't look presidential, but whatever.
That's a good point. Yeah, they do not look presidential when you're making all these like guffawing faces at the person. So
Trump does this thing where he puts like his serious look on, like, I'm the president. Here I am. I'm serious. I'm a very serious person. I'm the president. I have to be serious.
I don't think, and it's funny, I said this in the Biden debate too. I think that's a huge mistake for Trump. He does this, you're right. He does this thing where he just like stares straight forward.
The scowl. Yeah.
And he does this scowl. I don't know if that is a course correction from some other debates. I don't remember him doing that in 2016. It could be because, he used to do the lip thing, the pouty lip that everyone would make fun of. And maybe like he's trying so hard to not do the pouty lip that this is what he's doing instead or something. But I think it was a huge mistake. And I even said this in the Biden debate. Like in the Biden debate, every time Biden said some fucking wacky answer because his brain was melting, Trump should have looked at him and then looked at the audience like, what the fuck's happening here, right? He should have like reacted to it. He didn't react
the audience. Yep.
Right. He didn't really react to it at all. So I don't think, I think Trump has the opposite problem as Kamala. He's just seems way too like stone-faced, though that did fall away later. And once he started to get agitated, that kind of stone face went away, and he started to do the whole like smile and not shake his head, like thing. So, which is okay, I guess. But
Kamala was trying to mirror the audience, but doing a bad performance when she was doing the faces. Right. Like, it's funny because every president kind of has that president look. Like Trump's is the same look that he did in the mugshot. It's just like, I'm serious, pouty lip look, right?
Right.
But I'm sure you can see it in George W. Bush. It's like he's just got that kind of weird, I'm like the president kind of look about him. Bill Clinton is like the V, like the furrowed brow, kind of like, I'm very serious. I'm the president, right?
Mm-hmm.
They all have their individual presidency looks. Kamala, I mean, what is her president look? She hasn't really nailed one yet.
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah.
But you're right. Yeah.
Even Nikki Haley, like Nikki Haley has I'm very serious. Like even during the primary, she very much tried to be like, I am the president. Same with who's the other? Tulsi Gabbard, the one that everyone loves. She's got a very like, this is a serious role. I'm a serious person. I was in the military. I've been shot at, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kamala just comes off as an imposter. Like, what is her serious? I have a serious look. I'm the president.
That's a good point because, like, I don't like Tulsi at all.
Yeah.
But she definitely nails like the visual performance.
Of course.
You
got to give people confidence. Like when the ship is sinking, you got to be the one that comes out and says everything is going to be okay.
Well,
we're America.
It was weird because, it's funny you bring up George W. Bush because he was terrible at that.
He was terrible, but he still kind of pulled it off in his weird sort of like.
I don't know if he did. I think it was just because Al Gore had like the charisma of, I don't know, a piece of driftwood, right?
Oh, of course, yeah. He did have his president look, but it was never quite there. Yeah.
Yeah, and then who? Oh, he ran against Kerry, right? And then Kerry also had weird, charisma problems. But yeah, because you're right. Bush always had that like the SNL people. They would always capture it. He always had that like,
totally.
Like he thought he was gonna just start like giggling vibe,
Yeah, yeah, totally.
It was the clip that kind of encapsulated him. I think it was in the Michael Moore movie. He's like talking about terrorism or something. He's like, we got to stop the terrorists. And then he says, now watch this drive. And he like hits a golf ball.
That's it. Totally.
Like he goes from being super serial to like all of a sudden like laughing about like, I'm playing golf now. Right. It's just like, whoa, this is fucking whiplash.
Yes. Yeah. He was the frat boy president. He totally was the frat boy president. Yeah.
Right.
H.W. Bush, his dad, did have like that. I'm a very serious person.
Mm-hmm.
Like that guy never fucking laughed or smiled.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. Is there even footage of H.W. Bush laughing? Maybe not.
I feel like I have seen my mind. I had this image of him laughing, but you're right. He did. The father, H.W. Bush definitely had a very serious tone most of the time. So.
God, I love watching that. It was H.W. that nominated Clarence Thomas, right?
Yeah.
That video is so amazing. We watched it on the stream one time, and Clarence Thomas just looks like a kidnapping victim. He's like, as H.W. Bush is talking about how race had nothing to do with this, Clarence Thomas is looking around like, motherfucker, here I am again.
Yep.
Yeah. So sad.
Fuck Clarence Thomas. He deserves it.
Okay.
Hilarious. His life of torture.
Yeah. She was just so well prepared for every answer. So she would be asked, sometimes tough questions, and she would find a way to defend herself in a really effective way, and then she would throw a jab, and then she would go back to defending herself a little bit, and then she would.
So effective. Did you know she's a middle-class kid? Anyone?
Throw a jab, and then it goes over to Trump, and he's just like, well, what she said about my crowd sizes was stupid. Nobody leaves my crowd.
Look, he knows it's the crowd size comment. He just gave it up right there.
Said it. And we said this literally in our.
This was the first thing we said in the fucking stream.
I know, and we talked about this when we did our stream like immediately after the debate. We even talked about how, Kamala instead of answering the question, she throws out the crowd size thing, and Trump totally falls for the bait and takes it.
Yeah.
He can't help himself.
Caught herself a big fish there, didn't she?
Right.
My crowds are great. And that's precious time. I mean, they had 2 minutes per answer. 2 minutes. In chess, we call this tempo, or some people call it time. There's a concept of tempo. If you're making a move that your opponent has to respond to, you can kind of control the pace and the position of the board. You want to be the one that's making a move that your opponent is reacting to. If your opponent is forcing you to react to their decisions, now you're playing their game and you're on defense. But it's a perfect one-to-one analogy when we're talking about the debates. She had the tempo.
I use this in Hearts all the time. This is great.
The whole debate. I mean, it was just a masterclass. It really was.
I think part of what Kamala was trying to accomplish in that debate was the same thing she's been trying to accomplish for her entire campaign, which is I need to get a bunch of energy going and a bunch of positive energy going on like the internet left. And it's kind of interesting. People were saying Trump was too online in this debate, which I agree with. But I feel like
I'm super online, so I'm not really one to like judge people, but this feels like such a super online take. Kamala is not trying to target the super online left. You know who she's trying to target? She's trying to target suburban women, moderate voters, Haley primary voters. She's not targeting like undergrads with a hammer and sickle in their profile on Twitter.
So she is going after young women though. Don't be daft here.
Well, obviously. So I guess again, Hutch completely misunderstands what I'm saying. I agree Kamala should be going after all these demographics he's talking about in her debate performance. I don't think she did at all.
Yeah.
I don't think she accomplished it. If that's what you're going to say her primary goal was, I think she utterly failed to do it because none of those people are going to hear Kamala Harris did such a good job, defending abortion rights, giving whatever, I don't know, child tax credits, whatever the fuck these people care about, right? All they're going to hear is Donald Trump said, they were eating the pets. That's all.
That's the biggest takeaway from the debate.
That's the biggest takeaway. Donald Trump said they're eating the pets. They're not going to hear anything Kamala said, which is part of her problem because she actually, as I said this, in our debate analysis, I thought her two best lines. Well, one of them was the 81 million people fired you, and the other one was I do think she actually did her best performances when she was talking about like defending a woman's right to choose. She kind of like perked up energy wise and performance wise and seemed more authentic. And I don't think most people that are quote undecided voters or swing voters, any of these people, I don't think they're going to hear about any of that. They're only going to hear Trump is talking about they're eating the pets.
Yeah. I don't know why you sent me this New York Times tweet about attacks and issues, how Harris-Trump debate played out. I noticed this is another common narrative on the left.
Mm-hmm.
So the right is saying, look, the moderators were bad, they cheated, and a lot of the retort from the left is, but Trump spoke for so much longer. How were they cheating? I mean, weren't they cheating in favor of Trump? They let him speak all of this time. Well, yeah, he spoke more because they kept asking him pointed questions like, how long has it been since you beat your wife?
Well, I think it was that. It was also, one of the things that the moderator...
I mean, listen, if you expect a moderator to not ask questions about abortion and January 6th, like, what do you think we're doing here? I mean, these are they asked questions about the issues that people give a f about. They ask questions about immigration. They ask questions about the economy. They ask questions about climate change. They ask questions about preserving democracy, January 6th. They ask questions about abortion. They ask questions about literally like every question that they asked related to like what voters want to hear them talk about. What do you mean? Like,
I'd just like to know if he can perceive the bias in the debate or if he doesn't perceive it. Like he perceives it but it's in favor of his team. So he's like, I'm just going to pretend like I'm not seeing this. Or if he just doesn't perceive it.
I think
the response is that he doesn't perceive it. Oh, everything was completely fair.
Right. Well, yeah, he's total like weird straw man. Like, Adam, are you saying that they shouldn't have asked questions about January 6th and abortion?
No, of course they should. They should ask totally hard questions. Yeah, they should also fact check Kamala when she says.
Well, if they're going to fact check anyone, they should fact check both. But, well,
or fact check nobody. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Well, the most egregious, which even Hutch would have to admit this, unless he's going to be a total cope liar.
Was the sarcasm line?
Was the no, not that. Was the I think it was fine to ask him about the whisker thing. Totally legitimate. It was they're like, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump said that he was going to prosecute people on the left when he wins. Like, how does that make you feel? I was like, are you fucking for real?
That's total softball.
That was the total, like, insane. Like, that's a question. If you ask Trump, that's a legitimate question. Like, Trump, you said this unhinged thing, right? But it's totally bullshit to be like, Donald Trump said this unhinged thing on Twitter. Kamala, how do you feel about that? Like, that's a bullshit fucking question to ask someone.
Yeah, that's totally biased. But I thought look, we laughed our asses off on the moderator saying, oh, I didn't really detect that sarcasm. But
Right.
in all honesty, that is completely unfair. Like, that is the most glaring example of bias imaginable, right? Like, he's literally inserting his opinion into the debate. He's saying, look, I listened to the tapes and I think you're lying, right? Isn't that Kamala's job to do that?
I mean, that's fair. Because, yeah, at the time, I mean, we were both laughing because I think Trump was 100. We were both saying that Trump was 100% bullshitting. I didn't hear any sarcasm either. But you are correct. It is not fair from the moderator position to say that. So
look, but I'm only pointing it out because in our analysis, we were still laughing. Like, we were like, oh my God, it's so unfair. Holy shit. We were fucking laughing our asses off.
Yeah.
Yes, it was unfair. But I mean, it was so
funny.
comically unfair.
Yes, right. Yeah.
That it just became like a meme. Yeah. So, but now he's trying to spin this as, oh, that was completely fair. What? What the fuck are you smoking?
I know.
How is that fair?
Right. Or the one-sided fact checking about certain things is obviously ridiculous.
Look,
so
he's the one-sided fact checking literally on the fucking clips.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, just hilarious. So where do you think he? I mean, he's spinning it as he knows that it was unfair, but he's cool with that. So
I think he does. I think he.
Okay.
I mean, because I think when he kind of went on his long rant about how both sides lie, but Donald Trump is like the king liar, like
Totally
that's
right.
kind of interpreted that statement. So
right. This is acceptable. We can completely undermine all of our institutions because Donald Trump is a threat. So nice.
Like, they asked, when was the last time you beat your wife? Like, obviously they didn't literally say that, but like, should they not ask questions about January 6th? You don't think that this is on voters' minds? She got tough questions too, and she was prepared for them.
That one question you just laid out, Sitch, that was so tough. Let me read some shit. Some crazy shit Trump said. I want to ask you about it.
Well, they did at first ask her some like follow-up questions and tough questions, but she didn't answer them. She just totally pivoted away. So
yeah,
She answered questions about immigration expertly. She got grilled about the Afghanistan withdrawal, and she handled that question perfectly.
And it's interesting because if you
did she?
I thought she handled that question poorly.
Right.
Let me. I still have my notes. I'm curious what I wrote about that because I remember they were like, "Do you support, Biden's?"
That was when she said there are no American service people in war zones right now.
Yeah, now
and
there's a bunch of
there
videos
are
of people saying
yeah.
like, "Yeah,
I'm in a war zone."
Like, what? Where the fuck am I if I'm not in a war zone? Yeah. So. If you look at this tweet, you can see not only did Trump speak more, but he also attacked Kamala significantly less, which is kind of fascinating too.
Because she put him on the defense. This is evidence that she did a good job. The reason why it's so lopsided is because he was spending most of his time defending himself.
It'd be interesting if on that thing was like, well, first of all, defending yourself.
From both Kamala and the moderators.
Yeah, first of all, it's hilarious because then I immediately say it'd be interesting if they showed time defending herself, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right. So that's funny. But secondly, he's actually just wrong. It doesn't make any sense. If both people are supposed to have like 2 minutes to answer the questions, then they should both have the same time.
Right.
That doesn't make sense just because there's nothing to do with the subject matter of what they're talking about. Right. I said, I mean, I guess he maybe didn't want to agree with me too much, as I said, the reason Trump had all this extra time was he kept interrupting the moderators, or maybe I'm about to say this. He kept interrupting the moderators and said, he'd be like, well, excuse me, I have to respond to this. So.
Right. Yeah. Which is appropriate.
Right. Because I wonder if Trump, Trump
that would be good.
Yeah. And exactly. It worked. She played him. She dog walked him. Yes. Now you're getting it. I hope that I could be objective in this spot, but like,
moment of silence.
This is what he's so thirsty for. He wants us to be like, oh my God, Kamala did so well. She was so beautiful. She was so magnificent in that debate. Oh my God. She totally annihilated the evil orange man. He's like so fucking thirsty for that.
Look, all she has to do is do it. And I'm right here. Let's do it.
Right.
Show us. Win us over. Give us That Obama level energy. Look, I'm here for it. I'm watching Obama's old speeches. That's how hungry I am for that fucking Obama energy.
They did ask her, we'll see, would you support any restrictions on abortions? And then she gave the Roe v. Wade answer, and kind of dodged it. And then that's when Trump was like, Trump said, ask her if she's in favor of 7, 8, 9 months abortion. And then she said, no, you answer whether you'd veto a federal abortion ban. And then Trump said, no, you, right? And then the moderators didn't, do a follow-up on that.
That was
on
the
either
best one.
Which, if I was a moderator, I'd have been like, that's fair. Follow-up to both of you. Donald Trump, would you support a federal abortion ban, hypothetically, if one, no dodge, came across your desk? And Kamala Harris, do you support, allowing abortions in the 7th, 8th, and 9th month? Right. They didn't do that, though.
Do it up.
How could they not say like, hey, good on her, like, I don't like her. I don't like the things that she did. I don't like her policies, but hey, like, she obviously, why is it so hard to like give her credit? Like she obviously did such a good job.
And then you can see it's interesting on the, why don't we just, it's so funny because like we've been both been, pretty praising like the build more houses policy. So he just assumes that we're like, oh, Kamala's policies are retarded.
Yeah, look, I'm giving her credit for inflation.
Yeah. I think the only policy that she's really put, we haven't seen that many policies. The only policy that she's put out there that we're both like is fucking retarded is the unrealized capital gains tax, which is, I assume even Hutch would say that's retarded, but I don't know if he's commented on it or not.
I watched some debate response with James Carville, and James Carville was saying, like, tax the rich is how you get 73% of the Democratic Party to show up and vote. He was just very clear about it. I was like, oh, wow.
Yeah, no, I think that's why I said when she,
what the fuck?
Because the way that policy got created or what like assigned to her was she never, at least at first, I don't believe she ever specifically even said that this was a thing that she was in favor of. It was, she pointed to the Biden tax policy from like the new one that was supposed to be for a second term and said, I support that. Then I think somebody on the right read through it, and as a smear, they said like, oh my God, Kamala Harris supports taxing unrealized gains because it's like a crazy thing that was in there. And then she never yes or up or down it. I don't think. I don't know if she's still, I mean, that was weeks ago. I don't know if she's ever responded to the yes, up and down the fucking unrealized gains thing.
Yeah, it makes me think that it's just a ploy to get young people to show up. They're like, tax the fuck out of the rich. That's what the young people want.
Right. Yeah, no, and I even said this. I said this was a policy that was, I think it's fucking stupid. I think it's like, it's just retarded, but to the average person, hear it and they might think, the average Democrat voter, they might hear it, they might like it because they will perceive it through the lens of tax the rich.
Yep.
So in this one, Kamala talked a lot more about the economy. Let's see, Trump talked a lot more about immigration, obviously, right? He brought, I actually feel like that number has to be wrong. I feel like he literally talked about immigration every single answer.
Yes, he did.
Brought it back to immigration.
He tried to.
Yeah.
That was my feeling about it. Yeah, I think it definitely was crafted for the internet. It was a lot of bite-sizable clips. That's another thing I think will influence people is that the media is gonna like play a bunch of clips and they'll play like the choice.
These are the same guys that like, I don't want to, maybe they didn't say this, but like, these are the same guys that are probably said something along the lines of, oh, Trump is so good at manipulating the media. And that was like an unironic compliment, like I'll bet you anything that both of these guys have said, like, Trump is so good at playing the media. He's so good. That's what
he's gonna bet anything. He's gonna bet anything that we said. Anything.
Yeah.
Wow. It's interesting. He hedged. He at first hedged and said, "I don't know," but then he said, "I bet you anything that they buy into the Trump tendy chest media manipulation narrative."
Yeah.
It really shows you how retardedly detached from the world Hutch is in the Trump unmoored from reality camp. In terms of understanding anything that we've ever said or talked about regarding, I think, basically anything political whatsoever. So
it's sad too, because I don't think you could have a conversation with him and like he just doesn't go into the conversation with any kind of good faith where he's actually listening to what you're saying. Like he has this weird, okay, these people are going to lie to me sort of filter that he sees everything that you say through. So he just doesn't take what you say on face value. He like manipulates it into his head. So somehow there's this double meaning, right? Everything is a knock on Kamala and everything is a boon to Trump.
Well, that's why, and this is probably why I said I wasn't going to vote, is because he feels this great weight. He feels this great pressure that at the end of the day, this is why he can't criticize Kamala, especially if he was talking to us. At the end of the day, he feels this great weight and this great pressure that he needs to get Kamala Harris into office. And so everything has to go be filtered through that lens. You're not getting what is real. You're getting, how do I filter this to make Kamala Harris win, essentially. So
yeah,
you're correct.
I don't feel any of that obligation. Like, even though I am ultimately going to vote for one of these people, I mean, I don't feel, I'm literally trying to figure it out. I'm trying to like get to the bottom, vote based on policy. I think really this is where people get you, because they always have those videos, those like man on the street videos, right? Where they're like, you know, who you're voting for. People say Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, right? And they're like, well, what policies do you like about Kamala Harris, right? And they're like, like they have no idea what any of the policies are, right?
Right.
And the implication there is like, okay, well, this person doesn't vote on policy. They're a moron, right? Like most people don't vote on policy, though. I don't think they do.
No, like 5% of the population votes on policy. You know, sometimes
right, but I do think those people that do are the fucking kingmakers. I think the people who vote based on vibes cancel each other out, and the kingmakers basically decide every election.
Well, I don't know. I mean, definitely the current last couple elections, right? I don't know every election,
right?
The current, currently that's the way it is. So,
yeah. Someone who, I don't know, should I shout him out? I guess it's Malik on Twitter sent this of Kamala Harris doing her, who's that guy? Palpatine? It is uncanny. How is this even possible? Do you have the stream up? It's been up long enough. You should be able to see it.
Oh, he sent it to me too.
Okay.
He's got the picture of Kamala Harris.
I mean, this
doing
is
the Palpatine
kind of
laugh.
This is kind of crazy.
God. That's hilarious.
Like the hands are in like exactly the same position.
Almost, yeah, close.
No, it's exact.
Oh, okay.
Come on.
Okay.
People expect a little bit of hyperbole. Okay.
You could take the audio of Kamala saying, you know, when you're a woman, you know, they say
when
like
you're
a bitch.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. You could like put that through the AI Palpatine filter, have Palpatine say that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's
when you're a Sith, they think you're a bitch, you know.
Exactly.
They think you're an asshole. But I love democracy.
So bad.
Okay, let's finish. We got like 10 seconds left here.
No.
Everybody was saying in 2016, and yet they're using it as like it's almost like a negative for her. Like, oh yeah, she did this for the internet clicks. It's like, well, yeah, sounds like a good strategy. Maybe Trump should have done that. Jesus Christ.
There
so
you
he's
go.
basically saying she's good at manipulating the media.
There you go. It's good. I mean, it's good when their candidate does it, right? Which I'm not even sure it did work, because I haven't really been seeing that. That prediction I made, I haven't really been seeing a bunch of clips of like Kamala totally owns Donald Trump with her smug faces. I've just been seeing Trump said that they're eating the pets. That's like 90%, like 95%.
They're eating the dogs.
Right.
They're eating the dogs.
So yeah, I don't know. Maybe, you know, I don't think it worked.
Bring that slapping song up, man.
Oh, you know, it's funny. He says, I went back because I knew that there was something here. I couldn't quite remember it. He said he thought Kamala's answer to the Biden Afghan pullout was a good answer, right?
Oh yeah, it was awful.
And it was, and I was like, I don't remember it being that. So I looked at my notes, right? And the way that what she said was that she agreed with Biden's decision. 4 presidents said they would also pull out. Americans aren't paying for the war now. And I'm like, this is a terrible fucking answer. Saying other presidents want it is a deflection. Saying Americans aren't paying for it is really bad because it's not about that. It was about like the loss of life and, you know, fucking up and allowing Taliban to kill people and get all the equipment and blah, 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 blah. And then she goes on to that stupid fucking horrible answer about like, and I don't know, maybe this worked on Hutch. I thought it was a terrible answer when she went on about how like Donald Trump invited the Taliban to Camp David and ruined the sanctity of Camp David. Oh, Camp David is such sacred hollow ground, and the evil Taliban people, they ruined it by treading upon that hallowed space. And I was like, this is the stupidest fucking answer I've heard. I think it's like her worst answer in the entire night.
You didn't like that answer?
Well, first of all, like that's possibly the worst answer anyone on the left could ever give, because people on the left, you know, you look at your moral foundations, people on the left don't give a fuck about sanctity, purity, sanctity. That's like one of the lowest scoring moral foundations.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So that's why it was so weird to hear it, and also it just seemed very like fake. I don't know. So that it always seems like a fake argument. The sanctity was ruined by talking to the Taliban. Like, yeah, but if it worked, if he talked like theoretically, if he talked to Taliban and actually was able to ham out some deal, would you give a shit that he ruined the sanctity of talking to them at Camp David? How many Americans know what the fuck Camp David is or care about this sanctity of some fucking hoity-toity, you know, super luxury place that presidents go to talk to, you know, foreign dignitaries?
Only us.
Yeah, no one gives a fuck about that. Like,
We're
it's
the
insane.
only people.
Right. So, and then also that answer set up Trump to do the whole, like, I talked to the head of the Taliban and I pulled out a picture of his house, you know, story. So totally set Trump up to give a good answer, or a better answer than she did. So, and then do you see there's like all this weird shit where like Joy Reid and I forget some other people were like attacking Trump because he said Abdul or Abdullah or whatever the fuck the guy's name was, who was like one of the number 2 or number like 3 or number 1, some important high up leader of the Taliban that Trump talked to. And Joy Reid was like, oh, Trump is racist. He thinks every, you know, Arab person is named this. That's not a real person. And I was like, and then they cut to like a clip of like all the people on MSNBC talking about this Taliban leader and saying his name as well.
I didn't see the clip, no.
It was like so crazy.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. Yeah! And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame.
Pretty good. That's pretty good.
They're eating the dogs.
Right.
Oh my God. This is going to be number 1 on iTunes.
When also there was, I think even, you know, better than all songs in terms of like hitting the boomers was there was all these like people that were posting clips of like their pets.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, like all their pets looking scared.
Them. Yeah.
Yeah, when Trump was saying that. So
oh my God. Yeah. It's funny too because they kept talking about Kamala is the joyful warrior here. What do you think this is? Everyone's having a blast with this eating the dogs thing.
Right.
Talk about
joyful warrior. Jeez.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat.
Oh my God.
I don't know. Is this a win? Is this a win for Kamala? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So we'll see, I guess.
Is that giving you feedback on your end? Because I shared the window there. Is it?
Eat the cat. They're eating the cat.
Yeah, I hear
They're
that.
eating the dogs. Eat the cat. Eat Eat the cat.
Oh my God,
I hear it like
no.
echo out its stereo, yeah.
Okay, I'll turn it off.
Turn off the screen share, yeah.
Done.
Oh my God, there was a wait.
The cat. Eat the cat.
Oh, it's little Bubba.
Oh, oh my God, you're right. It's a little bumper.
Eat the cat. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat.
This is amazing. Who made this? I love this.
I don't know. Well, this wasn't the channel that posted this didn't make it, so maybe they got the little images of the dogs and cats looking scared, but
They did great.
Yep.
They all look terrified.
Yep.
They're making me scared. Jeez, I might vote for Trump after this video. Oh, I can't imagine. I'm going to go in and I'm going to go, look, all of these policy prescriptions are kind of lame.
Mm-hmm.
I'm worried about my fucking cat.
And ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there had been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals.
Oh my God.
Obviously, you could tell the person who made this where they are on the political spectrum here, but
Look, they are doing such a good job of mirroring the audience. The
Yeah.
job that Hutch is trying to say Kamala did.
right.
Look,
Well, mirroring the Trump supporters, right?
of course, yeah.
I don't know if the average person listening to this, I would have, and actually, because it's funny, I think, and I said this in the debate, I think this was one of Trump's worst answers because unless you were like really tapped into online politics, you have no fucking clue what he's talking about. And it sounds totally like wacky and unhinged.
But look, I frame this as this is the establishment versus the anti-establishment right
Yes,
here.
I understand
And
that.
look, is this not, who is the establishment in this shot here? Right here.
And ABC News did reach out to the city.
It's David
That
Muir
dude.
here. Yeah. Right.
That dude is the establishment. And
Right.
then you have, for those of you who are just listening, they have a bunch of actors, a bunch of memes of people rolling their eyes at the establishment.
Right,
like,
looking
oh
skeptical,
yeah,
yeah.
this fucking dude right here.
Right.
Of course the city manager is going to say that. And I said, look, I don't know how many people have that vibe. Because those people, I mean, regardless of what happened in the debate here, if they have that vibe, they're going to vote for Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's the magic of elections.
Manager there, he told us there had been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed.
Oh my God. The Oprah one is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck? What? This guy's such a lying piece of shit. Okay, we can move on.
Okay.
Let's listen to a little more. Sitch is totally humoring me.
I gotta
here.
go to the
He knows-
bathroom. You listen to the rest of the
He knows I'm having so much fun here. He's totally humoring me.
Harmed, injured, or abused by individuals
Judge Judy. Oh my God.
within the immigrant community.
People on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
I love that Trump is like, but I saw people on television. My God. What are you talking about?
People on television said my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
But
television.
the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the
said
city
the
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Oh, this is great. They even have Kamala doing the eye roll. She got a part of the action. So maybe this guy isn't a Trump supporter because they're taking swings at Trump here too. They got lots of eye rolling memes going on while Trump is talking. So everyone's sounding crazy in this.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
Okay, I'm back.
Trump's disgust at him trying to say that the Springfield city manager is the authority on this is so good.
Mm-hmm.
Trump is just like, yeah, buddy. I've been president of the United States. I got a fucking city manager up my ass every fucking day of the week. They're all full of shit.
For a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
But the
television.
people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the
said
city
the
manager.
dog was eaten by
Look, This part of the video completely goes after Trump. So you can't say you know this guy's politics.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, because look, they do Kamala rolling her eyes at him
Right.
too.
The people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President
find
Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme.
See, that is such a
That was a terrible response from her too.
That's like
Talk
a
about extreme.
that's
Yeah.
such a fake laugh.
I know.
Talk about extreme. Yeah, it is extreme, man. I just got my fucking dog eaten, you bitch. Of course it's extreme.
Right.
Nobody's eating your dog.
Mm-hmm.
How dare you?
Right. Okay, let's read
You're
some
not going to
super
double
chats here.
dog dare me?
I'm not gonna double dog dare you to eat the dogs. Okay.
Well, that was fun. Are we going to super chats now?
Yeah.
Are you sure you have time?
Why would I not have time?
I'm just curious.
It's only 11 o'clock at night, Ed. Okay.
Oh, we got plenty of time. What are we talking
plenty
about?
of
I'm going to
time,
bring
baby.
the super chats up.
Okay.
People liked it when I did that last time. They
Nice.
were like,
Okay,
oh my
good.
God. It's great. We get to see all the super chats from the beginning of the show, too. I don't know how many you read, though, but you can start reading them anytime.
We're at the invisible guest for 10, Ronald Weasley's.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I see
That's
that. I
what
don't know what a Ronald Weasley is, though.
I don't either. Well, he's a character from Harry Potter, obviously.
Oh, he is?
The invisible guest for 10, Ronald Weasley's says someone just tried to assassinate Trump again. Yes, crazy. Is there anything new that we haven't known since we talked about this a few hours ago?
I don't know.
I don't know. Let me see. Let me check the old Twitters.
I didn't even get to listen to the clips that we played because I didn't have them in my one ear.
Wow, I'm so sorry. I ruined your sound by
Unfortunate.
telling you to switch to mono.
That's okay. I don't care. It sounded
So-
kind of like a boring story anyway.
Wow.
I mean, Trump's getting shot at every other day now. Who
there you
gives a
go.
I mean, come on now.
I mean, I guess it seems like everyone's still saying it was this Ryan Ruth guy, so
Look,
that
people
makes
are
it seem
gonna.
more confirmed.
I don't want people to think like this is my destiny arc or anything. Like, it sounds like nobody got hurt. That's a good thing, right?
Right. Well, obviously, yeah.
If they want to, like, put this guy, if they want to give this guy a rough ride down to the police station,
Mm-hmm.
Resisting arrest is still capital punishment, right?
I never said that. That
We're
was your
both in-
position. Yeah.
Oh, okay, you're right.
Right.
That
I was not.
yeah.
I said I wouldn't have any sympathy for people resisting arrest. I never said capital punishment. So
Oh, damn you.
right.
All right. So we're down to Ronald Weasley.
We're down the wrong way.
Ron! That's a Harry Potter reference.
That is.
They have their own money.
Oh, you gotta play Thal's song.
Oh, yeah. Look, I'll play. Read some
bring it, go-
super chats.
yeah,
Stop
go pull
fucking
that up.
around. Read some super chats.
Artemis Fowl for $5 says official sources have stated shots were intended for Trump, according to CNN and Brian Stelter. True. Well, actually, no. I think I thought they said that the guy I thought they said the guy didn't actually fire. That the Secret Service fired at the guy. Is that still the narrative or the story, I should say? Or do they know if the guy actually fired at Trump or the Secret Service?
Who
I believe
knows?
in the press conference they said the police officer said he didn't fire at all.
No shots
Hayden Dill
fired.
for 26 months of discipline equals freedom. Thank you so much. Said, man, Kamala beat Trump at the debate. Not much can push her victory laps out of the news. Quote, what's that? Sees Joe Biden put on a Trump 2024 hat on. I see why Democrats did not want Joe to run in 2024. Yeah, that's a really good point, Hayden, which we didn't even talk about. There's that weird video of Biden putting on the Trump hat. I mean, you have that, and then you have this, obviously, someone trying to shoot Trump. These both kind of push, the debate out of the news cycle. So, yeah, I don't know. Not very helpful. He didn't fire the gun. There you go. Secret Service was one whole head. Yeah, I said that in the press conference. Potentially criminal for $5 says, if John Bolton hates you, you're doing something right.
Nice. Is that Sean?
Hey, Sean. Oh, yeah. Your avatar. Did you change your avatar? I didn't recognize it, but yeah. You know what? I think most people would also probably agree with that. So that's why it is weird. And even I can't believe Kamala even brought up in that fucking interview we watched that Dick Cheney was supporting her.
Oh, I know.
That's so
In Springfield, they're
That was a good
eating
one.
the dogs. They're
love this
eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
People of Springfield, please don't eat my cats. Why would you do that? Eat something else. People of Springfield, please don't eat my dog. Here's a catalog of other things to eat.
They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're eating the cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're eating the cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs.
How they do that, Sitch?
They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're eating the cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're eating the cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
So good.
Well,
that was my
was
favorite
great.
one. Yeah.
That was
good.
great. Lucy Lemonbug sent that. So thank you,
Yeah.
Lucy. Where's this doll? I'll find that one next.
Zombie Squad for 26 months says Project 2025 promises to give all Americans a harem of big tittied goth girlfriends. There you go.
Who? What? Is that? Who's? How do I
Project
vote for that?
2025. Yeah.
Oh,
It says
wow.
so.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, amazing.
Now you're on board. Yeah.
I am. I'm 100% in favor of that.
Mitch for 2 Aussie bucks says, any plans on watching, reviewing Am I Racist? Yes, definitely. Definitely.
Are we?
I'm going to watch it. You're not going to watch it?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I
I
was
know you're
hoping I wouldn't
worried about
have to
getting
go.
lynched in LA, but
Oh yeah, that's a tough one.
right. You have to, hide in a trench coat when you go see it.
Yeah. I'll
Mitch for
dress
2
up
Aussie bucks.
like Matt Walsh.
Mm.
So I'm safe. I'll be incognito.
Mitch for 2 Aussie bucks says, thoughts on Tokyo Ghoul? I only watched, I don't know, a few episodes of it. I didn't like it. It seemed too edgy boy for me. I was like, oh, it seems so edgy, so grimdark edgy, like kind of like torture-y porn. And I was kind of like, not a fan. So didn't watch that much of it. Sketch for 2 hours says, bought and paid for is the new woke. Maybe that would make sense. Yeah. Lives in Devs Wall specifically, thanks so much for $5. Says, Sitch, does your stated price point for the dress include programming socks, or is that extra? And if extra, how much extra? Asking for a friend. Socks cost, the programming socks cost an extra, let's see, an extra 20 grand. Okay.
Ooh,
for the
wow.
programming socks. Yeah.
Pricey.
Extra 20 grand. There you go. Jason M for 2 Canadian says, what are you guys like in the Star Trek mirror universe? Yeah, exactly. Ostracy for $2 says, Sitch bailed. It's time for the Adam and Adam show. There you go.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
We had a little snafu there in the middle.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, moment of silence for the stream.
Oh, sweet. We should go down more often. We got a bunch of super chats.
Yeah, exactly. Did you not? I can send you the tweet if you still can't find it.
I can't. I was looking for the one that you with like on YouTube or something.
I just sent it again.
Okay, good.
Christian Ball for $10 says, wedding is this Thursday, boys. Mother-in-law is getting mad at me when I say I'm an undecided voter because I should, quote, just look at Project 2025. I'm not really worried about it, but it's all she talks.
Oh, wow.
Wow. First of all, congratulations. That's wonderful. So glad you're getting married,
Congratulations.
man. That's awesome.
You have a mother-in-law with TDS.
That is hilarious. That she's like, you just got like a Project 2025. That's pretty funny.
Look, don't let it get in the way of your marriage.
Right.
Just humor her a little. Say, oh, yeah, I looked into that Project 2025. Oh, my God.
You were right.
That's terrifying.
It's so bad. Yeah.
I love you so much. I love your daughter. Yeah, look. Sometimes you got to play along, right?
There you go.
Hutch agrees with lying as long as it's for a good cause.
Yeah, there you go. Stug for Jar says the stream of silence. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
That
was all Sitch's idea, though. So
that's true.
I shouldn't.
Actually, it was someone in the chat.
It was my fault.
Someone in the chat said to do that. It worked for me, so I was like, "Hey, maybe it'll work for you."
Did not work. Yeah.
Caused chaos.
I should not have done it. I should have just. I was so hoping. Okay, well, I can listen too.
We could just. I still don't understand why you only have one channel on the thing.
It's a mystery.
Okay. Liz and Desney Wall Pacific for $2 says dat XQC copy content. That's true. Totally ripped them off. Ear Holiday for 28 months. Thank you so much. Says this is what it sounds like when doves cry.
Oh yeah.
True.
It's a sound. Oh yeah.
True. Luso for $2 says donation for audio upgrades. Winky face. Thank you. There you go. Lives in Dev's New Wall Pacific for $2 says why would we lie? The audio is good. There you go. There you go.
No, you guys weren't lying, actually.
That's true. And Liz in Dev's New Walls for another $2 says chat never lied about anything ever. We have honor. Well, I don't know about that, but
oh yeah, let's not go crazy.
Sitch is on the move now. Horse-sized ducks come swooping fast. One by one they circle round. In the sky they cast a blast. Feathers flying everywhere. Sitch is strong, he won't back down. Stomping feet and flapping wings. In the dust they battle sound. Ducks in the fight tonight. Oh, oh. Sitch won't give up the light. No. Oh, oh, oh. Horse-sized wings taking flight. Whoa, oh. Sitch stands tall in the fight. Oh, 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 oh.
Wow, this girl sounds really cute.
Now I know you guys can't see me. I was totally like jamming out to that. I love this song. I listened to this like on a loop for 5 minutes before the stream started.
Ducks in a fight tonight. Oh,
that was good. That's a good one.
Sitch won't give up the light. No. Horse-sized wings taking flight. Whoa.
That was great. Thank you, Thal. That was a great one.
Stands tall in the fight. Oh. Man, she sounds so cute. This is a robot, right?
Yeah. Yeah. These are great. I actually made a bunch. I never played them. I thought about playing them on stream. I made a bunch when the Acolyte was on about how like Star Wars is dead.
Did you really?
Yeah, yeah. Maybe I'll
we should play those.
Dig them up because they're pretty
Isn't
funny.
it crazy? I mean, it's kind of crazy. They all just made these with some AI.
It is crazy how it's that one website. I forget what it's called. Someone in chat probably knows that. Suno, yeah, Suno AI. It's really like shockingly good.
Yeah,
shockingly good.
Totally.
So.
Sitch is on the move now.
That's right.
Horse-sized ducks come swooping past.
It's so wild. Like when you hear this, and then you see like the video. Have you seen? There's some of those like the pictures and videos, like you can tell it's AI because we're used to seeing like the AI style.
Right.
But if you showed, there was like these pictures and videos that looked of like people just like doing like just randomly walking around or standing there, that if you show that to like me 10 years ago and said, in 10 years, we're gonna have the technology, this is like 100% fake, I would say there's no way that's possible.
Right.
That's no way. That is not fake. You're lying to me.
AI is a game changer. It really is.
It's crazy.
Yeah. I can't wait for the robots, man. I have one of those fucking washing my car.
Listen, Desney Walls for $5 says, Adam, if you don't DJ an election night dance stream using these remixes and AI songs, I will never forgive you.
Okay. I can do that.
There you go. The Butter Ample for $2 says, for fixed audio, heart. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we fixed it.
Keys for 3 months says, what the Sigma? Will you guys see the Am I Racist film? Jeremy Jans gave it thumb up and Reddit is trying to cancel him now.
Oh, because the guy liked it? Wow.
Wow.
Look, this is a perfect time for it too, because I think people are pretty sick of this. Everyone's racist nonsense. Yeah. It just sucks because it's Matt Walsh and I can't stand Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh is just like he's so like in the conservative. I don't know. What do you call it? Like he is one that constantly is trying to straw man the left and make wild accusations. Everything the left does is like communism or something.
Right. I'm not sure he's a big fan of democracy either.
No,
so.
yeah.
Right.
That's huge.
But yeah, if he made a funny movie. Artemis Fowl for $5 says the shooter has been identified as Samson Hiddleston. There you go.
Oh, okay. Sam
Obviously.
Hyde.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Right.
Fucking knew it.
For that one. Dan Richards for 5 Canadian says, Adam blocked me for asking an honest question about who are the fine people on both sides. So obviously S-Class is now and forever the best class.
I actually tried to look up Dan Richards on Twitter so I could unblock you. Obviously, you're a fan of the show, so I just get a lot. Look, I have a very low tolerance for stupid people, so a lot of sometimes good people get caught up in the crossfire because they ask a stupid question sarcastically, and I'm like, oh, I didn't realize that. So,
are you saying there's fine people on both sides of the block?
What?
Forget it.
Oh yeah.
Curtis M for 279 Canadian says Tim Pool said there's a Matt Walsh fight scene. Really interesting. Aussie ODST for 5 Aussie bucks says Ryan Macbeth did a good video on Project 2025 misinformation. Adam's a good boy and Sitch deserves a hug. Thank you. I did see that video. Yeah. I recall it being good, but I don't remember anything specific about it. So
yeah. His videos are awesome anyway. He does a great job.
MG Snyder for $5. Thank you so much. Says left-wing disinformation is crazy. I recently heard that RFK was colluding with Trump since the beginning to steal votes away from the Democrats. Well, that's pretty unhinged if someone said that, but
definitely horribly unhinged.
Soldoge for look at Soldoge rejoin the Free Will Seekers. So those for $5. Thanks so much. Says, wow, I disappeared from the face of the show for 5 minutes and YouTube completely resets my membership. Oh, well, good to be back, guys. Good to be back. Hi, guys. Well, then completely because you have the black avatar.
You got the black pyramid. So
right. So there you go. That's good.
Welcome back.
Bell Spout for $10 says, you guys should review a classic video called Felicia Day versus the White Deck.
Felicia Day. Like, there's a name I haven't heard for a long time.
Is this a Magic the Gathering thing?
Felicia Day? She did a series on YouTube that I think got picked up by Netflix, right? Am I thinking of the right person? After that Brett Baer thing, my confidence has been shaken.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Oh, yeah. I'm thinking of the right person. Yeah, Felicia Day.
Lucio for $2 says, what if VAUSH is getting paid by Hassan? Well, that's a good question. What if?
Yeah.
And Lucio for $2 says, TDS is all too real.
VAUSH is getting paid by the furries. I hate to spoil it for you guys.
Stock for $2 says, Anna, okay, I'll give you the money. Stop being based. There you go. There you go. Kriston Brandon for $2 says, what do you guys think of the PS5 Pro. Yeah, I don't know if you saw any of that drama. The PS5 Pro.
Oh,
People
yeah.
really mad because it came out. It's like super expensive. Was it? It's like, is it $700 or something?
Oh, yeah. I saw
So
all of
people
that.
are like, oh my God.
It's
Way too
crazy.
expensive. Yeah. I know. I haven't bought the last console I've ever bought was well, no, CT gifted me a Switch, so that doesn't count. But the last console I bought was like a PS2. So it's been a long time since I bought a console.
PS2? Wow.
Yes. We're on the PS5 Pro now, so.
Yeah. I think the last PS3 I bought just to watch DVDs on.
Oh, okay. I feel like you could buy a much cheaper DVD player than a PS3. So.
I had planned on playing games on it, but
Mhm.
just never got around to it.
Right. PS5 Pro has bigger problems than the price. Launching at an astonishing $700, the PS5 Pro already faces significant scrutiny from fans. An enormous 89% of Push Square enthusiasts deemed the mid-gen machine too expensive. Sony now face the I can't say that word. Envy. Without envy. I don't know why I can't say that.
Unenviable is the
Thank
word
you.
you're looking
Enviable.
for.
I don't know why I could say unenviable. I can't say it. Whatever. Task of convincing.
Unenviable.
I don't know why I can't say it. What's wrong with my brain? Unenviable. Without envy. Feel like a
The
Porky Pig.
unenviable task.
Task of convincing its most engaged consumers that the console is worth the investment, but with many feeling the PS5 generation has yet to get started, the PS5 Pro appear to go beyond the price. Bum, bum, bum. Perhaps the best evidence was the decision to spotlight The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered during the presentation, a re-release version of a PS4 game from 2020. Yeah, that's not good. If the thing that you're going to show is not a new game that's like awesome, but a remaster of a game from 4 years ago.
Oh, yeah, that's not good.
Right.
That's not good.
Well, it's
Don't
good to
do
know
that.
No, it's bad. Well, it's good to know the game will run at an unflinching 60 frames per second in full 4K fidelity mode. There are few who feel the astronomical 700 price point is justified by an enhanced last gen title. That is very true. To his credit, they did highlight improvements to full-blown PS5 exclusives like Spider-Man 2, but the broader sentiment remains that the base PS5 has yet to flex its full potential. Tentpole first-party titles like God of War Ragnarok, Horizon Forbidden West, and Gran Turismo 7 all look and play great on the PS5, but they're also available on the PS4, raising questions about whether they're even stretching the capabilities of Sony's base hardware to begin with. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yep. Excellent.
I feel like we're kind of getting, we're not quite there, but we're kind of like, I don't know. Until you get like that graphics that's like totally immersive VR graphics and all that shit, I feel like we're getting to that point where like until it gets to that, we're like, okay, I'm not going to spend like $1,000 for just like, slightly better graphics on my video games.
Right. What do they call that? The upgrade cycle?
Right. Angry Bellsprout for George says, who gets more Russian money, Hassan, VAUSH, or J-Mac? Obviously, Hassan is getting channeled tons of Russian money. Okay.
Oh, yeah. All of J-Mac's money is American.
That's right, baby.
No rubles.
All American, baby. An alien for 10 months, thank you so much, says, wow, 10 months already, that's crazy. Also, you guys should talk about the potential cheating in the debate that Adam retweeted. What did you retweet?
The thing you sent me. On that Kamala got the questions and...
Oh, that was so interesting because I read that, right? I read that and I was like, the way that it was worded made it sound
fake.
It was the opposite, made it sound real. Because like it was it was bad, but not bad enough to like the way it was written. Like there was enough kind of like wiggle room in how it was written that I could be like, oh, this actually seems more realistic. Like I would figure if it was fake, they would go a lot more on the nose with the accusation. This was the accusation. So if you know what we're talking about, there was this accusation a person was saying that
I brought the
there's
tweet
some
up.
whistleblower claiming that
ABC News whistleblower swears under penalty of perjury that the Kamala Harris campaign dictated the terms of the questions during the presidential debate.
yes, and they kind of had the affidavit, and they claim they have some audio recording of this conversation that proves this. And I was reading the affidavit, and it was written well enough that I actually was like, oh, this feels like legitimate, like in terms of how it's worded, because it's not so on the nose that it seems fake. But then it's interesting, after it had been circulated for a while, a bunch of people were saying it was fake. Even people like Tim Pool says it's fake, and obviously he loves a good conspiracy. So,
oh yeah,
I'm
well,
wondering
now
if
that he's on the Russian payroll, he's trying to clean up his
there
reputation.
you go. So I'm like, wow, like listen, if even Tim Pool's saying it's fake, that makes at least me to think it's probably fake too. So maybe he has some source that's telling him it's fake. So believe that story with a grain of salt until this quote audio recording is produced to prove otherwise.
Well, I already retweeted it saying, I knew it.
Oh,
I
did you
knew
really?
this happened.
Did you really?
Look, I totally called it. Here it is.
Wow.
No,
Terrible.
I retweeted it with the eye emoji like, oh, look at this.
You did the Elon Musk?
That's all I ever do. It's like,
right.
I didn't know if it was believable or not, and enough people will chime in, but enough people did chime in and said, oh, I think this is fake. So I thought, oh, it's probably fake.
Right. And it's funny, Zero Flux brought up, Marjorie Taylor Greene is so retarded. She tweeted out, like, there was some, like, fake story about, like, how this guy got in a car accident, mysteriously, right? And she tweeted it out.
Oh, no. Really? Oh, the guy who did this has already been murdered, the witness.
Right, yeah. So.
Yeah. I didn't retweet that one with the eyeball emojis.
There you go. Let's see. Lives in Deswald specifically for $5 says, imagine being the guy that has to reset the quote days without assassination attempt on presidential candidate counter. What's even in life? There you go.
I can't wait to hear Trump talk about this. He was just golfing. He wasn't at a campaign rally or anything.
Yeah, he was just golfing. Which is interesting. People are saying, well, how would the person know to find him? Right. Which is a good point. But
how's the media going to film it?
I'm curious how this is going to fit into all the deep state conspiracies. Because if you have a situation where Trump is golfing, a guy hides in the bushes to shoot Trump, the Secret Service sees him before he even is near Trump and starts shooting at him. And the guy runs away, and then the guy immediately gets arrested. I mean, that doesn't fit into some kind of deep state narrative, right? Like, if the Secret Service and the deep state really wanted Trump to get killed or blah, 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 why wouldn't they have let the guy shoot Trump? Why would they, like, immediately stop him?
Yeah.
So, curious to see how they'll spin that one. But
see if he has any tweets on the deep state.
Right.
Dear President Zelensky, look, I work for the deep state. Call me.
Right. American Prot for 9 months, thanks so much, says, have you guys ever talked with Doug Pine Creek? He's an anti-woke, enlightened centrist, and a very high intellectual person. He gives Scott Adams vibes. No, I don't think
I've talked to him once. I talked to Doug.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen his content, so.
I thought it was fun because Doug thought, it turns out I'm older than Doug. And I was calling Doug like, son, sit down.
Right.
Sit down, son.
Mm-hmm.
So that's always fun.
What did you remember what you talked about?
He was big in the atheist community. I think I talked to him about that. I think it was something about how religion is, how the atheist community is basically like throwing science under the bus, because that kind of gets under my skin. So it's probably something around those lines. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I was like, atheist to atheist. What's up with all these atheists that are like monomaniacally fixated on religion bad and not looking at the pro-social benefits of religion?
Right.
Yeah. And going around on the internet lying about people all the time as if they are some sort of moral exemplar, but still being dicks. I don't know. I inhabit a weird space.
Mm-hmm.
I love how Sitch is always like, Adam, you have very unique arguments. Nobody makes your arguments.
That is true. I do
It's
say that.
true. It's so true.
Right.
I have the kind of arguments that throw people for a loop. It's like, custodial voting? Are you kidding? Oh, that's got to be, this is weird. Weird. Where are we at on these super chats? I'm going to blow through these.
Mason Jordan sent me a message Twitter. He said, I have no idea why YouTube wouldn't let me send this question. I tried 4 different ways. The question was, have you seen the show From?
Mm-hmm.
There's a show just called From. It's surprisingly interesting and intense. Be cool to see a breakdown of it. I've never even heard of this show, From.
Looking
Okay.
just on the super chat, I would have Doug on. Sure. Pine Creek Doug is cool.
Right. There was some new show on Netflix that was like, it was like about Greek mythology, and it had what's his name? Jeff Goldblum as like Zeus. And I was like, oh man, I'm so on board, right? I love me some Greek mythology. Jeff Goldblum as Zeus, that sounds kind of like awesome. And then I watched the trailer and it looks so awful. I mean, I'll still give it a shot, but I was like,
I think my wife is watching that show. What is it? It's on what?
I don't know.
I just remember
like,
Jeff Goldblum as Zeus.
Right. I was like, oh, that sounds awesome. But then it just looks like it's some like weird, like teen romance character drama.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck? Like, are you serious? You're gonna have Jeff Goldblum as Zeus and you're gonna like ruin it with this? I mean, I'll check it out. Maybe it was just a bad trailer, but
no, it's straight off the CW.
It felt like it. Yeah.
I've seen it.
Like,
I've seen it.
Really? I hope not.
Yeah.
So on the chat, Daniel says it's good. So listen, I'll watch the first episode also. Please invite me on to discuss chaos. Oh, really? You have thoughts about it? Maybe if we talk.
Where are you getting these from?
I'm just looking at the normal chat.
Oh, okay. I can't see the normal chat. Here, let me go look over here.
How dare you?
Well, I got
Listen,
my
does also
chat.
for $2 says, I'll set up a website to promise anything you want. There you go.
Oh, that's in reference to the other guy.
Right. The Sultan of Swing for 3 months says, I have converted. Sitch's take on guns and legislation thereof have driven me from S-Class. Phil Shills, bring your thrills. There you go. Ooh, yeah, the Sultan of Swing doesn't know. I had some very contentious gun takes back in the day that triggered a lot of people. A lot of people.
Yeah, you wanted to ban all guns, right? Oh, no, you wanted to have...
I did not want to ban
serial numbers on every single bullet that could be traced by the government. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
I do remember. Come on, I got a good memory.
You can lax all the gun laws as long as you can keep a good registration of who has the gun and who's firing it, and then you can lax the other ones. So.
But you were like serial numbers on the bullets.
If such a thing, I said if the technology exists, which I'm not sure it does.
I mean, it's pretty easy, right?
No, but you could put a serial number in a bullet, but if you shoot the fucking bullet and you're pulling slugs out of a wall, I don't know if that serial number is going to fucking, obviously you need some way to identify it, right? So I said, I don't know if the technology exists to be able to identify like a shot slug or something.
Sitch was like, every single gun that's fired must print a serial number on the slug.
I did not say
simultaneously upload a photo of the person firing the gun.
Well, there you go. I like that. Like you have a little camera
to the cloud,
right?
And
you have a little camera in every gun. There's a little camera that takes your picture when you fire. Yeah, there you go. Send it to the government.
Yeah, and it emails a copy of that photo to Nancy Pelosi.
Ooh, okay. This is getting better, right?
This is Sitch's gun takes.
There you go.
I don't know why you guys were triggered by this. It seems perfectly logical.
There it is. I like
Why are
it.
you guys so triggered?
Nancy
Jeez.
Pelosi gets a picture of your face every time you fire a gun. That's my gun control legislation I want to advocate for. Yeah.
Yes, and this is not hyperbolic or disingenuous at all. This is legitimately what Sitch is advocating for.
100%.
You heard it here first.
Yeah.
Look, and if he tries to come out and try to Donald Trump it and say he's being sarcastic later, no, that's not true. Okay.
You can hear the sincerity dripping from my voice.
Of
when
course.
I advocate for this policy.
Yeah.
I'd
That was
say
the
I'm
policy he wanted. He just missed it by a whisker.
Right. Right. You know what? Also, listen, we should combine this policy with custodial voting. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I think not only should the gun take your picture every time you fire it, but every child in America, not adults, every child in America should be required to have a gun
Oh yeah.
that takes your picture when you fire it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's a good idea. Yes. And they have to take it with them when they vote on election
When they go to
day.
school, right? This is how we tap down on school shootings, right?
Of course. They never
you arm all the kids.
What am I saying? When they
Right.
vote, they have it with them all the time. They have to take it everywhere.
Right. Yeah. I think this will thin the herd out appropriately. So
Ooh, yes. Darwin Awards are going to be big this year.
there you go. Vile Van Gogh for 26 months. Thanks so much. Says, quote, what do middle class people care about? Oh yeah, their lawn. Yeah, that was a weird line. So
I mean, I know lots of middle class people that don't have a lawn, so they live in apartments.
right.
Yeah.
Stuck for $5 says, sounds like she has the concept of a plan, just another policy stolen from Trump. Sad face.
Yeah.
True.
Policy thief. I wish Trump would build 3 million houses.
Right.
And say, look, I'm going to do it my first 100 days. I'm a builder. All those houses are going to say Trump on them, but
I'm kind of surprised has he said anything about building more? I think he said something.
She talks about it so little that.
No, I said Trump. Has Trump said anything about it?
No, but she talks about it so little, so Trump is not incentivized to talk about it, right? Like, if he keeps getting hit with this attack and it's sinking in, people are like, yeah, that's great. Then he'd be like, okay, I'm going to do it.
Right.
No, maybe not, because then he loses she's stealing stuff from me.
Well, he'd have to update. So, yeah. Lucifer the Dorman for 5 Canadian says, Lucy Lemonbug refuses to give her horse Leo an apple from me. Please shame her until she posts a video about it. He deserves an apple from us. Lucy.
Oh, okay.
How dare you not feed your wonderful horse Leo an apple from Lucifer, from the Sitch and Adam community as a whole, right?
It's a little weird, but I mean, I would do it.
You could even like cut it up in little pieces and feed it to him with chopsticks, because I know how much you love it.
Oh my God. Look, he can't let it go. He just can't let it go.
Never. It's like that's my crowd sizes.
It is. He's so triggered.
Right. Liz New Wallace specifically for $5 says, Sitch just realized that all the gun policy accomplishes is Nancy Pelosi getting personally flooded with dick pics.
Oh my God.
I mean, I wasn't going to say it. I was going to let you guys just kind of figure that one out on your own, but there you go. Toxic Mix for $20. Thank you so much. Says, if you can't get your business off the ground, does it really matter how much of a tax deduction you get? I suppose maybe you can cut your losses more easily. And to be fair, my family also cared about their lawn, so 8 out of 10. There you go.
That was my intuition as well about the tax refund. Like, if your business fails and you just lose all your money, I mean, what is a tax refund?
I'm assuming the tax refund is not just if your business fails, it's just a general tax refund.
Right. But your business, the implication is your business has to be successful. Like, a failing business doesn't get a tax break, right?
Well, as someone who's never started a business, I'm assuming she did a shit job explaining that. So I don't know what she's talking. I'm assuming it's just like a general tax deduction. You know how like you have a general tax deduction?
Right. But look, if you start a business and you buy a bunch of shit, well, I guess you do, because the shit that you'd buy, you'd get. Well, you'd have to have profits of $50,000 or more, right? In order to get the tax deduction.
It said no. It said if you were $1 million or less or had 30 employees or less, I think was the
Yeah,
criteria.
a million or less in sales. But if
Right.
that less is 0, where do you get the tax deduction from?
Well, I guess you don't, obviously.
Right. Look, and the tax deduction is like you've made enough sales that you owe $50,000 in taxes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you actually have to have much more in taxes, right?
Right.
So
Whatever. I mean, I don't understand exactly the policy, but sounds good.
I know look, I know she's a genius. I know she
Yeah,
could,
Hutch.
she could explain it very simply. We're just simple cavemen here.
Right.
She needs to
Yeah.
dumb it down for us.
She should have, instead of talking 2 minutes about how when the fuck she was a middle class, child retard raised by some other idiot, she could have been explaining what the policy is by saying, listen, people, they start a business, they have this problem, explain what the problem is, say, I'm going to solve that problem by giving people this, by raising the tax deduction from 5,000 to 50,000, right? Like that's how you actually explain a policy in a
Right.
good way in an interview. So
Look, if the business has a 20% tax or is in a 20% tax bracket, they have to have $250,000 in sales to owe $50,000 in taxes to get that $50,000 tax break.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if you've got a business that's doing $250,000 in sales, I'm kind of thinking, like, you're doing pretty good, right? I mean,
Sure.
it sounds on the
depends, I
face of it.
guess.
It sounds on the face of it. People think, oh, she's going to give new people who want to start a business, she's going to give $50,000 to start that business. That's the way I think people perceive it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not really what the policy is. The policy is you start your own business, make $250,000 in sales, and we'll let you not pay taxes on that.
Right. Anyway, I don't give a shit.
Anyway, who cares? It's just a Kamala Harris policy. She made it super simple, so it's easy to understand.
Thal for $20. Thank you, Thal. Says average price for a home is $410,000 with a 25K first time house grant you. With a 25K first time house grant, you could only afford $235,000 house, and that's a 70K a year. So her policy won't do dick. Banks won't give you a home loan if you're over a third of your income. So ... Yeah, the 25, this is the way I perceive it. The 25 first time house thing just feels kind of like a payoff essentially to young people.
Oh, it totally is. Yeah.
I agree with you. I don't feel like it would actually accomplish much of anything. So I think the trying to get them to build more houses is the actual policy that makes sense.
I think it is
one
funny.
is just like a payoff.
I think it is funny that she was talking about building more homes and then talking about giving those people a chance to build intergenerational wealth. Well, the only reason people are building intergenerational wealth on the value of their homes is because the housing market is so fucked up. Like, as soon as you fix the price of housing and housing is like reasonable, people are no longer building intergenerational wealth, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not rich because they bought a home for, a certain dollar figure that's tripled in 3 years. So now they're like a millionaire. Just because the market's screwed up. Yeah.
Yes.
It's weird. I don't think she understands the ramifications of the policy she's talking about.
What?
We need to destroy people's intergenerational wealth and get housing down to a reasonable level. That's what we need to do, but it doesn't sound as good that way. Houses need to be cheaper. Can you imagine people getting rich on like in consumer goods. No.
No.
Yeah. Houses need to be more like consumer goods.
True.
Not building intergenerational wealth because my dad gifted me a Picasso.
True. So Majin drew 2 pictures. One I sent you, Adam.
Why are you doing this?
What?
Since we're supposed to be reading super chats, not sending me lewd pictures from Majin.
Okay, first of all, let me finish. Okay. Maj made 2 pictures, one which I sent you, which is funny and not lewd. One which I will not send you because it is lewd. And
Oh my God. Okay.
I will describe it for you guys.
Okay, let's hear it.
It is a Majin, because he's a terrible degenerate. He drew a picture of, I guess, Kamala Harris, and she's got a big strap on, and it's censored. And there's a person saying it's better than Trump, and then I say I'd rather neither. So there you go. Thank you.
That had to be
thank you,
based
Majin.
on your comment about getting butt fucked by Kamala Harris.
It did, yeah. I should have expected that would,
Look, you say
entice
things like
Majin
that.
to draw a picture.
You know, Majin draws during the live streams. I don't know why you would string those words together.
I should have known that those words in that order would have got a drawing. So enticed the drawing from Majin.
You earned that. You
Right.
earned that drawing.
Terrible.
So what is this? Sitch. Oh, look. Send this to Hutch so Hutch can use it in his next
There you go.
thumbnail.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, there you go. M8566 for 2 hours says chopsticks can go to hell. Based. Look at that.
No.
Mr. Ubercross, thanks so much for $10. Says if Kamala is elected, I'll be opening a new business called Mr. Cross Law, and I'll take those tax credits. I won't have to change anything other than my registration. There you go. That's smart. Game the system.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It is good if you already have a business that's making $250,000 a year, right?
Yeah. J-Mac, our Circuit 5, thanks so much for the $20. Says, you're talking cray-cray, Adam. There you go. I don't know what Adam said, but you're talking cray-cray.
Really?
Yes.
How come I haven't seen these? Damn it. I'm so pissed off.
Oh, these are new, so I'm reading the new ones as they come in. I'm jumping all over the place.
Why? Okay, so I
fuck you,
gotta
that's
jump
why.
all the way to the bottom?
You don't have to scroll. Just interpret what I'm saying. Just hear the words coming out of my mouth. Okay.
Well, I have them on screen.
I know.
You're ruining the vibe.
Listen, I want to incentivize people to send in the chats now, so I read the new ones when they come in.
Oh, that's a good idea. Never mind.
Yeah.
Look, and I can scroll fast, so I'm just like, I'm all over.
There you go.
Look
You're
at this.
talking cray-cray, Adam. J-Mac said.
Who said that?
J-Mac.
What, in context of what?
I get whatever you were talking. When I was looking at the Majin pictures, you were going on about intergenerational wealth or something.
Oh my God.
So I assume that's what he was talking about. Oh, he sent a chat. Yeah, about the intergenerational wealth. There you go.
Okay. Well, look, if housing prices stay at a sustainable level, are you really building intergenerational wealth? When people have a bunch of money because they inherit a home from their parents, it's because the inflation on housing prices is through the roof, which it is. It's insanely crazy. Right?
Okay. Since I didn't really listen to what you're saying, I'm going to not confirm or deny if I agree with your opinion or not.
You should agree with J-Mac. He's basically
I agree with
executive
J-Mac.
producer anyway, so.
I agree with J-Mac.
I'm just giving you the smart answer.
Curtis M for 279 Canadian says, have you guys heard of the Chase Bank glitch? Yeah, I think we talked about it the other day. It is kind of retarded. There was some people were like trying to essentially do like a check fraud thing on the Chase Bank ATM. And there was like this retarded thing where, obviously they were like withdrawing too much. I forget the exact way it worked, but they were essentially doing some kind of check fraud and withdrawing too much money. And I don't know why the fucking, I don't know how this meme got started, if someone posted a video of it or something. Like really stupid people thought that if you overdraft from your account from an ATM, like that the bank isn't going to, charge you for stealing money when they literally know who took what because you're using your fucking ATM,
Well,
card
and
or
they
your
got
debit card,
cameras of
whatever.
those things.
They got cameras everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Put your picture with the transaction, dum dum.
right. So it's just like, I don't know what the fuck. So, you know, obviously a bunch of people are going to get in big trouble for it. Totally retarded, but
Whatever.
okay. Now I'm going back to where we were. Mason Jordan for 11 months. Thanks so much. Sitch, I sent you a message on X. For some reason, won't let me type it here. I have no idea why. I've tried 3 times. S class is the best class. Thank you.
Boo.
Thank you. And yeah, it was about the From TV show. So.
Boo.
Liz and Dev's new Wall Specific for $5 says, imagine this, but with confidence. Quote, I had the best middle class upbringing. We had the greatest lawns. People came from miles to see our lawns. That's how Trump would answer the question. I like that. I had the best middle class upbringing. We had the greatest lawns. People came from miles. They said, you had the best lawn. Even we charged them to see our lawn.
Oh, yeah.
Kyle Petty for $20 says, just reminding Sitch, I want to hear his take on simulation theory. Oh, there you go. Glad you reminded me because I totally forgot. Also, why is going back in time and preventing someone from existing more moral than an abortion? That was the point of my weird side quest the other day. LOL. Why is going back in time and preventing someone from existing more moral than an abortion? It wouldn't be.
Kyle Petty was grilling us on abortion.
Why would it
but
be?
really cryptically. So we were tricked into talking about abortion again.
Wait, I don't understand. Why would going back in time and prevent? Who said that going back in time and preventing someone from existing is more moral than an abortion? It's not. It's less moral. I don't understand. It's the opposite.
Less moral than an abortion?
Of course.
Right, because the person never exists.
I get the difference.
Non-time traveling story.
Well, the difference would be if it is a time travel situation, you know that there's a person who already like exists, right? They are alive, they exist. You're going back in time and you're erasing them from existence. That's completely different from an abortion. If you exist in a linear flat plane, you have no clue what, you know, that person doesn't, well, it's not really a quote, a person, depending on how you view it. So
Gotcha. You erased them before they ever existed.
Right. I don't
erased them.
That's not really a comparable series of events. So, but anyway, the simulation theory thing. So what I said about simulation theory is, so the only, like the idea of simulation theory is that in the future, you're going to be able to have the technology to create simulations of reality that are as effective as, or not effective, as realistic as real life. And there's going to be so many of these simulations running that odds are you're just mathematically, the odds are going to be that you're part of a simulation because there's going to be so many simulated realities rather than real realities, right? That's sort of the argument.
Right.
And I never bought this argument for a couple of reasons. Number one, so you have to say, okay, if there's all these simulations running of like human behavior, first of all, you have to assume a couple of things. You have to assume that number one, if people are simulating in the future or some civilization are simulating this that we're experiencing, presumably that means that these people have a moral system like us or similar enough to us. That's why they're creating a simulation of us in this sort of like moral conundrum. And so you say, okay, would a society like our society today with our moral framework, how would people feel if we were creating all these simulated realities that had like life forms living inside them that didn't even know that they were real? Do you think people would be
Depends
on board
upon
with
the
that?
purpose of the simulation.
Right, but do you think that this would be like a massively contentious political issue to allow these simulations?
Depends upon if the goal of the simulation is to find a cure for cancer, then
obviously. Well, so we'll get to that for 1 second. So, right. So you're saying, well, actually, I disagree. Even if it was to cure cancer, but there would be massive political like problems with doing this from a moral standpoint. So I don't believe this idea that like, oh, there'd just be these like near infinite number of simulations that people are running. No one give a fuck about this. I don't believe that's true whatsoever, because we would care about that. And presumably if people are simulating us, these people that would be doing the simulations hypothetically would have to be near enough to do this in the first place. That's number one.
I don't care.
Okay. I think you're completely wrong. Number two, there's a physical limitation here, which is kind of a problem, which is the example that you brought forward, Adam, which is they're using the simulation to like cure cancer or something, right? Which I would agree, if you're having a bunch
Build
of
a time
simulations
machine.
running. What?
Build a time machine. That's
Okay.
what the simulation.
Okay. If you're having a bunch of simulations running, it would be for some kind of scientific or historical purpose. You're either trying to figure out something, you know, about how people act, maybe psychologically or historically, or trying to figure out how to do something, you know, saying cure cancer or whatever, right? Those would only be useful. Those simulations would only be useful if they were hyper time compressed, right? If you created a simulation, if like future humans are creating a simulation of humanity to figure out something, if it was a 1-to-1 time ratio, it would be completely fucking useless because it would take forever to find out anything. It has to be hyper time compressed, right? In order to get whatever the thing is that they're trying to figure out, the information they're trying to figure out.
True.
So imagine that you have a simulation that's like 1,000 times time compressed. So for every, you know, year in reality, 1,000 years in the simulation goes forward, right? Okay, this creates a problem because if you create a simulation that's so good that, you know, no one knows that they're in a simulation, and you have it hyper time compressed, the people in the simulation are going to reach a technological point where they create a simulation themselves, right? If they're going to go on the same trajectory as presumably whoever the real people are. And that's going to be a problem.
Simulation chance equals 0 in the code.
Well, that would be an indication that the people are a simulation if they, for some reason, can never create a simulation. People are already talking about this, so obviously it's on people's minds. It's not like it hasn't occurred to anyone.
Have we done it though?
Well, we don't
Maybe
have the
we're
technology
in
to
that
do it yet.
simulation that has.
We don't have the technology to do it yet.
Right, because of the code says the simulation chance 0.
Yeah, but that's impossible because people, if you had simulation chance equals 0, that would either mean A, we would never have the technology to do it, or B, people would never think to do it. Obviously, people have already thought to do it, so that's off the table. So now we just have the technological limitation, which I agree, we're not quite there yet, but you can perceive that we'd be there, especially with AI, not in the alter distant feature.
Not if they just continually stretch the time compression out every time you get close enough to it that you're constantly never achieving it.
That's reverse time compression.
Yeah, I know.
That doesn't make any sense.
It's actually just lessening the time compression.
No, you're saying that like there's going to be some sort of like event horizon as you get closer to creating a simulation magically time. That doesn't make any sense.
No, you're going to stop the time compression. You're going to reverse it. The closer you get to the simulation, the time is going to slow down. So you never encounter the simulation.
Why would you do that?
To fulfill the code, simulation equals 0.
That doesn't make any sense. You know, people. So how is that going to actually manifest itself in reality as we as a civilization approach closer to making a simulation? Time slows down for us, and we just don't notice.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be perceivable from within the simulation. Obviously, it's only perceivable as a reference point from the people outside the simulation.
Yeah, but then you're essentially making the simulation becomes useless at that point.
Unless they accomplish the goal of the simulation before they make another simulation.
Right, but see, okay, that's the problem that I'm trying to get to, right? Is that as soon as the simulation society can create its own simulation, that creates a massive turtles all the way down problem. Because if you have a civilization, if you have a simulation that's hyper time compressed, okay? If they create a simulation, it's also going to be hyper time compressed, right?
Theoretically.
Well,
are there nested simulations?
They're going to do it for the same purposes as the real people are going to be doing it. If they're a simulation of the real people, right? So they're going to create a simulation that's hyper time compressed. That's going to cause an additional problem because then in that simulation, eventually the simulation of the simulation people are going to create another simulation that's hyper time compressed. Basically, what this does, unless you have a hard-coded way to prevent the simulation people from creating another simulation, is that means that these, like, essentially, as soon as you turn on your simulation and it reaches a point where these simulation people can create a simulation, as soon as they do that, your simulation crashes because of the magnitudes of hyper time compression. You're going to have instantly fill up whatever physical data that houses your simulation the moment that happens.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, unless you have like infinite storage capacity.
well, I don't know how you'd have infinite storage capacity, but
Do you ever go camping
yeah.
and look up at the stars and think, oh my
Okay,
God.
so if there's a civilization that's using all of the infinity of space to house simulations, one simulation, then that would defeat the whole point, because the whole point is that there's supposed to be so many simulations running that mathematically it's more likely you'd be part of a simulation. If there's only one simulation running with infinite space of the universe, then that defeats the point of the whole simulation theory.
Right.
So that's the problem with the simulation. So I guess you could say that the greatest evidence of the fact that we're not in a simulation would be once we reach the point that we can make a simulation, if someone can turn it on and our universe doesn't explode or instantly turn itself off, then I guess we're not in a simulation. So,
Right. But I don't think we would have any ethical qualms about creating a simulation where people were like doing their thing.
I think I don't know why you'd say that. Of course, people. What do you mean? Why would people not have ethical problems with that? People are going to have massive ethical problems about the fucking AI robots. You're talking about creating a simulation that is so advanced, it's essentially creating life forms inside of it. Of course, we're going to have a problem with that.
They're just automatons, though.
Okay.
They don't even have free will. They just work inside the simulation programming.
Yeah, but that would only work if.
What is the purpose of the simulation? I guess that's the real.
It would just
question.
be to test shit. I guess I don't know.
Right.
That's why like Scott Adams' take on it is so bizarre, because unless he's being coy, which is possible, because he kind of thinks the simulation exists recreationally, and that there's certain people that can control in the simulation that are part of the simulation that can control the simulation. And I'm like, that makes absolutely no sense. So I think either he has a completely insane version of this in his mind, or it's possible that he's kind of being coy. And when he says simulation theory, he really means he believes kind of like the new age idea that you can like control your reality. And he's just kind of explaining it through simulation theory because he thinks that'll be more digestible to his audience.
Right.
Which is very possible.
Anyone who could control their own reality wouldn't age. So I don't think Scott Adams is controlling the simulation.
I don't agree with that. So at all, really.
Oh, really?
But well, that's like saying if you're playing a video game, Adam, and you're like, well, if anyone was playing a video game, they would make it so they have the cheats on, they never die. And you're like, okay, but then that would defeat the point of the game, wouldn't it?
Yeah, the point of the game is to die.
Well, the point of the game isn't to die, but the game is to provide you with challenges and conflict to overcome.
Or you don't
That's what
die,
makes
right?
the game fun, right?
Right. Yeah.
So.
Or you don't die. Yeah.
Right.
To
but if
challenges in a safe environment. So the simulation would be the same way.
Exactly.
But it wouldn't be fun because it's not really. Well, it is. Video games are fun even though there's no real stakes. I guess the stakes are
time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stacking damage for $10 says Kamala's entire campaign in a school paper worth half your grade on a book you haven't read, written at 3 a.m. after a semester of calling the deal a racist. There you go.
Yeah. That's basically her campaign.
Toxic Mix for $10 says, I'm so horrified by what these weapons of war have done to people. I've seen bodies completely destroyed. So anyway, isn't it great that Dick Cheney endorsed me? Oh yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. Fate of Morality for $2 says custodial voting disenfranchises the infertile.
No, it doesn't. They can still vote.
Right.
Infertile people get a vote. One man, one vote. Look, and if you want to adopt, you'd be the custodian for a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Even infertile people can custodial vote.
M8566 for 2 hours says, wow, Adam, why did you call Hutch a bleep? Rude.
I don't even remember what I called him.
There you go.
Hmm.
Kyle Petty for $10 says, by the way, there was one woman who ate a cat in Ohio, not Springfield, though. It was Canton or something like that. There's a body cam on YouTube, but she was a black citizen, not Haitian immigrant.
Yeah,
Is that the clip that Rufo played or had, Christopher Rufo clip? I saw that, if that's what you're talking about. So
did she eat with a knife and fork, or how'd she do it?
What gross. An alien for $5 says, just finished my workout, so remember everyone, go get those gains. True. Go get the gains.
I need to work out today still.
Good. M8566 for 10 months says, have you guys seen the speculation that all the undecided voters must be racist and sexist because Kamala is the clear choice, Adam?
No, I didn't see that, and I don't believe it.
There you go.
I hate racism and sexism. Well, sexism, not as much as I hate racism.
Drew the Dogman for $2 says, just bought the book, my first since 1991, A-Team Ed.
Wow, cool.
Wow. Is that the first, you mean the first comic book that you've ever bought since 91? Or you mean the first book period that you've bought since 91? I hope comic book. So, yeah.
Probably comic book.
But thank you, Drew.
Yeah, thanks.
Fruges for 2,000 yen. Thank you so much. Says shipping to Japan doubled the price of the book, but I just picked up my copy of the comic. Yay, inflation's a bitch, but as a true Sitch and Adam fan and the guy that came up with putting quotes around comedy show.
Oh, really? Wow. Wow.
Okay. Well, thank you, Fruges. That was genius inspiration for the
Is
quotes.
it still in there? Are the quotes still in the thumbnail? I don't even know.
It's still in the background.
Sweet.
Look at the top. It says Sitch and Adam.
Oh, it is.
Comedy
Look at that.
show. Yeah. There you go. Well, thank you. And also thank you for buying the book as well.
It is a real comedy show. And look, I look forward to learning how to ship to Japan.
Right.
Be great.
I want to go to Japan. You got to tell me all the cool places to go, Fruges.
Yep.
Deej Nuts for $5 says Trump needs to harp on Kamala being a bad negotiator. Quote, I offered you 3 debates. You turned them down. Now you're losing and begging for more. That'd be an interesting way to frame it.
Ooh, that would be a reversal, wouldn't it?
Right. Interesting. Twitter sucks for 20 months says Trump now has many assassination attempts as Kamala has had interviews. Like if I had a nickel, LOL.
Oh,
That's kind of funny. See, if Trump says that, oh my God, could you imagine if Trump said that?
That's going to get a lot of play. Yeah.
Ooh, if he says that, my God, that's devastating. So, Contrast for $2 says, I'm here for the Boomer audio and Sitch IT support. Thank you.
Yes.
Right.
I guess we gotta. Maybe I can edit that out.
Let me jump ahead here. Loser Doman for the 2 Canadians says A-Team reigns supreme. Smash that like button. Ew, gross.
Hell yeah. Don't say gross.
Gross.
Those are our fans. What are you doing?
Right. Lives in Dabs New Walls specifically for $2 says, wouldn't they just simulate horse-sized ducks? They would, and it would be awful. Idiotosin for $5 says the year is 2040. First scientist creates a simulation, tries to turn it on, sky turns into a blue screen error message. If that happens, then I'm going to throw my hands up and say, well, boys, it's been fun.
Adam figured it out.
No, you didn't. I figured it out. I said, proof that we're in a simulation.
Well, no,
Turn on the simulation and it crashes our sky. It's not a good sign. Lives in Dev's New Wall, specifically for $5 says, quote, the point of the game is to die. That describes the Adam and Sitch simulation drinking game. There you go. So.
Oh, yeah.
Metalworks $411.90 for $10. Thank you so much. So Sitch, ours, I'm assuming you mean our simulation. Our simulation could be so vastly inferior to ones we're occupying, so there would be no problem for it to emulate lesser ones. And for Adam's question, the player could just get a new body in multiple ways. So but it wouldn't be inferior because the whole point is that we're creating a simulation that's as realistic as real life, and that's going to have to take up obviously some physical storage space on our side, which now that's a simulation on their side, but that would mean that. So the way you have to think about this is, if we're in a simulation, okay, everything that we do and every part of information that we create has to take up storage space in the real world. And so that would mean that like the information that you take up and the physical world that we inhabit takes up would be exactly the same as if we created a simulation that took up some physical storage space, right? In our world, it would be the same in the real world. It'd be this because it's all just data. And the problem is that since we're time compressed, okay, if we turn on a simulation that's time compressed, it's going to create infinite simulations all the way down because they're all going to be time compressed. Unless there's a hard way to prevent them from creating a simulation, like you were saying, Adam, if we can create a simulation, then that proves that we're not a simulation, because otherwise the time compression would create an infinite cascade of simulations being created almost instantaneously because of how the time compression would keep compounding on itself again and 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 again.
It's not just the data though, because it has to run on some kind of computational device. That's the thing about simulation theory. It's like, what is the computational device that?
Well, that's true too. On? Yeah, it would destroy the processing power to all be taken up by simulations, creating simulations, but creating simulations, like there'd be this infinite cascade of new simulations being created, and that would have to be being computed by something, right?
Yeah, but
that's a good point. Yeah.
The interesting question is, would we put that line of code in if we built a simulation? Like, don't build simulations. Like, they would discover that pretty quickly and say, okay, well, the workaround is don't let the people in the simulation build a simulation.
Right,
and
but
look,
that's why
there's different ways
said,
to solve that problem, but
that's why I said if we can create a simulation, that proves we're not a simulation.
Right.
Because that would prove that that line of code doesn't exist in our reality.
Right. We're base level.
Right.
Base reality.
We're base reality. So.
But that, the whole cascading simulations is interesting too.
Yeah, because like, think about it. If we create a simulation and time sped up, by 1,000, right? And then in that simulation, they create a simulation sped up by 1,000, right? That compounds into our reality.
Other than entertainment, what is the purpose? I guess solving different problems. Look, if sooner or later they're going to come up with a cure for cancer, right? So the whole idea would be, well, maybe we can put people inside a simulation, speed up the time, and get the cure for cancer. Like the people develop the cure for cancer, right?
Well, right. Like it'd be like AI, essentially. You're saying AI find the cure for cancer. AI goes and does it. And it's like, essentially AI is doing it by creating a completely new universe. And this is figuring out the cure for cancer, right?
Right.
But I feel like this would be a really roundabout way to do it. So if we lived in a world, like, okay, think about it from our perspective. If we had the technology to create these simulations, but we don't have a cure for cancer or something, you wouldn't need to have the AI create the simulation from like the beginning. Like, why would you have the simulation start at a technological point before the simulation exists? Well, shouldn't it start after? Because it's trying to figure out the cure for cancer using your modern technology. Why would you be like, find a cure for cancer using technology from 100 years ago? That's stupid.
Right. Well, the whole idea was that you would have like technological evolution, but since you could speed up the simulation.
No, but why wouldn't you just start the simulation at the point of your technology? There's no point in starting before it.
No, you would. You'd start at your technology, but you'd speed it up 1,000 times.
Right.
So look, you agree sooner or later we're going to come up with a cure for cancer, correct?
Yes.
Like at some point in the future. So we build a simulation where we can get to that point in the future faster in the simulation.
Right, but I'm saying this would be that would prove that our simulation is not a cure for cancer simulation, because it would have been started at the technological point of whatever that society was at. It wouldn't start past.
Right.
So that doesn't make sense.
Well, I'm just thinking in terms of like what is the purpose of these simulations? Like, why would they exist?
Right. Yeah. No, it would be
like
for
entertainment is one, right? But I don't necessarily even know how the entertainment thing works. Like, would it be more fun just to be in the? I guess because you have a shitty time in the real world, you go into the simulation where you're in a better situation and it's
Well,
more
here's the
fun.
way to think about it. Okay. So we could say, okay, scientific advancement doesn't seem like it would make sense for our simulation, if we're in a simulation, for that to be the purpose, right? So we can kind of nix that off, really, because that should start at a more advanced point, number one. Okay. Then you say, okay, entertainment. When you look around our world, it's hard for me to imagine, right? Because you think, like, if we lived in a world where a select group of people had superpowers, and were like superheroes and supervillains and fought each other, I'd be like, okay, maybe those people are the players and we're the simulation, right? We're the NPCs and those are the players. Have superpowers.
Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Right. But that's not the way our world looks at all. And so you're like, we're literally like this, the world is pretty, straightforward, boring, in terms of like compared to all the million games that we've created. So I think we can cross off entertainment from the list of why, if this is a simulation, why it would like what this would be the point of it, right?
Right.
So
well,
I think we're only
you're trying to do a different thought experiment than me.
I know, I'm
you're
saying,
basically
yeah,
trying to
right.
say, if we're in a simulation,
Yes.
what would that simulation that we're in be
Yes.
useful for?
Right.
And I'm saying, as a
I know, you're saying just
society,
in general. Yeah.
if we were going to make a simulation, what would we want to accomplish with that simulation?
Right.
Like, and you wouldn't nix cancer off of the list because
No.
that's like a huge goal for humanity.
Of course.
Like, there's cure for cancer.
I understand.
There's develop a time machine. What else is there? It's like explore the universe.
Well, I don't know if that one, because you're just kind of making shit up.
Find out if we live in a simulation. That's a big one.
There you go. Well, the only two I think that would kind of function as like our simulation, which also you could say this would be a point simulation, would be to maybe try to figure out like more details about historical events or like why things happen.
Oh, that's
the
a
way
good
they
reason.
happened,
Yeah,
right?
sure. Yeah.
So they would have
You're
that,
like
and you also have
modeling
like this,
history.
right? Have it creating like a model of history. Even though I don't know how useful that would be, because it would all be like kind of just generative, right? You wouldn't necessarily know if it was true or not. You're just inputting a bunch of things, and AI is kind of filling in the blanks. So I don't know how useful that would be. So I guess the most useful would be just kind of like the psychological aspect, to see like, okay, if you could create like a model of people's behavior on a broad sociological scale, you create a simulation of that, and then you put in different things to see how like the groups of people react to different events.
Yeah.
So that would be a potential reason to do it.
Interact with famous historical people.
You wouldn't need
that
to
would be
create
along the lines of entertainment.
but you wouldn't create an entire simulation of an entire world just so you could go interact with like one or two people. You wouldn't. That's such a waste. You would just go interact. It'd be like in Star Trek, when you go in a little holodeck and you pull up, Leonardo da Vinci or whoever, and you go talk to them, hang
Yeah,
out.
you could just do that.
Right. You wouldn't
basically
need to
in
create
one restaurant.
Yeah, right. You wouldn't create this entire fucking, world of a simulation to do that. So,
right.
And then the psychology one, which I think would make sense. I don't think that would really make sense for us to be that, because again, presumably, unless you're just doing it for historical purposes, if you're trying to figure out some psychological answers to why people behave the way they do, I again feel like you'd have to have your simulation be based off of whatever the current technological standard was, because obviously what the technology is going to dramatically change the way that people behave. So okay, anyway, Toxic Mix for $10 says Trump should agree to another debate, but I do think there's an argument that he shouldn't just accept another stacked deck. I would say town hall with neutral moderators or nothing. Yeah, no, I agree. He shouldn't just agree to anything, but he should be throwing out something that's like real. Like having a debate with fucking Sean Hannity, the moderating is not like a real thing. So I don't know. We'll see. It could just be like a strong ask, and then there'll be some sort of negotiate down. But I'm not sure because the Kamala campaign could very easily be like, we agreed to, I don't know, there was some third debate or second debate, I guess, technically, that they supposedly had already agreed to some, I don't remember what the details were, that they had agreed to some kind of general details to. And so the Kamala campaign could just sit back, because I don't think they should do another debate from their perspective. They could just sit back and say Donald Trump is too afraid to debate us. You know, he's just throwing out some like completely wacky idea about Sean Hannity. So
Yeah, they should get Taylor Swift to moderate the next debate.
Right. Oh yeah, there you go. Oh, you kilt poo Hestra for 2 Aussie bucks says didn't know Anna was on Sunday, not in the video title. Adam, you didn't put Anna in the title. How dare you?
I thought you were going to do it. What are you talking about? I posted on the community tab with a picture and a link directly to where it was.
Yeah, but I don't know how many people see the little community post.
Oh, okay.
You should put Anna in the title.
Let's do it.
Stug for $5 says Hutch sees Sitch describing what Harris did and thinks it's automatically criticism. When describing Trump, it's automatically praise. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a great point because he's so kind of like brain broken and biased against us. Yeah, I'm like neutrally just describing something Harris did and something Trump did, and he just kind of throws it through his lens. So that's a good point. Lives and Devs News Wall specifically for Charlie says reacting to a reaction of yourself feels masturbatory. You're right. And sometimes like masturbation, you just got to do it. PC for $5 says those are war faces. Just imagine Kamala making those faces to Putin. He'll be so triggered. There you go. Right. There you go.
Yeah, of course.
J-Mac, our circuit father, thanks so much, Daddy J-Mac, for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Oh, yes. I love it when we get new members. Welcome, new members.
M8566 for $10 says, Captain Marvel, she's amazing. She's going to lead the Avengers. She's the most powerful character. Kamala, she's amazing. Trump is scared of her. She's here to lead the country. Love her. There you go. Thank you. Very accurate. Idiotosin for $2 says, sees missing dog flyer. Let me guess, vaxxed? There you go. Exactly. Mr. Ubercross for $5 says, I need to order my comic. I never trusted the 2021 estimated delivery, so the time is now. That's right. The time is now.
Who said that?
Mr. Ubercross.
Smart man.
Yes.
Look, I knew that guy was smart.
Yep.
Look, and this is the reason why we weren't like hardcore out there selling it every day. Because,
right.
Yeah.
Which now we're going to start to do. Buy the comic, baby.
Yeah. Now it's on. It's on big time.
It's on like the simulation that we're definitely not living in.
Yep.
Cocoa Beans for $5 says, have you guys seen the Charlie Kirk versus woke college students Jubilee video? And would you cover some of it? Also thoughts on the Laura Loomer situation. So I tried to watch it. And then the beginning was just about abortion. And I was like, oh my God. So I turned it off.
Boring.
Yeah. So I didn't really watch it. The Laura Loomer thing is hilariously stupid. Laura Loomer is probably one of the biggest fucking retards currently like involved in politics. She's completely insane. It's funny how like people get this reputation for being completely psychotic and they're just able to, by the tenacity of being useful for like propagandists, that they just never go away. Because you remember like Laura Loomer, she was like outside Twitter, like screeching about, when she got deleted from Twitter back before Elon, bought it. Everyone was mocking her and calling her a fucking retard. And now here she is just promoting, fake news and lies on Twitter. And somehow Donald Trump has, I guess, embraced her into the campaign. And now, did you see, I don't know if we'll see her going forward, she put out like a super racist tweet about Kamala Harris. Did you see that?
No.
Laura Loomer put this like weird tweet about how if Kamala Harris wins, the White House will smell like curry, and you'll call the White House and you'll get sent to a call center and you won't be able to understand what they're saying.
Okay, that's a little racist, but
yeah. So I was like, so that she put that out and it was like, what the like, it was just like, okay, that's weird. It's like obviously making some weird like racist Indian thing. And actually it got a lot of this is kind of what started the backlash, in big time, because people were like, oh, that's all too racist. A lot of people were shitting on it. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene called it out, though apparently she has some kind of like reason for hating Laura Loomer that has probably something to do with some other reason. But the thing that was like to me that the extra reason that was offensive to me was I was thinking, what, like, if I'm JD Vance, that puts me in a really awkward situation because JD Vance is married to an Indian woman, right?
Yeah.
And if I'm JD Vance, I'm like, I now have to have this conversation where I go to Donald Trump and I say, listen, if you don't, stop, if I'm not going to come out and tell you to like denounce Laura Loomer and call her a fuckwit. I mean, that'd be nice if he did, but I don't think he would. But if you keep interacting with Laura Loomer after she makes this like massively racist insult to Indians who I'm married to an Indian woman, then I'm going to drop out of the campaign because like I'm not going to have you basically
that's
supporting
crazy.
someone who's insulting my wife on like a racial level.
That's crazy.
But he wouldn't do that because then that would destroy his political career.
This is not like that level of racism. Like saying, I mean, it is like a racist stereotype, but she's not saying, it's not that incendiary.
You're insane.
Like, really?
You think that you're crazy?
Look, you think JD Vance's wife is going to be upset because Laura Loomer said this crazy thing?
No. Well, I don't know if she would or not. I'm saying if I'm married to an Indian woman and I'm the vice president candidate and someone that the president is supporting is making some fucking weird racist remark that catches my wife in the stray, I'm going to be fucking livid.
What did Laura Loomer say? Like that the White House was going to smell like curry?
Let's see. I'll go find the actual.
And first, ooh, why even say this? Like, who cares if the White House smells like curry?
Because that's why it's just like a completely random, like racist comment to make. She said, I don't know if this was in response to something. I don't think it was. I think it was just a tweet. She said, if Kamala Harris wins, the White House will smell like curry, and White House speeches will be facilitated via call center, and the American people will only be able to convey their feedback through a customer satisfaction survey at the end of the call that nobody will understand.
Right. This sounds like a attempt at a joke.
Well, it is obviously a joke. It's a racist joke. It is a joke. Yes. The thing is, if Laura Loomer just said this, maybe you're not like processing what I'm saying. If Laura Loomer just said this, I'd be like, okay, she's made some super racist joke. I don't care. If she says it and she's hanging out with Donald Trump and Donald Trump is like palling around with her, that completely changes the context. Right. Because then it's like, if I'm JD Vance, I'm like, okay, now I'm put in this difficult situation. I have two options. If I'm JD Vance, I can either A, look like and be a fucking soy cuck, right? For not defending my wife's honor. Number one.
Oh my God, you're doing it. You're doing the identity politics.
It literally is.
She's
identity
been
politics.
disrespected.
She has been. Wait, are you crazy?
The Indian people have been.
Wait, why? That's okay. If you don't like someone, why should you not make a racist joke about someone? If you don't like them, why should you not make a racist joke about them?
Right, but I mean, is the dignity of the Indian people really at stake in this stupid thing that Laura Loomer said? I'm not sure that that's the case.
No. That's not the way I'm perceiving this at all.
Okay.
The way I'm perceiving it is Laura Loomer knows my wife is Indian. If I'm JD Vance, Laura Loomer
Right.
knows my wife's Indian. Okay.
Right.
She 100% knows that. The answer to the question I asked you, if you don't like someone, why do you not make a racist joke against them? The answer to that question is because when you do that, you're not just insulting that person, you're insulting every single person that shares their race. You're basically throwing like all the strays in the world out to everyone that shares the race of the person, just because you don't like this one person.
Mhm.
Right. And so I'm sitting here as JD Vance saying, why the fuck is my wife catching this fucking stray from this unhinged lunatic Laura Loomer, who first of all says a bunch of dumb fucking shit anyway. So she's not even useful to the campaign at all. Anyway, but this fucking retard who's palling around with the president that I'm supposed to be supporting is throwing out a fucking stray to insult the racial dignity of my wife for no reason, just to make some stupid fucking joke. Fuck you. Okay? If you love your wife, fuck you. What the fuck? I'm not going to let this sit by. I'm not going to let this stand by. And if he says nothing about it and just shrugs, then he looks like a fucking cuck. He looks like a bitch. This is like when Donald Trump was literally insulting Ted Cruz's wife and his family. And Ted Cruz is like, you've gone too far, Donald. And then what happens? Ted Cruz totally cucks out and is like, there's that picture of him at the call center looking miserable, trying to get people to vote for Donald Trump because he's a soy cuck, right? Because these people say, well, my political career is more important than, my family, essentially.
Right.
So I don't know. Maybe you don't give a shit whatsoever.
Here's an article.
I would give a massive shit, and I would tell Trump, like, you can't, if you keep palling around with Laura Loomer after this, then I'm gonna have to drop out the ticket. So it's also massively disrespectful to JD Vance from Trump's perspective to say, like, Trump gives such a little shit about me, his vice president, that he's going to keep palling around with some fucking fuckwit who's like throwing racial strays that are catching my wife. What the fuck? That's like massively disrespectful.
I don't like these comments. I don't like those comments. JD Vance, married to an Indian American, distances himself from Laura Loomer's racist slur. I just sent you the article. Hold on. I want to ask. I'm looking up. I don't know the truth. Does Laura Loomer's 31? Is she married? Does she have kids? Does she own a cat? So. That's what I want to know.
Oh, you think she's a cat? She's doing this because she's a cat woman?
She's targeting JD Vance. She's doing this deliberately. She's like, how dare you call me a fucking cat lady?
Right.
Take this. Look, and that's a perfect target. Like, if she's a disgruntled cat lady, of course she's going to go after JD Vance's wife. Let's be real here.
Even if
she's jealous as fuck.
Right. If
Don't they have like 8 kids?
Right. If she's a disgruntled cat lady, that doesn't change anything. Everything I said still would hold 100% true, regardless of, quote, who shot first or not. Right.
Well, look, it looks like JD Vance did respond.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sure he did. I'm sure he said, oh, let's see. What did he say? He said, I don't like those comments.
Oh my God.
He said he doesn't look at the internet for every single thing they get offended by. That's a cuck comment. That's a fucking soy cuck comment right there. Oh my God.
I so fucking nailed it right here. Here's the Economic Times. Trump's aide Laura Loomer claims she's single because she loves the ex-president too much.
That's funny.
Look, this is what's going on. I fucking nailed it.
Mm-hmm.
I totally nailed it. The cat lady response got under Laura Loomer's skin. She's seething.
I know, you're probably right. But see, just as like I said that I lost all respect for Ted Cruz in 2016 and he totally cucked himself out for, Donald Trump attacks his wife and his father and Ted Cruz like, you've gone too far. And then he just totally sucks Trump's dick afterwards, right? Here's JD Vance, massive cuck, pathetic, a shriveling little minuscule of a man. His comments on this are the most soy cuck thing I've ever heard. He says, Not only does he not look at the internet for every single thing to get offended by, which has nothing to do with the actual problem, he says, what Laura said about Kamala Harris is not what we should be focused on. We should be focused on policy and other issues. I mean, I make chicken curry. I don't think it's insulting for anyone to talk about their dietary preferences or what they want to do in the White House. Bro, you for real?
Mm-hmm.
That's the most cuck shit I've ever heard. Was it really offensive? I make chicken curry. Oh, fuck off, bro. Come on.
It's a tough
Terrible.
Look, it's a tough line to walk because so many people on the right are constantly defending themselves against bogus racist charges. So it is
It's not a question. It has nothing to do with that.
Mm-hmm.
If JD Vance is married to some non-Indian woman, then you just, it's like, okay, wow, Laura Loomer made a weird racist fucking joke, right? Who cares? That's not what I'm talking about. I don't give a shit that she made the joke. What I'm saying is the fact that she makes the joke when JD Vance has an Indian wife and it hits her. That's the thing that I'm saying is like, oh shit. Like that's what is like makes me fucking livid, because then I start to imagine if I'm in JD Vance's situation, this puts me in a super fucking weird situation where I essentially have to gamble I have to basically force Trump to either throw Laura Loomer out or say I'm walking because it's the only way to defend the honor of my wife without, and
it's
also
a
not be
super fucked up situation to be in. That's for sure.
Right. Now I would hope, I don't know. And people are saying, oh, Laura Loomer's sucking Trump's dick or something, which I don't know. But, I'd hope Trump, JD Vance went to Trump and said, like, listen, can you, not fucking interact with Laura Loomer because she's fucking idiot. And also she's like saying racist shit that affects my family. I'd hope Trump would say, sure. But what if he doesn't? So, who knows?
Yeah. Maybe he's going to use this as an excuse to get rid of JD Vance. He's going to bring in RFK. He's going to be like, this is perfect. Thank you, Laura.
I think that ship has sailed. So.
Oh, okay. Typical.
Okay.
Look, if Trump wins, we get 4 years of this. It'll be great, right?
Right.
Bunch of Laura Loomer calling everyone crazy shit.
Oh, God.
Like 1 million cats at the White House for Laura Loomer. What, Melania? She loves me too much.
I don't know if she's going to she's going to be kind of mad, right? Like if she thinks that Laura Loomer's like sucking Trump's dick or something.
Oh, yeah. Melania might get pissed about that, huh? No, she doesn't care. Get out of here.
Okay. Josue I always say his name wrong. Callejero for 14 months. Thanks so much. Says with the election, particularly everyone go read up the performance study / theory. It explains so much of what we're seeing. S class is a team.
Oh, great.
Performance study / theory.
More for us to look up.
Performance studies an interdisciplinary academic field that teaches development of performance skills and uses performance as a lens and a tool to study the world. Interesting. I'll check it out.
I like it.
Loser Doberman for 2 Canadians says, smash that like button if you like bacon.
Oh, yeah. Look, I love bacon. Who doesn't like bacon? Hearts for bacon.
There you go. I think I read this one, but if I can't say it didn't. Kristen Brandon for $2 says, Sitch and Adam, what do you think of the PS5 Pro? And we answered that question.
You definitely read that one, yeah.
Yeah. Is that real? Donald Trump saying, I hate Taylor Swift? Is that like a new tweet or like an old tweet?
Yeah. This is brand new right here.
That's a real tweet.
Yeah. Do you think this is like a good idea?
I think if he like made fun of her in some way that was funny or clever, that would be a good idea. I think just saying I hate Taylor Swift in all caps, like you're like an angry teenage girl, writing with red permanent ink on the photo you have of Taylor Swift on the wall.
Right.
I don't think that's a good look. So Lucy Lemonbug, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships.
Woo woo! New members.
Lou Silver for $5 says, if you guys are so diminutive in this guy's eyes, why is he even bothering reviewing you? That's a good question.
Because he loves us. He's very upset that we don't pay enough attention to him.
I guess he was triggered that you blocked him, so.
Yeah.
Or because he's like a
still riding on the hate train.
I don't know what's up with. I have no clue what's up with Hutch's channel. It's very weird.
Right.
Because he has like 800,000 subs, but his
Does
videos
he
get
really?
like,
Holy
but his
fucking
videos get
shit.
like no views. Like that video of us, he did only got like 10,000 views, and others videos they only get like 10,000. No, I'm sorry, I have 14,000. They only have like the 10,000, 14,000, 10,000. So I don't know. Maybe did he used to make completely different content that made a lot of views, and then now he's doing political content that makes nothing. I don't know.
I don't either.
So it's interesting.
And fun.
Mr. Ubercross, thanks so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you, Todd Sullivan, for the 5 gifted memberships.
Whoa.
WTA 1A for $2 says, give us the link for the song.
Which one? I'll put it in the chat.
The Thal song.
Oh, okay. I got that one here somewhere. Here's the full song.
Malik for $5 says, if Kamala threw it back to the song, she might get my vote. There you go. Well, maybe he was thinking the Trump song. I don't know. You can find the Trump song on Twitter. It's like all over the place. Equal Shit Octo $2 says, the remixes are why the internet exists. Go Trump. There you go.
True.
Muggy for 17 months says, where's my comic, Lebowski? Where's my frickin' comic, Lebowski?
Look, I'm the other Lebowski. I'm the dude.
Hey, man, I just want my rug back. Okay?
Such a great movie.
I'm going to be real. I saw it, and I didn't really like it that much.
Sacrilege.
I saw it for the first time like a few months ago, and I was like, oh, this is a movie everyone talks about. I don't know, maybe been too hyped up or something.
It's The Ringer.
Oh God. You know what it probably is and I've said this, I have a personal frustration when everyone in the movie is like
Does
fucking
dumb
stupid.
shit. Yeah, I know.
Right. It drives me crazy. Everyone in that movie, and I know it's like
they are dumb,
it's
totally.
the joke. The comedy is literally everyone in the movie is like a fucking retard. So
right.
I did like the joke about like what was it? When they're like afraid of the Germans, it's like they're just nihilists. They're nothing to be afraid of. They're pussies.
Right.
I thought that was pretty funny.
That is good. That was definitely good.
I did know.
Look, when
I
a
did
dumb
like John.
character can say something smart like that, you're like, yeah.
I did like John Goodman's character. His character is a funny character. I like the idea and the concept
it's great.
of his character.
Yeah.
And his delivery and everything. So.
And look, tangible goal, man. The power of a tangible goal.
To get his rug back?
Yes.
Oh God. Okay. I'm worried because fucking the dude is voicing Grendel in the Grendel movie. That makes me nervous.
Why? Jeff Bridges
that makes
is
me
amazing.
think. That makes me think they're gonna play it like a joke, as opposed to being serious.
What do you mean? Jeff Bridges is a serious actor. He's not an exclusively comedy actor.
I guess you're right.
He was in True Grit, man. He was fucking amazing.
I don't know. It's hard for me to hear him doing the voiceover seriously. We'll see. Futility Closet for 3 months says, I saw Am I a Racist in San Francisco and the show was sold out.
Oh, wow. Look, that shows people are fucking sick of this shit.
Angry Bellsprout for
didn't
$5.
D'Angelo delete her Twitter over this? I think she did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She did. Angry Bellsprout for $5 says, Vance can't get the magic vote because his community got subverted and destroyed by commies about a decade ago. I mean, that's fair.
Sad. Yeah.
You read those.
Jumping ahead. Why?
Yeah.
Why?
J-Mac, thanks so much for being outside the simulation for 29 months. Our circle follower, Daddy J-Mac, said, Sitch, did you see my post on Twitter showing your little cameo in Internet Historian? Oh, I actually saw it before I read this. But yes, that video is 4 years old, and I've watched a few people go through it, but I just now noticed you in the corner. It's a good watch, too. Wow, you just noticed me in the... You hear my voice. I speak. I'm in that video. How dare you? But yes.
It's great.
I was on an Internet Historian video where we were talking about doing like a fixing the end of Game of Thrones. So he saw my Game of Thrones video. He was a fan of my channel back when I used to make videos. And so he's like, oh, listen, I liked your Game of Thrones videos. You want to come do this video?
He loved all my videos too. He was really big fan of mine.
Okay.
Look, I don't. That might be a fib. I'm not sure if that's true or not. He follows me on Twitter, but maybe he watches our show too. I don't know.
Well, it's funny because obviously, if he liked my content from back in the day, I don't know what he's like. I don't know if his politics are now. That was years ago. But obviously, if he watched my videos back in the day, he was on board with a sort of, he was anti-woke, anti-SJW. And it was funny because then this was part of when H Bomber guy went after him. It was for political purposes. So
correct, yeah.
All right.
But I mean, he's followed me forever though, long before we made that actual video. So I'm assuming he follows you too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. I read that one.
Where are we at?
WTF1918 for $5 says, what do you guys think is better, affordable housing or legacy housing, where legacy is a house that housed a family for many generations?
I think people want to move around. They don't necessarily want to live in their parents' house. So I think affordable housing is probably going to be more productive for society than legacy housing. Oh my God. Locking people into certain areas just because they own a home. Nah.
Yeah, I'd say affordable housing. M8566 for $2 says chopsticks can go to hell. There you go.
No. Ban that person.
Never.
I'm totally lost. I don't know where we are.
Good.
You have to jump around like
lives in Dev's new walls specifically for $5 says, if life is an illusion, then I am no less an illusion, and being thus the illusion is real to me. I live, I burn with life, I love, I slay, and I am content. There you go. Look at that.
Look.
Beautiful.
Your content.
Beautiful. Whoever you quoted that from. American Prot for $2 says, what is your favorite Christian denomination?
Obviously Jehovah's Witnesses are the coolest.
Real? Why is that obvious?
Just badass. JWs
really?
are where it's at, yeah.
But Jehovah's Witnesses, the ones that like don't celebrate any holidays, like birthdays or anything?
That's part's the best part, yeah.
That's pretty lame. What do you mean?
No
How's that the best
holidays
part?
at all?
You like not celebrating holidays?
Yeah, you get to work on holidays. Just work straight through. I'm a workaholic, Sitch. I don't know if you know this about me, but Christmas Day,
okay,
I'll be working on the new comic.
I'm gonna say my favorite is my favorite is obviously Mormons, because they granted us with the
polygamy,
the best phrase ever uttered by a Christian theologian, goofing the floof.
Oh yes, wait, that's Scientology.
Oh, you're right. Fuck.
What are you doing?
Why did I think that was Mormonism?
Yeah.
What am I doing?
That's not even Christianity.
You're right.
You're not even in the
that was L. Ron
ballpark.
Hubbard. That wasn't Joseph Smith with his golden tablets. Yeah.
Bad
okay.
Boy. Well,
listen,
look,
I guess my answer is Scientology. Scientology just wins.
Polygamy's not too bad. I mean, just
you
could go with Latter-day Saints.
No, I'm not.
Be sweet, Sitch. Don't turn your back.
No, stop. I'm in favor of enforced monogamy. All right. I know this polygamy bullshit.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Scientology.
You really goofed the
my
floof
final
on that answer.
I really floofed the goof on that answer. I did. That was 10D chess, like Trump. Lou Silver for $20. Thank you so much. Says, quote, not a lot of people know this. The Mona Lisa was painted with one stroke. He just went, ploof. How's this? Steve Martin. There you go. Very true. Very true.
Crazy.
J-Mac, Art for $20, thanks so much. Says my wife's stepdad made some bomb ass curry and I got leftovers. My house is about to smell like curry for 2 days. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner extra spicy too. There you go. Great.
Yeah. Ugh.
Kyle Petty for $5 says, "Wait, Sitch, why do you hate Tulsi Gabbard? Also, you guys do amazing work here. Don't let others gaslight you into thinking otherwise. Don't let it get to you." Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Sitch lets it get him down sometimes.
Wow.
For me, I'm pretty.
Obviously, yeah.
I don't care. I just like having fun.
Tulsi says a lot of stupid shit that I listen to. And
How
I go,
dare you?
That's stupid.
How dare you?
That's a dumb thing that she just said right there. So
Hmm.
I don't have it on a list. But you know, when someone says something stupid, you go, "That's dumb," and then like months later, you don't remember what they said, but you remember the feeling that you had when you heard them say it. That's all that you remember.
It's weird because look,
what's going on here. Yeah.
If Tulsi was still a Democrat and was actually the nominee right now, I think she'd be giving Trump a run for his money. So she's like way smarter than Kamala, right? She's not going to run into those interview problems. And she's got the like rogue, look.
They got the rogue hair. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true.
Who can go wrong? Look, she's like basically a superhero. Who can go wrong?
J-Mac, our second follower for $10 says, "No, the video that popped up was the end goodening of No Man's Sky." He was referencing the GOT, the Game of Thrones video at the end of the No Man's Sky video. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Great. I do remember that video that he put a long time ago. It was about how was that an old video? It was about how No Man's Sky became like saved and fixed. So that's a good video.
Did H Bomber guy ever succeed in his cancellation attempt of Internet Historian?
I don't believe so.
Seemed like he was losing some subs for a while, but it just, I don't know, it blew over.
Was that the last video? Like H Bomber guy, he puts out content like not at all.
Yeah. Who knows? I don't keep up on it.
Yeah, that was his last video from 9 months ago.
What was the final tally on it?
25 million. So they got a lot of
25 million views.
Yep.
That's a nice day's work there.
Still getting paid out the ass on Patreon to produce one video a year.
Right.
So, okay, talk about a grift.
What is his Patreon up to?
31,000 people.
31,000 people.
Yeah.
Jesus. And he's got, let's see. Conservatively, you can get about $3,000 a million views. So he's $75,000 off that one video.
Yeah. Good on that. Look at that. That's an impressive grift.
3 times the down payment that Kamala Harris wants to give to first-time home buyers.
Look at this. VAUSH gave us $2. Look at that.
Again? VAUSH, get a fucking job. What is it with these cheap-ass super chats, okay? We don't need your $2. Give us $20 or go away.
No, listen, VAUSH, we appreciate the $2.
No.
VAUSH says, "I'm a lean, mean Vindaloo machine."
Lies, too. Not only is it just $2, it's like a lie.
Right. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, "In fairness, I'd be a little in disbelief if my most hated political rival kept getting failed assassinations on him. It's like the lefties want to sabotage the election for themselves." True.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see what happens. I'm always curious if it's on the local news. Well, I have the perception that once something hits the local news, that's when like shit is getting serious. Yeah.
Well, it'll be local news in Florida. So, I mean, maybe they'll definitely hurt Kamala's chance of, because that was interesting. I mean, I think Kamala's kind of a long shot to win Florida, even with the abortion amendment and the pot amendment on the ballot. But
oh my God, what is this for real?
What?
MSNBC's Alex Witt argues the Trump campaign needs to turn down the rhetoric now that Trump has been shot at for the second time in 3 months. Okay.
Is it like a clip?
Yeah.
Oh wait, I have this. Okay. You wanna do 3, 2, 1? Or are you gonna play it through the Zoom?
Let me see here. I guess we can just do the 3, 2, 1 thing. Hold on a sec. I got to get the.
Okay.
Take down the chat here.
Dr. Dealer for $2 says, clearly whoever runs the simulation wasn't pleased with the political fallout of the last attempted assassination and opted to just run it back. Maybe we can fully tone down the rhetoric on both sides. That's not going to happen. There's no
Good luck.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah. Do you expect there to be calls from within the Trump campaign to do that? Because he's going to reach out to his supporters and say, let's take this down. We do not know, again, the source of any gunshot or gunshots. We don't know who's responsible for this. The whole thing has yet to be 100% confirmed from start to finish how this all played out. But do you expect to hear anything from the Trump campaign about toning down the rhetoric, toning down the violence, or would that be atypical of the former president?
Well, Alex, remember back to the assassination attempt on President Trump's life and how, there was talk of a new tone, and then the Republican convention was, by Trumpian standards, muted, and it did seem like he was, just trying to take it down a few notches, but then by the end of his convention speech, we were kind of back to where we started. So I don't know how long this could, this moment of unity for the country where we come together and we say, I don't want any political opposition to be under threat of violence. It's not okay, any threat of violence, we don't want. I would love for us to have a unity type moment, but I think it's probably going to be pretty fleeting, as we've seen in the past.
Ooh. Fleeting.
I'm going to say, without the context of whatever Alex Witt said before that, I don't think you can judge that statement at all. So
I'm judging.
Okay.
I'm silently
if she said,
judging her right now.
She said, the left should tone down the rhetoric, blah, 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 blah. But they're only going to do that if, the right also tones down the rhetoric, some kind of unilateral disarmament, blah, 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 blah. And you say, okay, I think that's just logistically true as how that all play out, whether you agree with it morally or not.
Right. But she didn't say that.
We don't know. I have no clue what she said because it's just the end part of the clip. So, So I'm going to say fake news or unsure until you see the rest of it. So
unclear, not determinative.
Not determinative could be an Aaron Rupar. Okay.
Inamiable.
Vagabond for $2 says Australia did the whole first home buyers grant scheme and it just increases the price of homes and didn't really impact the rate of house building. Well, I don't know what the Australia thing is, but if all they did was give first home buyers money to buy homes, then obviously that's all it would do, would just be increasing the price, and that'd be a completely retarded idea. So
yeah. Yes.
Sala for $2 says, I voted for Trump twice, but soured on him after January 6th. I wasn't going to vote for him either this time, but after the Laura Loomer news, voting for Harris is on the table. She's a fucking nut job. That'll be our Rasputin / Melisandre. There you go. Look at that.
Sounds like they were convinced by Laura Loomer's tweet.
Right. To vote against Trump.
Oh.
Yeah. This was, by the way, this tweet, this super chat or Streamlabs is from hours before we started talking about it. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Rhythmus for $2 says, hey guys, I'm way behind, but I want to say I think part of the reason the media doesn't want to ask Trump about specifics from Project 2025 is because if he wins and does anything from Project 25, they can say he lied. I think that's what will happen. I don't think the media is like that, trying to play the game out that long in advance. Because if they ask him the specifics and then he does it, they could say he lied too. So if they ask him specifics and he says, no, I'm not going to do it, and then he doesn't, but then he does something else from Project 2025, they could still say he lied. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's the reason.
You lie.
I think they just don't care. Okay. Let's see. Lucifer Jar says victim blaming. Again, we have to see what the context is of the clip. No. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true fuel seekers. You are the true isekai protagonists. You are the true players in this world that is very clearly a simulation. That's right. Everyone else in the entire world, except for all your friends and family, are all NPCs. All the other people, those are the NPCs, right? But you are the true players of the game. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Don't forget about the comic. Bye-bye.